Just wanted to check on what. Being past 8:30, I will start off by calling this joint budget summit meeting to order and calling the Westborough Select Board to order. Turn it over to the chair of the Finance Committee. Yep.
So this is calling the AFC committee to order.
Great. And I would ask if, for all those that are able, if you want to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, the school committee, actually, the school committee post a meeting if you did, if you want to open.
I assume we did, and therefore the school committee's in order.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just prior to us kicking off this meeting, which is scheduled to be the town manager, I did want to let folks know that unfortunately Christy's father-in-law passed away last night, so she is not going to be with us today. Her plan was that she was going to Zoom in this morning because he had been in hospice care, and she was comfortable with me letting folks know, but she's very, if you know Christy, she's very sorry to not be here presenting, but we have a extremely competent staff that will be here to present in her place. But again, our thoughts and prayers go out to Christy and her family. So turn it over to John.
Thank you all for being here. John Steinberg, Finance Director, and my thoughts and prayers go out to Christy as well. I just want to recognize her and thank her for all the work that she did on this, as well as thank our department heads. A lot of work goes into putting together this budget. They tolerate me, they tolerate Christy, and I think they've worked hard to make this happen. So today is the 2027 Budget Summit to review the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. The budget goals that came out of the Budget Summit in September were to prevent a level service budget, which reflects costs, providing the same level of service from the town, for the town and the schools within the previous fiscal year, budgeting for personnel, accounting, and other services. Budget process review, just to give you an idea of what we've done over the course of the year, as there are frequently many questions about this. We review current needs and changes, trying to shift any costs to provide improved service in what we do. We pursue other sources of funding, grants as much as we can to offset expenses to the taxpayers. The departments present justification for any adjustments they make to line items or we propose to them. We look at historical spending in each line and make sure that it reflects what we're actually spending on. And if we need to redistribute within departments so that we can show that in a balanced budget within each department, despite us being a bottom line budget, we work hard to do that. We want it to be clear and transparent that we're not in the red on one line, only to be in the black on the other. So we make additional adjustments within that. Any department that wants to expand any services, submit a program improvement request, which we review separately and determine whether or not the town manager and staff want to include that, and then review it again with the departments whether or not it's the right time. We can offset it in other areas to reduce any impact that it might have on the budget. To give an example of how we reviewed and what the results were, we received $25,652,198. From that, the town manager's recommended budget is lower by $578,394. That, I think, reflects the work that goes in, not just by Christy and myself, but by the departments, in terms of reviewing their budgets, approving where money is spent, and yet maintaining services and giving credence to what they're asking for as well. So take a look at the fiscal 27 budget. Within the fiscal 27 budget, the town budgets saw a total increase of $924,149. It's $114 on the average single-family tax bill. You're going to see a slight difference between these numbers, what was in the budget book, and what was even presented 2 nights ago. And the reason that is, which is something we talk about frequently, is the first cherry sheets came out with the governor's budget. The town saw an increase in estimate compared to what we had estimated of over $100,000. The big difference was a decrease in expenses. So the state charges were lower, so our net increase was $393,000. But what you will see is some shift in that, right? You'll see some shift in the levy because our expenses reduced in one area, the levy picks up a bigger percentage of covering those costs. So the school budget reflected a $2,900,000 increase, or 4.17%, which is $364 impact. Fixed costs, $159 impact at $1.2 million. Worcester Regional Retirement, that as an estimate, $748,520 or $93. And Assabet Valley assessment, which is a $3 impact at $21,000. A reminder that many of these are still estimates until we have additional information. Breaking down the town's increases, $637,000 of that 930 is, or 960, excuse me, is salary and wages, which is $79 dollars of that. Expenses were $282,536, or $36. So just a reminder of what happened last year. We were asked to reduce 1% of the budget, and we did. Their town reductions were $236,000. We realized a savings of $56,000 in health insurance, and those reductions are presented here as we did reduce services, some positions, as best we could to come within that request from the Advisory Finance Committee and the Select Board. Some of those are being reinstated this year, but without a net impact to the taxpayers. We are taking those monies and reappropriating them where we can reinstate services that were reduced. And I think the best example of that is the Treasurer Collector's Office, where we had to close on Mondays in order to get the job done of receiving payments that we receive. That is going to be reinstated with $10,988, but the number of hours are being reduced for that part-time position from 25 to 19. The administrative assistant for the Board of Health is being reinstated, but with a reduced number of hours from 40 to 32. Those adjustments and that increase in reinstatement of services is being paid for through the adoption of the WRTA revolving fund, making the agreement with the WRTA to provide bus service for the senior center buses will reduce the budget for that service at the senior center. We can reappropriate those funds. There is also a transfer amount that won't be reflected in there, but will show in the library custodian budget versus the, as that was shift to our buildings and grounds budget from the library to the DPW. So just to point out there, within this, it's still a net positive for a reduction in taxpayers' overhead costs, with the $1.36 and the $2.24 cost being greater than the $8.47 reduction.
Being less.
That's what I said. No.
You're
Being
just
less.
testing us.
I can always rely on Ian. Things that are additions that you'll see in this budget. Program coordinator for the Council on Aging. We adjusted 32 hours to 40 hours a week, which is being offset by removing the handyman position and reducing the hours of the homemaker, with the goal to provide additional services to a broader number of people who use the senior center. So you can see the net increase of that is 25 cents. With the local building inspector providing a 40-hour-a-week service, we can bring in the weights and measures responsibilities to the building department instead of having a separate cost for that. They can take on that service, and by reducing our part-time inspectors from 19 hours to 15 hours, I think it was. So we're working to offset any additional things. The select board recently accepted a COPS grant, which hires a police officer position. So in the first year, that $84,634 expense is offset by $40,000, and that's a $5.49 increase. The additional firefighter, we have a firefighter that went on military leave. The original leave got extended to over 800 days. So given that, the shifts that he would have covered, we need to pay for the net increase that he would have been compensated compared to what he's being compensated by the government. And so in order to cover those shifts that he would be covering, there needed to be created a new position, which was accepted by the select board. The greatest budget drivers within the costs of the town increase, we want to just pull out to make it clear where they're coming from. These are total budget increases. A few things that are big within them. The DPW has absorbed the landfill budget, so that was a separate budget that we've moved town costs for our trash removal into that budget. And we've also moved the fleet costs that were being absorbed by the select board for registration and other administrative vehicles where it should be with the DPW who manages the fleet. So while that's not of the 104,000, that is the biggest driver. Medical billing for the fire department, as you all know, there's been an increase in ambulance receipts, but with that comes an increase in cost for the company that collects and pursues those costs. So that increase comes with the cost that we've been carrying in the red every year. It's not all of that $50,000, but it's a big driver within that. IT has had additional costs and contracts, as is common, to provide additional services under Title II and compliance for website and licensing. Legal expenses, as you know, the legal budget has asked for money on a number of occasions. We've done as much as we can to reduce the increase year to year, but rather than continually coming back to the AFC in town meeting, we thought it appropriate to add some money there. So we're adding $35,000 to that budget. But at the same time, we look at services that aren't being used. The interface contract with Youth and Family Service was a shared service with the schools. We've watched it for a number of years now and have determined that to maintain that is within this town budget wasn't a justified cost with the low use it was getting. So in conjunction with the schools, it's been taken out of the town budget. And that works to help offset the other additions. Things that you will see that you're aware of, it has been talked at length. The cable TV, Westborough TV, which was previously just an enterprise fund, the number that's paid for by the number of cable users that subscribe. As you may know, the number of cable users have gone down as people cut the cord, so the revenue going to Westborough TV has fallen year over year, and their ability to cover that net has been declining with their reserves. So the town has agreed to enter into a service contract with them to pay for the many services that they provide to the town that for up until now they have not been paid for. All of the meetings that are recorded, all of the recordings done for the school, the town is now going to compensate and assist with their overall fees. The Pay-As-You-Throw Waste Management Enterprise Fund, which was created. As of now, the town is subsidizing to cover the waste pay-as-you-throw and transfer station fees. Previously, this was the landfill budget. So the goal at some point was to have an enterprise fund itself. Currently, the cost that was the landfill has been reduced by the enterprise. So now we're taking those pay-as-you-throw revenues, as well as the revenues from permits and other fees that relate to that transfer station, and applying them as an offset to the landfill budget. So the town still needs to make up the difference of that overall budget at a reduced amount of $484,527 by the previous budget that was the landfill that was over $700,000. Other significant increases that have been in the past and mentioned has been debt. Last year, we saw over $1 million decrease in the debt budget. We're projecting another $1 million decrease in the debt budget, which is an offset of $125 on the average single family. So many of these offsets that we see in the negative help use some of those increases to try to minimize any impact on the taxpayer. The insurance budget currently is estimated 11.76% or $2.3 million. If you have questions later on the insurance, we'll be able to address that in more detail. Electricity, we've benefited from watching the electric rates. Our contract was up with the municipal contract for electric. Having monitored that with our consultants, we benefited and were able to get a reduced rate for the town's electrics that started in December and will be going forward for the next 3 years. So we're level funding electric. We'll keep an eye on that because obviously it doesn't know if consumption of electric will offset any savings that we realized. So we'll watch the electric consumption closely to make sure we're not going to fall short on our electric budget, having been level funded. Health insurance. This year, the overall increase in the health insurance, just the part of the budget, the insurance budget that is health insurance, is estimated at 15%. You'll see from this chart that that's a larger increase than we've seen in the past. A big part of that is not just the cost of the health insurance to the individuals, but it's also the number of people who are being covered on the plan. As we see that census increase, it comes with additional costs within that line item. That's a $282 impact on the average single family. Things that are still unknown. That insurance budget that we just talked about, we'll have better ideas as we get closer to our insurance contracts. Right now, this is purely an estimate, and we've seen that fluctuate as we get closer. The vocational high schools, both Norfolk Aggie that we have this year, as well as Assabet Valley, they haven't set their budgets yet. Until we get their actual budgets, we won't know where we stand with that. Currently, the estimates that they provided us, the Assabet Valley is increasing just over $21,000, and Norfolk Aggie under $5,000. So where that's going to come in the end is still unknown. State aid, as I just mentioned at the beginning of this, we only have the governor's budget. It still needs to go through the House and the Senate. So where that ends up, we won't know until towards the end of the year, actually. So by October town meeting, when it comes time to set the tax rate, we'll have a firm number when the cherry sheets are finalized. We have outstanding union contracts with patrol, fire. Until those are settled, we won't know where those numbers fall. But that will impact the budget. And the debt budget, as you know, we don't go out to borrow until mid-March, and so we'll know what our rates are going to be. Last year, we were able to realize that $1 million. So the $1 million right now that's estimated may fluctuate based upon the final rate that we realize. We try to estimate that very conservatively so we don't get a surprise in the other direction. We'll talk a little bit about revenues. Revenues are the offset to the total budget. While tax revenue is the largest, we watch our revenues closely that include things like excise tax, permits, ambulance revenue. Our timeline for revenues, as we prepare the budget book, we have to make the estimate for our revenues for the budget. So this is early. We do this in late November, early December. So we don't even have the 2026 numbers really in, yet we're projecting for 2027. So that's a tough thing to do, and we have to estimate conservatively. We look again in January, February, and March, leading up to the March town meeting. We don't send out our initial large excise commitment until March or late February. So we don't know what that number is until we get there. We don't know how that's going to relate, and that's over $2 million of the excise. So if that were to come in lower, we'll have a better indication. We don't want to be on the wrong side of that with excise, even though the excise has come in substantially higher in the last 2 years. In July, as we approach the end of fiscal 2026, we'll have a larger data set from 2026 to give us a better idea of what 2027 is. We continually look at these so that we can make adjustments to our revenues as we go. In September, as we prepare for the October town meeting, we once again look at these things. With the same types of reviews, we have now a look at the beginning of fiscal 27 and how we can compare that to fiscal 26. And then early November, we do our final estimates to set the tax rate. Those are numbers that get submitted to the Department of Revenue. Any increase or decrease that we present that's over 10% over the prior year, we have to explain to them why we think that is. And this chart reflects how those numbers change over the course of the year. The black is the numbers that we estimate going into March town meeting. Mind you, that's not the estimate that goes into the budget book even. That's March town meeting. And the red are the numbers that we finally estimate to set the tax rate. You will see in COVID, there was a decline in 2020 to 2021. We worked hard in that time to do just the opposite. We watched what our revenues were. Hotel motel taxes, for example. Our largest two hotels were closed. So we had to adjust our hotel motel taxes down so we didn't get a surprise at the end of the year that our revenue is going to come in low. And here are how our revenues applied as a proportionally total. You can see the blue is the tax levy, the largest contributor. State aid is the orange, and the green is the local receipts. Our current projections. Our current projections for the average single family is 582. 2 nights ago, it was 624. It's a 4.51 increase estimated, which is lower than last year, which was $586 and a 4.76% increase. Bless you. Thank you. This year, we created new benchmark communities. Previously, we had dashboard communities that had been created some time ago. Those dashboard communities I was not involved in, but they had performance-based criteria. This year, we focused on affordability. We took 15 different criteria ranging from percent school expenditure, population, distance, split tax rate, single tax rate, spending on government expenses, fire, police. We tried to use a broad enough range of variables and weighing them so that we could come up with a list of communities that are comparable in affordability. You can select one item or another and say, well, this town doesn't have an ambulance service, or this town has a regional school system, or this town has a split rate. The goal was to weigh these so that out of the 15 criteria, we came up with an affordability factor. It included median income. So we tried to look at that so affordability was the focus. It was not a performance-based. And you can see we're near the highest. These are 26 numbers, and that's absolutely true. We're third from the highest. This is our excess levy capacity, okay? Excuse me. We talk a lot about excess levy capacity in Prop 2.5. There have only been 2 years out of the last 10 that we have exceeded Prop 2.5. Prop 2.5 is not a 2.5% increase over the prior year. Prop 2.5 is a 2.5% increase over the prior year's levy limit. So if we already have $14.7 million in 2024 in excess levy capacity, if you add 2.5% to our levy limit, and then you add new growth, which we don't know until late in the year, if you exceed those two numbers combined, that's when you've exceeded Prop 2.5. Having that excess levy capacity gives us the ability to do that. When we see large increases in expenses, whether it be contracts or any other variable, this gives the town flexibility to need to rise to that occasion. We've only done it twice in the last 10 years. So we've been within Prop 2.5 and its restrictions, as we expect to be again this year. Now, mind you, when you look at our estimate of new growth, we're very conservative in that. And the reason being is one of the major factors of new growth, in fact, 65% of our new growth falls within the personal property category. Personal property returns are not due till March 1st, and that's just when we get them. Then the assessor's office has to evaluate them and make sure people are reporting all of them. We have 4 companies in town that we audit every year. The utilities, we need to get appraised every year. So these things take time before we know what those numbers are going to be. So we can't overestimate, because if our largest corporation that pays a significant amount of personal property tax comes in lower, that's a problem. So even with that conservative estimate this year, 1.75 million, which I grant you is almost less than half of last year, even with that low estimate, we're still going to increase our excess levy capacity. So we are not going to end up spending everything that we could to be within Prop 2.5. And I think that's admirable. It shows the amount of work to go in to not just spend, not just increase over last year, but do the best we can to create a level service budget. The capital plan. Within the capital plan this year, we looked at a 15-year projection to try to give a better estimate for the town so we can see some real plans in the long-term capital. The school was very involved in this, so we're pleased to say that we can also include our evaluation of borrowings that are needed. And in doing so, we work with departments to try to schedule things out 15 years. So previously, a greater focus was on the 5-year plan. But if we can look at the big picture, we can speak to departments and try to weigh the priorities to space them out over the 15 years so we can maintain compliance with our fiscal management policies at the same time as fulfilling the needs of the different departments. We try to maintain our debt. As new debt comes off, we can then maintain debt by taking it on at the right time if we can plan, and maintain the 1 to 1.5% of free cash utilized for the general fund operating budget. When we asked departments to move within fiscal year, we didn't just do it, we worked with them to schedule these things, and I give compliment to the departments that were willing to put the time in. And I really want to recognize Christine with this. She put a tremendous amount of time into this project of getting this 15-year plan in place. We've been talking about it for a few years. It was one of the goals, and she really made it happen. So I want to recognize her, even though she can't be here and would never take the credit. These funds come from 2 places. This year we're going to be creating, or actually created it, but we're going to be adding, the goal is to add to a capital stabilization fund. So any amounts that stay under that 1.5% would be set aside specifically for capital in a capital stabilization fund. So we are going to try to reserve up to our maximum within our fiscal management policies and set it aside for capital, which is what the intention is. The Capital Improvement Fund, which is the funds from the Pulte project, those funds are currently being used to pay down short-term debt between borrows. With municipal debt, if we bond things for long-term, you can't pay them off early the way you can your mortgage. You can't pay additional principal payments. Those principal are level for 20 years. So you're paying principal and interest for 20 years. If we can short-term and get a better rate, then we can pay down the principal prior to having to bond. We could do that for 13 years. We've put together a plan, hopefully using these monies, that by 2035, these monies will be at a place that we can then start accumulating them significantly to be paying greater amounts of reserves towards larger projects. We project that that'll be over $5 million a year. So when big projects like a roof come along, we can look at not borrowing for those if we think it appropriate to use that amount of reserves coming in. And that's an annual revenue that comes in from that fund. And this is just a look at what's presented. It's probably hard to see there, the numbers are small, but this is available. You can see at the top the Capital Stabilization Fund, and you can see at the bottom the free cash under or over the 1.5%. So that $256,594 that's under the 1.5% shows us available funds that could be moved to the stabilization. It also recognizes the funds that could be available for additional capital and still stay within our 1.5%. It gives us a good picture in that year that we didn't really have before in the same clarity of how we stay within our fiscal management policies. And I'll just mention, relative to going through the S&P calls, which, to be honest, having come from the assessing world, it's a stressful endeavor, okay? We want to maintain our credit rating. It makes a difference. We get updates on current borrows almost monthly, and you see rates being received with lesser credit ratings over 4% for 20 years by communities. We got under 3% last year. So as long as we maintain that and we maintain our credit rating, we can do really well to save money for the taxpayers. So it matters. And they care about us being within our policies. They care about us spending reserves in unusual ways that we haven't done in the past. Here is a look at your funding sources. This year, we're at 1.37 of the general fund operating budget, which is right where we want to be, between the 1 and 1.5% going into it. Planning to use $1.822 million for capital items. Now, mind you, we use free cash for other regular recurring items that don't appear on the capital plan. Free cash. You can see our reserves there in the lower left. The goal is to have between 10 and 15% of reserves. Ideally, you'd be between 5 and 7.5% for each reserve, free cash and stabilization. We've had a greater disparity. A few years ago, we moved additional funds to stabilization, working to get those numbers in a closer balance. Free cash can be ideally used for non-recurring expenses. The $450,000 that we're using to lower the tax rate, we're using that, it creates a structural deficit. We're using those $450,000 to offset the tax rate for operational funds. Okay, so when the time comes, if the time comes when we don't have that free cash to stay within our management policies, that money will get shifted to the taxpayers. Right now, it's being picked up by free cash. It can be used for unfunded liabilities like OPEB that are hanging out there that we need to fund. Or future capital projects, which is the capital stabilization. Dedicating it towards capital so that we know what it'll be spent on. This is our plan and where we've been with using free cash to lower the tax rate. And excuse me, that 624 was the one that I missed not updating last night. But we're still using $450,000 of free cash. The goal is at some point in time to get that down to zero, so we're not covering that structural deficit. So we're not paying for operational costs through one-time funds. Again, we've been fortunate that free cash has increased from year to year, but there's no way to know what that is. The greatest source of free cash is from unexpected revenues, okay? When we come in above those revenues that aren't spent, those funds go to free cash. One of the goals is to remove the free cash that's been used for the unfunded liabilities. We put in place a plan with our management policies a long time ago. When I first started here, they were putting away $1.1 million out of the raise and appropriate towards OPEB. The goal was to reach that level again, and we're getting towards that final date in 2029. And I'll just state, by the way, that that's another question that they ask about on the S&P calls. What's your plan for funding your unfunded liabilities? So here's our estimated free cash as a percentage of what we spend and what we estimate to have. The 2026 is estimated, as we won't know what we'll have in 2026 to spend, but that number includes the free cash that's estimated for the March town meeting. And you can see we're right in line with prior years. People talk about using free cash and giving it back to the taxpayers. This slide demonstrates how it's being given back to the taxpayers. By using it to pay for these one-time items, instead of taxing people for it. If we didn't use capital, if we didn't use free cash to pay for capital, we'd be increasing the average single-family tax this year by $937 instead of $582. If we had to pay for police cars, ambulances, everything listed in that capital plan, you would see that kind of increase to the average single-family tax bill. So this is how you're using that free cash wisely to offset what would be a tax burden. Ongoing budget reviews. We continue to update budget numbers as additional costs become clear. If the insurance, the union contracts and things that we discussed as outstanding, we work with our insurance advisor to look for cost savings within our insurance plans as well. We regularly review revenue, as we've discussed, and look for other sources of revenue. How is our fee schedule within town? We want them to be fair, we want them to be equitable, but we want them to also not be too low. If we find ones that are too low, we want to adjust our fees, still being sensitive to who's paying those fees. We want to be innovative by exploring alternative funding sources like grants. Any way we can regionalize services, we look to do those as well without losing services for the town. We advocate for increased revenue with our local officials. We look to them to increase our local aid. We look to them like the Municipal Modernization Act, or the Municipal, what's it called this year? The Municipal Empowerment Act, that one of the criteria in there would allow us to expand our hotel, motel, and meals tax. Okay, we've maxed that out. If they would give us the authority to increase that, that would increase revenue. Right now, towns are very limited in how we could increase any local taxes. That's one of our big ones that other towns don't have the advantage of doing. Oh, and that's my last slide, so I guess I just spoke about that. Within that, there's a 0.25% increase, which would increase in another $425,000. And to equate that, that's almost $50 on the average single family as an offset. And here's the slide that we present frequently as to how your tax dollars are spent. You can see this one was updated, where the average single family tax bill is going to go to $13,481.37. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, John. Great job filling in. I'm sure that's not an easy job. I'd like to go back. Sorry, you didn't stop in the middle, but back to your increased costs. There was one that had to do with the landfill and being transferred to DPW, which is about $100,000. Any question on that?
Yes.
Yeah. So. There's money coming from landfill budget and et cetera. Is the 104 net of those transfers? So there really is 100. There's 130,000, 140.
No, 104 is the total departmental budget increase. Okay. A portion of that is the trash of the town. So the trash that is not within the enterprise, the trash from our buildings, is not shifted to the users of the transfer station. Okay, so those costs that were within our landfill budget were shifted to our trash line within the DPW. So we itemized out what our payments were to Harvey's to pick up the trash in all our buildings, for the dumpster fees and disposal fees from anything that we need to then push into the DPW. That's not the only line item, but it's one of the big drivers within that 104,000.
Okay, so the $25,000 from the landfill budget would go down by 25,000.
Yeah, if you would have, well.
But of course, the cost went up, but whatever.
No, the 104, right. 25,000. So yeah, the 25,000. So there's another 79,000 in other items.
Okay.
that break out into smaller amounts throughout that. Looking at additional contracts, they have a lot of contracts that are increasing each year. And so Chris does a great job of monitoring those. He does a good job of foreseeing buildings and grounds and what we have planning that he needs to do with repairs within that. They also carry fuel. They also carry repair and maintenance on vehicles. So all those items we watch carefully, and Chris does a good job of reviewing those.
We'll hear that this afternoon.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I guess one other question on the landfill, though. Part of the idea of going to bags and new stickers with enforcement was to reduce the amount of waste that's showing up. Last year was the first year, so I'm hoping by now we would, and maybe today's not the day, but we would get a report on the reduction in tonnage of waste
Sure, sure.
by those programs, because it was that was a big part of going that way.
Well, I can tell you that
which
we
makes
monitor
sense.
that monthly, because in estimating what that budget's going to be for next year, we have to look at where we are and what the reduction is, what our recycling is versus what our actual waste is. That's broken out because there are different costs to that. So we monitor that monthly so we can put together what we estimate the budget for next year, but we can absolutely put together those numbers.
And
Yeah, so I'm curious from
Yes, it is reduced.
2 or 3 years ago versus, like one of your little bar charts there.
Yes.
But I would hope we would see a big drop somewhere in there, otherwise
You do see a sizable drop compared to 3 years ago.
we haven't gotten that feedback, so I guess that's a request.
yeah, I think we do need, that's a great request. We do need an update on that to see where we were and where we are. I think we're in year 2 of the 3-year contract, right, John?
Yeah, I know that Chrissy and Jen Sullivan and I have been meeting
Yep.
as we review that, especially with the upcoming contract, but we can certainly prepare a presentation on that as we finalize our numbers. We discovered a billing discrepancy as we review it.
Right.
And so when we find those, we pull the bills, we call Harvey's and we say, hey, you got a problem, you're overbilling us.
Yeah.
And we make sure, we monitor that pretty closely.
Yeah.
Because it's a big expense, because it's an enterprise fund now, okay, we care about what monies are coming out of that. We watch it very closely. So yeah, we can prepare those numbers.
Yeah, and the select board definitely has their eyes on, like, what are the next steps and how do we, go forward with that relationship as well as, or any other townwide services, so.
John, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I do believe in coincidence, but the DPW budget impact of 104,698 and the police department budget impact of 104,698, could we just check and make sure that that's not like a copy and paste error?
Yeah, of course. I
Just-
kind of
As a follow-up to that too, you may want to check, because the tax impact though is 4 times, I'm sorry, not 4 times.
I'll check that before we
Yeah.
leave here. I'm sure that is a
The
typo.
827 is closer to the correct number.
Yeah,
Would have to be a bigger number.
yeah, I can tell you with great confidence, it's not the same, but it's one of those things. I did find a couple other errors in the budget book, by the way, before you point them all out, but feel free to email me so that we can, when need, we can update the one online and send out adjusted PDFs if we need it. Yes.
Just a quick question. Did I hear you say that when you rolled up the initial budget, it was like 450,000 higher than what the final outcome or what you're showing today? So were there reductions made as you went through reviewing all the departments? And if there were there any like key areas where you made some significant reductions to the proposed?
Yeah, one of the
increases?
sizable ones was a request for personnel.
Was that the fire department?
That was the fire department. It's not that we are saying that they're not needed. It's more about timing and relative to timing, given we look at how many firefighters have been added in the past and what services. We met with Pat and we discussed it for a long time as to what the timing would be and what services we see going forward. So
I have a question about the 40% increase on that slide related to insurance that you showed. Will you will there be an opportunity to delve further into exactly what the insurance cost increase entailed? Or is it just some lump sum?
I defer to Kim for the insurance side of it. She is very good at explaining it when insurance comes in.
And just as a reminder, everyone, really speak into your microphones, not only so we can hear, but so that Westborough TV can hear.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, you can. Hi, Kim Foster, Assistant Town Manager. So two things. The insurance budget in the budget book includes our medical insurance, but also property casualty liability, workers' comp. There are a variety of items in that, our Medicare tax. So that in the budget book, that is more than just the medical insurance. So we've seen some increases overall. I think the prior slide, this is the medical. Yep. So, yeah, right now, the biggest driver of our increase this year is looking at medical premiums. We don't have final rates. We work with our consultant throughout the year. We did make a change July 1 of 2025. We changed carriers and went to Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. Because we're new with Harvard Pilgrim, they wanted one more month to evaluate our loss ratios. So that's effectively how much we've used and consumed relative to the premiums we've paid. So we're expecting by mid-February that we'll have a final renewal rate. We do expect the renewal will, at this point, one of the things working in our favor is our loss ratio. So the number of claims against our premium, that is favorable. One of the things working against us, and it's not just Westborough, but just in general, the industry overall has had a lot of upheaval and a lot of increases. Much of that is on the pharmacy side, and I think many of you have probably seen and heard in the news, there's been a lot of impact of the availability of particularly GLP-1 drugs. So as insurers are figuring out how to handle those things, we do expect some changes that will mitigate the expenses they have borne. However, at this point, we're expecting anywhere between a 10 and a 12% premium increase. That's higher than we have experienced in the past, but we are aware many communities saw things increases north of 20% last year. We work very closely with our insurance advisory committee when we talk about health insurance. That committee is composed of representatives from each of our unions. There's a retiree representative as well. We've already had 2 meetings with them this year, and we've talked about opportunities we do this every year, just to evaluate our plan, look at our plan design. Our consultant did evaluate things like moving to the GIC, which is the state's Group Insurance Commission. Right now, we're not in a position where that would likely have a financial benefit for the town. It's very possible that could end up costing more money. So at this point, we are looking and working with the IAC at other plan design changes and evaluating the impact of those. So this process, unfortunately, because of the timing, our plans renew on July 1. So trying to get the carriers to give us firm numbers, we are typically looking at the mid to end of February before we have that, but we're working diligently to identify opportunities for savings. The other thing I will mention is we carry our retirees on Medicare. We have a Medicare supplement plan, and that plan renews on January 1st, and we did see a 13% increase on the Medicare side this year as well. So that gets factored into this as well. Anything else on insurance?
For the moment, no.
Okay.
And I just want to recognize Kim for that because she works really hard. She comes into the room with Christy and I, and we tell her to go back and get better numbers. Yes.
Yeah, I think I was about to say that, so you just spoke my mind that I think the departments have done a phenomenal job in terms of going through each of the going through each of their budgets and making sure that everything is not just asked for, it's actually carefully thought through, and it reflects in the kind of percentages in the salaries as well as in the. So I don't think it's something to do with the department staffing requests or, I think I can see that the town manager has also worked hard to get the expenses in line as well. I don't see those big jumps as well. But then what I do see after reviewing the budget, and especially when we add the positions, right, is more on the fixed cost, because one pattern that I have seen is our fixed costs have been 9%, 9%, 9% for the last few years. Obviously, this year for FY27, they have gone down. So I guess when we are adding these new positions to the request for the new positions, because I know last fiscal budget, we did make an effort to come down with those additional positions. So again, if with this fiscal we are coming up with the new positions, have we thought about again, like what Kim said, right, the health insurance, all of these add the fixed costs as well. So the question that I have is that when we are adding these new positions, I think adding the single family impact for 1 year is just one part of the story. I think my curiosity is, have we thought about the overall impact on the fixed cost, the overall impact on the health insurance, the OPEB, the pensions, and are we going to be able to sustain that over the period? Because we still have to pay, as you said, a lot of OPEB.
Yeah, I guess the answer is yes. We spend a lot of time looking at the overall picture. We know that the reduction in debt as a fixed cost is a big offset. We don't want to eat up that whole offset. The goal is to have as low an impact on the average single family as we can. So positions that are added are in context of the overall budget. So we don't say, oh, we're saving here, we can add here. That's not part of the conversation. Part of the conversation is what's the overall impact? As to what's sustainable, I can't really speak to what's sustainable. Taxes are high. I don't split words when I didn't do it as an assessor, when people came in and they said their taxes are too high. Taxes are high. So I can't speak to what's sustainable. I can only speak to the fact that I think the town is getting good services for what the costs are. And yes, I think working towards what we're doing with OPEB is significant. I think I know there are a lot of towns who are doing nothing. I know that the S&P was pleased when we were doing 1.1 million, and I know that the fact that we put a plan in place, right? When they ask that question, it's good. I mean, they want people to have a plan on what they do with their unfunded liabilities. Our goal is to pay off the pension fund, and as soon as that pension fund is paid off, to shift to the OPEB. So that's the goal. I mean, how sustainable it is, I can't speak to. I guess the only alternative is, how deeply you want to cut services. I mean, we discussed that last year. The only way to cut is it's not like there's a lot of waste. So the only way to cut is cut people.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, John, I guess the only point I have is that, is there a place where any of these positions which gets added also gets reflected in the overall increase in the fixed costs as well?
Yeah, sure. Because if someone goes from part-time to full-time, if you add that full-time position, you're adding a health insurance liability. What we did this year is we took 2 out. We went to 19 hours from 25 hours. At 25 hours, that person was receiving health insurance benefits. This year, they're not. So that's considered that was considered specifically for the offset. We wanted to make sure that we could use the funds that were being paid for that are savings from the WRTA. We could cover that. And in order to cover that, we had to reduce hours in both positions. So that's an example of where we looked at fixed costs and impact. If we could save that health insurance potential liability, we look to do that. I mean, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Just sticking on health insurance, and sorry, Alice, I know you're next here, but just confirm for me that the other issue we have with health insurance is, we budget for it, but it is elective by employees. And what that means when we go through enrollment season is some years we may be going and an employee may not have taken health insurance from the town for 10 years, but there's a change in situation in the family and they may take it. So we have to budget. So I don't know if you want to
Yeah.
talk more about that.
Yeah, and we've seen that as economic conditions change. We have seen situations where we have picked up or we've had folks go from an individual plan to a family plan because it no longer makes sense that, however it was structured before. We do work with folks. The other thing I wanted to mention, so we have individual plans, family plans. We also have a health insurance opt-out. So once someone has been on our plan for 2 years, if they move off of the plan, they receive an annual payment for staying as long as they remain off of the plan. But we definitely do periodically see some migration, and that's also partly what we try to anticipate when we put together the budget. We don't look at just the subscribership at that point in time. We do anticipate if we're adding positions, if we're reducing positions, any changes that impact, because it's our employees who are 20 hours or more who are eligible for health insurance. So that is part of the picture.
Thank you.
Anything else? Or should we turn it over to Allison for
If
the
I
school?
could just add one thing to that, they also added a high deductible plan recently. I think it was last year or 2 years ago, which is an example of looking for an opportunity within the insurance budget to try to get people to go to that. So those are the types of things and plan adjustments that they really look to do every year.
John, could you just remind everyone, I think it puts it in real context for everyone here and for the viewers, the relation between $100,000 in budget equals what on the average single family? Thanks.
Sure. So it actually changed last night.
Whatever the number is.
Yeah, so the answer is it used to be $12.34 or something, so we used 123 per million. Last night it went over the 12.5 to 12.6, so the numbers you see reflect $124 per million. Try to be conservative in that number, so $12.40 per 100,000. $1.24 per 10,000.
Thank you.
I'm sure.
Even I figured that one out.
I'm sure folks know too, like with just back on the fixed expenses, just so we're all clear, is that in certain of the fixed expenses like health insurance, that covers the full town. So that's schools and town. Other, things are covered in the school budget or covered in the town's budget, but certain fixed expenses are covered under one.
Yeah, debt as well.
I do have another question on the bar chart where you were showing the comparative, tax impact across the towns.
Can you talk in the Mike?
Sorry. Yeah, so I have another
Are you
question.
speaking the benchmark communities?
What's up? Yeah.
Are you speaking the benchmark?
Yes, I think, that exactly, that's the graph. So I did take note that Westborough was in the top 3 on this graph. I would just wonder if you may want to make a stronger set of comments on why being in the top 3 is beneficial. Because as, if I take off the advisory hat and then I look at this, I would think, why are we in the top 3 in terms of, a tax?
It's a good question.
Yep.
And looking at 15 different criteria, okay? Average single family is one of them, right? Median income is one of them. So with 15 different criteria, we came up with benchmark communities based upon affordability. In looking at those, we come in at the top 3. And that's just one of those. So when you look at that and you say, okay, we're 3rd out of communities that are comparable in all these areas. Now, mind you, again, if you pick one criteria versus the other, right, and performance might not be that. So you might say, well, we have a much better school system than, not picking on Ashland, but Ashland, right? But in other areas, we're similar to them. This is not a performance-based review. So in that context, you might say, well, we're in the top 3, but we believe we get better services and we want better services. So what your question is a good one, and I can't answer it. What I can say is that taxes do reflect services as well as affordability. So when you ask yourself, well, we have an ambulance service, how fast do we want our ambulances to get there? I can tell you that there is a shortage of ambulance companies in the state. There are lots of towns that have contracts for ambulances, and it takes them much longer than it does. You're not going to see someone on the golf course get saved by an ambulance that comes from a contract from another town. So, that's the services you receive.
I also want to just add that we routinely, and Kim and John, help me with the schedule here, I should say regularly go out and do analysis. We just did one for non-union personnel, the study, right, for compensation study, thank you. So we're regularly looking at using the benchmark communities, but to understand where does Westborough lie, right? We want to be competitive in what we're offering so we attract the best. And yet are reasonable, right, to the taxpayer. So when you look at, I was just on page 6 of our budget book, I mean, you look at, salary and wages is the driver of a municipal, both town and school side, right? So services equal people, and, we try to drive affordability through not only, our effective contract negotiations, but we do try to look at those communities so that we're balancing who can we attract, as well as, are we in line? We don't want to be number one here, right? There's some categories where we do, but we recognize that, it's an issue, right? So we're always pushing against that number. So
I think that shows a lot of analysis on the part of the team here. I would just say that the natural reaction when one sees tax and one sees Westborough on the top, on the right side of the spectrum here, it will raise those questions, but it may, in order to just mitigate the even of someone like me asking a question, if on a visual depiction like this, you immediately had the 3 criteria by which the benefit is already present, I think it's helpful.
Yeah, there's 15 criteria, but yeah,
Or
we could do that.
while
I mean,
you have
they're
15,
all online.
just,
You can see the entire report that was presented previously, and see how those criteria work out within these communities if you want to look at the ratio of one to the next and how they compare. And I'm going to add maybe what is an unnecessary comment to Shelby's. When it comes to departments, school department or any other department, I know from a finance perspective, you want professionals who are doing those jobs. I see a lot of communities with people who are not as good as the staff that they have here in Westborough. I know from finance perspective, they're very hard to find. I mean, who grows up to be an assessor, right? No. I mean, we have a $150 million budget, right? And so when you consider that, and you have a treasurer collector, doing whatever it is that they do, 70,000 bills that go out, and again, this is just finance, one department. I think you have a very good team of departments, both in the school and the town. And honestly, you want that's where the salary and wages lie in both departments.
And I would just say, my hope would be that we continue to hold the line as much as possible on those salary and wages, certainly expenses too, but also to find ways to drive efficiencies using the professionals to say, how can we be more and more innovative through whatever means that might be, right? Squeeze the orange a little tighter.
Exactly. I mean, that, to your point, I totally agree with you, Shelby, that I think the department is working hard towards controlling their salaries and expenses. It's very clear, it's very visible. I think it's more about understanding now what are the levers that you have in hand or you could possibly have to control this, because obviously we know that COLA will happen. We know that increases year on year will happen, and these are fixed costs. So what are the levers that you have in hand, or what have you been considering to control these costs?
So the answer is services. What services do we need to process 70,000 bills? I can only speak for my department. What services do we need for the fire department or the DPW to plow the roads? How do we maintain the services that we're providing now? And that's personnel. You know, we cut someone from the treasurer collector's office, we closed for a day. You know, people complained about that. Lots of people complained about that. People were angry about that. And again, just my perspective from a finance, that's when we were asked to reduce by 1%, that's what we did to control it, is we cut services. And that's the lever. You know, the only way you really can maintain and reduce salary is find places to cut services, or, like you said, efficiencies, put in place something like the WRTA where we can shift service costs, right? And not increase. The fact that we're not redirecting 100% of that savings, if you will, is a lever that we can use to maintain services, but not be paying for them through tax dollars. You know, our goal is that. Frankly, the Waste Enterprise Fund is another one. Instead of carrying a $700,000 budget, the town's paying 400 and change, right? Those are levers, those are creative levers that I can't take credit for, honestly, but they're ones that, you know, happen when people are creative in thought, you know, and again, I give Christy credit because, you know, there's a top dog here, there's a leader, and she does a good job with the departments, right? A lot of the department heads come up with these ideas, and she, you know, gets them done, so.
Yeah, I'd say that that's constant, that we're looking at that. Regional dispatch is the most recent one, is once that goes in, it's gonna save money. We did it with veteran services, we went regional. We've done it with animal control. We do regional with Grafton and Shrewsbury there. And just to note, and we'll go through it, it's in the warrant, is we're looking for funding to do a study to, and these are discussions we've had between the select board and the school committee, to look up about where we may look to gain some efficiencies in terms of kind of resource sharing between schools and municipal departments in various areas where we may have overlap, again, that works for both. We are two separate elected boards, so we can't make a decision for the school committee. They can't make a decision for us, but we know that they're, you know, on board with at least looking for, because again, we're all elected by the residents, and we need to figure out ways to, we all hear that our taxes are too high. So that's just something that is on the warrant, and hopefully we'll get support at town meeting to do that study as well.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
I wish I had come up with that, just.
Just to maybe close that out, but just as we go to town meeting, those are really important factors that we should make visible to the townsfolk. You know, actions that you've taken, you know, roll-up was a lot higher, you made some hard decisions on personnel, you're looking at synergies, collaboration across the, you know, the schools in the town, and activities that you've taken and things that you're considering that are out on the warrant as well. But even this one slide where, you know, people get fixated, right? We're high on the tax rate, but to give a more rounded performance metric, and I know we're not talking performance, but maybe put it in a context where we can say, okay, you know, our tax rate is X, but we also, you know, have, you know, high public safety percentages or whatever. I think we just need to frame it so we know, you know, what we're paying for, and we value those services. So just a little feedback as we get into town meeting.
Yeah, I think that's an
Yeah, I mean,
excellent point.
and sorry, on
We're
that
not
point,
fixated.
because even though you mentioned your 15 criteria, people don't have the attention for 15. That's why I mentioned 3 initially on this
I
point.
think that's an excellent point, to break some out, as well as we mentioned being innovative, but perhaps showing some examples visually would be
Yeah, the
good.
hard work you've done.
100%. I'll make note of that when I sit down.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree
Great
with
job.
that.
Thank you.
Against benchmarks where we're high.
Right.
My first meeting, so I'm gonna ask my
Can you
first
just-
stupid question.
Of course, no, there is no such thing.
What determines how much free cash we keep on hand? And why do we?
So we have fiscal management policies that determine how much we spend
Okay,
and where our reserves are. So we aim for that 10 to 15% in total reserves, and we stay within those.
okay.
And
What generates free cash?
yeah. So of course, everyone says free cash is not free, and it's not. Okay, it's just monies. There's 2 things that really drive free cash: monies that weren't spent in budgets that get rolled over, they don't get to spend them the following year. It doesn't mean we cut them out of the budget. We're not a spend it, use it, or cut it, because I don't think that's wise. You know, it's in the budget for a reason. Good for them if they don't use it, okay? But they may need it. And then it's monies that come in that aren't expected. So we got $1.8 million. Sometimes it's dedicated, but this is just an example of a big payment back in a credit from the federal government, right? It happened to be restricted to use for debt, but it's an example of an unexpected. We had a court settlement, right, of over $1 million. That was we seem to have one every year. So while it's good to break down, and there's a breakdown of revenues that come in. So if we project our ambulance receipts to be $2 million and they come in at $2.4 million, that $400,000 that we estimated would go to free cash, okay? Because our estimates go into the tax rate. So we estimate a revenue. So when you look at what our total budget is, not to go too far down for this meeting, when you look at what our total budget is, 150 million and change, our levy is only going to be 108 or 109 million. And the net difference is revenues, whether they be state aid or local receipts. And so those local receipts we estimate. And so anything that comes in above our estimates goes to free cash. That includes meals taxes, it includes excise taxes, it includes permits, it includes ambulance receipts. Those are sort of the big ones.
But it has to be kept at a certain level. It's not usable money, is what you're saying.
It's wise to keep it at a good level because that's your reserves for a rainy day, if you will. And maintaining 10 to 15% is sort of a standard, there's sort of a gold standard that gets us to our AAA credit. And the AAA credit saves us in the interest rate that we get when we go out to borrow. When we go out to borrow, we're essentially issuing bonds that someone's buying at a certain interest rate.
All right, thank you.
Happy to discuss that more further.
And we are, John, could you go to that slide where it showed the free cash? And yeah, that one. So just to be clear for everyone, we are using free cash on a regular basis for capital expenditures, as well as to offset that 450,000 we've been consistent over the past, 6 years or yet to cut taxes. So we are using it. I think it's always a subjective question, right? If you're not sitting here for the taxpayer, well, we're all taxpayers, but why aren't we using more? And I think that's the explanation that John just gave us of the importance of being consistent with our fiscal management policies, which are in Appendix A. If anyone hasn't read them, they're actually a really good read. And to make sure that we're not putting ourselves where we don't have any rainy day, funds.
So
should we need
it's
them.
really a reserve.
Correct.
Need to change the name.
and the policy being 1 to 1.5%, right? If we weren't spending free cash,
Yeah.
your taxes would increase by over $900. So it's a way that you're reducing that, but you might not have those expenses next year, or you might not have the free cash. So it's an opportunity to use it to reduce the taxes. The other side of it is there's two moving factors. You want to maintain reserves between 10 and 15%, and you want to use 1 to 1.5%.
Okay.
And the goal with this formula would be if we only come in at 1.3%, to use that net 0.7% and reserve it in a capital stabilization fund for use on capital if we don't have enough. Does that make sense?
John,
Yes.
many of us have to go to work.
Yep. Yeah.
Could we either cut this off so that we can get the school department's delivery, and then you can continue this discussion about where we find money?
I would be happy to cut it off.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, John.
want to thank John for persisting up here while the sun was beaming directly at the podium. So I got to. I appreciate that.
We watched it slowly creep towards his eyes.
It's great. It was like a Indiana Jones movie happening right here.
Coming our way next.
Yep, now it's over here.
All right. And further add to that, I had cataract surgery on Tuesday, so you're all a little glimmery. You have kind of an angelic glow out there in the audience.
That's how you should think of us.
I tried. I really.
It's not actually the surgery, that's us.
So that's why school was off.
God movement.
That's
across the borders.
nothing. Those are unrelated things. Totally unrelated.
Very popular with the students.
It's good to be popular with some folks. Well, thank you very much for having me. Allison Borcher is your school superintendent. And I have a few thank yous to offer up. I really could not do this without the support of the team that we have in the district. Anita Patel particularly, and Paige Thomas in the finance department are fantastic. Tammy Costello is here as well, the entire cabinet at the district office. And throughout the district, all of our district leaders, principals, directors, and department heads are involved in the budget process. I don't have a process slide here. It's very similar, though, to the town side in the sense that department chairs, principals, directors, provide a snapshot state of the department. They project ahead, look at their goals, what they're hoping for students, and what it would take to get there. And they provide us with a kind of laundry list of here are the things we would love to be able to do. And also, here are the things that are shifting and places where we think we can make adjustments in order to reduce spending. So we get a little bit of both from that. I won't lie, it tends to be more of the first than the second. And then the exercise as a group is to look at all those things, look at the alignment with our strategic priorities, and figure out what can we do that helps keep a really good district moving forward. So that's the process in sum. I do also really want to thank Christy and Kim and John. It has been a great partnership from the go. And I think this year in particular, the work we're trying to do together around projecting out capital for a longer period of time so that we can even out the impact on the town's people and on the taxes that folks are experiencing feels like a really important investment and a way to help us address long-term capital needs responsibly and sustainably over time. So thank you. I always want to start with kind of what matters most, which is what is our mission. You know, the Westborough Public Schools really matter as a component of the town budget. People come here for the schools. It's an important draw. And our mission is a powerful one. We're trying to help all students reach their potential as creative thinkers, collaborative problem solvers, and compassionate, engaged citizens. This budget is really designed to be the kind of most essential, fiscally responsible budget we could put together that helps keep this mission moving forward without creating massive costs for folks locally. It is a level services budget. We heard that loud and clear in the fall summit, that's sort of the level we were talking about at this point in time. And as a level services budget, it does include around $400,000 in reductions, that's in staffing reductions. It does maintain class sizes within class size guidelines. It continues our programs and services, and it includes a 4.17% increase, which I want to point out is lower than our pre-pandemic average between FY17 and FY19. So I'm pleased to be kind of trending in that direction towards something that I think is more sustainable over time. We did see higher increases over the past several years, and I have to say, I think that was appropriate. It was the right thing to do at the right time. We have a very, we had a situation in schools where it was a very high need situation, kind of bringing students back in after this dramatic event, and also seeing an uptick in what we saw in terms of student needs, boots on the ground. So I want to remind everybody of kind of where we are. I think the Westborough Public Schools do enjoy an excellent reputation academically. If you look at all the kind of measurable results in terms of MCAS, in terms of SAT, and national recognition in other areas, college admissions are strong. This is a place where we're really building a foundation for kids to move ahead and have an outstanding future. And I think that's not the whole story. I think one of the things we heard during budget deliberations last year especially, and I hear it in the background this year, is that there's more to it than that, that a lot of what makes the school system great are these factors that can't quite be measured. Not everything that's measurable is important, and not everything that's important is measurable. So our fine arts programming is exceptionally strong. Our extracurriculars are exceptionally robust. We have a great tradition of athletics, and our kids are just fantastic. If you go out and spend time in and around them in our schools, as I know some of you do, or out in the community, they give me so much to be proud of. So that's the kind of thing we're trying to hold on to and make sure that we preserve no matter what happens in terms of the budget. So level services does not mean no increase. It means trying to maintain what we're doing and do it in a way that reduces, that doesn't increase cost or increase programming. So we're looking at maintaining our current level of programming without adding new staff, without adding new programs or new supports. And into that, we need to meet our contractual obligations. That includes step and lane changes as well as COLA for all of the bargaining units. We're currently in collective bargaining with all of our units except for one. So that includes our teachers, our paraprofessionals, custodians, and administrative assistants and food service. So we will be kind of concluding that throughout the course of the spring. And this budget reflects what we think are reasonable estimates based on both history and looking at comparable data from throughout both our benchmark communities, but local communities as well. We looked at that very carefully in order to put estimates in place that we think we can work into. It could be at the end of the day we realize a little savings, and it could be at the end of the day we need to do some budget reductions in order to make the plane land, but we are committed to working within the dollar amounts that we put forward. In addition, level services has to account for increases in special education costs, particularly in out-of-district tuition and transportation. Those are big drivers. I'll be talking about that in a little more detail in a bit. And then also all non-discretionary inflation. We face the same pressures people face in their households. All sorts of material goods cost more than they used to. Our subscription services for online subscriptions cost more than they used to. Technology costs more than it used to. So we are looking at all of that in terms of a level services package. I know there's been discussion in the past about level funding. I want to just give a quick snapshot of what the impact of that looks like. And I think it's very important to note it is a very dramatically different situation. If you were to roll over our same budget that we have in FY26 into FY27, that means no increase whatsoever. It would require approximately 35 staff members be reduced across the district, which is a very substantial impact across the number of schools we have. With 6 schools, that's about 6 people per building. That would drive class size up. It would absolutely impact programming. And that is above and beyond the $400,000 that's already baked into this budget. I know there will likely be questions about enrollment. Our enrollment is declining, and enrollment is a driver when it comes to us thinking about how we need to staff, but there is not at all a one-to-one correspondence. It's not a simple math problem like every 10 kids or every 20 kids you get to drop a teacher. When we look at enrollment, particularly in special education, and when we look at staffing is driven by student need, not by student body count. It's a different kind of math, and we have to look at all those factors very carefully when we propose any cuts. So here's the big picture numbers. We are requesting from the town a $73,404,152 increase, or not increase, budget. that would be substantial. The dollar increase is $2,937,363 at 4.17%. And we really do believe this is kind of in the band of sustainable growth. And here is a slide that puts that in perspective. As you can see, sort of back FY17, 18, 19, this budget kind of brings us back here. You see after the pandemic, where you do have some lower budget numbers in part because of the impact of some federal and state dollars, we were up substantially over the arc of this time. So we are looking to kind of get back down to a reasonable number that we can kind of go back year over year. In terms of where the money goes, you know, I've said this before, it's the same as on the town side. The lion's share of our budget goes toward salary. About 80% of our budget goes into people, and most of those people are teachers or other faculty members. So teachers, nurses, counselors, people who have direct contact with children on a daily basis. Also our paraprofessionals, who are support staff that help make sure our students are engaged in learning and getting the supports they need. We have administration and district staff, so folks like Anita and I and Tam and the people at the cabinet level, also our folks who work in HR and the business office. We have a facilities department here. Other administrators, this is folks in the kind of building level administration or curriculum administration, so vice principals, our social studies coordinators, things like that. Administrative assistants and support, and we have a very small number of folks who have the job title tutor, and they're kind of similar to paraprofessionals and teachers. They are very much student-facing staff members. Oh, and look at that, all my words disappeared. I'm sorry about that. So in the executive summary, the words are there. This doesn't show up like this when I look at it on my slide, I'm sorry. So this big blue pie, as you might guess, is salary. We also have carve-outs for special education, transportation. I think this is buildings and grounds, utilities, and all other costs. And I think that gives you a sense proportionally of where the dollars and cents are going. And in terms of salary, as I mentioned, this is a look back, not a look forward, but it does give you a sense of what to expect in terms of contract settlements. In the last go-around of the teacher's contract, which is the largest and kind of most impactful contract that we settle, these are some of the terms that came out. So there was a COLA increase over the arc of these 3 years. So you see 2.5%, 3%, 3% plus 0.5% for folks on the top step. And that is a competitive COLA. It's not substantially more or substantially less than any other town. When we look at our benchmark communities, we actually are kind of nicely right in the mix with all of them. And when we're looking ahead to this year, as we're going through the process, we believe we are going to land somewhere similar. We will not have the best settlement. We will not have the worst. We're going to hope for somewhere in the middle. And that's a good place to be. In addition to COLA, there are other factors we have to look at in terms of salary impact. So teachers with longevity in the system have additional payments, and teachers with who continue their professional development and develop sort of stronger skills and expertise move up the salary scale in terms of lane. So those are all factors that move into calculating salary. And I think those are important. Teacher salaries look different than other salaries. When you look on the municipal side, teachers don't get overtime. They don't have those kinds of opportunities, and they are required to do very expensive work outside of their job in order to maintain their credentials over time. Graduate school actually is kind of pricey. And so we want to make sure we're compensating them fairly so that they can kind of keep up with their licensure and continue to provide good service for our kids. So here's kind of how we put together our salary estimates. We had a starting salary budget when we look at our baseline for FY26 of $58,994,568. When we added all the projected increases, so when we did a COLA estimate, when we looked at longevity payments, steps, lanes, everything else, we had this initial estimated number of $2,684,962. So that would have been a 4.55% increase in the salary line, which as the biggest line in our budget has a significant impact. That is where kind of all the action is. We then took a look at strategically where can we make reductions that we believe allow us to continue to maintain services, but also bring down that impact. And we've estimated those at $400,000. And that brings our final salary increase and our final salary budget here. So to a 3.87 increase and a final budget of $61,279. Or $61,279,530. So we are committed, when possible, to realizing those reductions through attrition. So staff members who move or retire or move on in some other way, or reconfiguration. I'm going to talk about those in detail in a second here. So currently slated, we have staffing reductions in a couple key areas. One is a classroom teacher at Mill Pond. If you recall, last year we reduced staffing at the K-3 level because of enrollment. So that smaller enrollment moving up to Mill Pond, it's a little trickier to realize reductions at Mill Pond because their class size counts were already higher. In addition, they have a kind of team teaching approach, but we were able to look at a place where we think we can reduce a classroom teacher position and still be within guidelines. In addition, and sort of similarly, we looked at enrollment at the high school. Our ESL numbers are down slightly, so we found a place where we won't need a full-time teacher next year at the high school. So that's another reduction that's sort of based on the current realities that won't impact our service delivery. The next two are more about restructuring. We have a new assistant superintendent in the district, Dr. Mailer, and he and I have looked hard at kind of how we do our support for curriculum and instruction. And this reduction is the first step in a process of kind of realigning how we do that work. So this reduces one of our curriculum coordinator positions. These are very important positions. We're not talking about eliminating them. We think they are highly valuable, but we are looking at ways to reconfigure and split up the workload. So this combines two of the elementary coordinator positions into one and also sort of farms out some of the workload to other positions. And then finally, there was a position in the budget which was designed as an innovation position. It's a 0.6 teacher role, and currently that role has been engaged over the last few years in supporting our co-teaching model. This is a model that's really important to us. Co-teaching is partly what I think allows us to do a great job in terms of meeting the needs of a lot of kids in the district in special education services. And this is a staff member who does professional development and coaching support, so is in those classrooms on a daily basis helping teachers. We're going to move that role into kind of the supervision role for principals. We think we've been doing this long enough now that we've moved past the innovation phase, and we're going to be able to sort of generalize the lessons we've learned from that position. It makes me a little sad to lose the position, because if I had some other kind of financial picture, I would convert this into something else. We might use it, for example, to help teachers in terms of coaching and support around what to do around artificial intelligence in the classroom. There are a lot of things we could do with this position if we were able to maintain it, but given where we are with level services, that didn't seem like the right thing at the right time. So I may come back in a little bit and ask for something, so don't be surprised. So speaking of enrollment is one of the big drivers of our budget, and you can see where we're trending. It has declined in the past couple of years after being very steady over the arc of a few in here, and it kind of a high peak back in 2017. So we're down, this is an October 1st number of 2642. I believe we're about 2648 right now, so slightly up from there. That lower enrollment you see is primarily in the elementary grades right now. And as those grades move up, you'll see it sort of wave through at the middle and high school levels. And I think there are two important things to think about when it comes to enrollment. One is that it does give us the opportunity to start to make strategic reductions. If there are places where we can see we can pull back on teaching staff or pull back on leadership staff and still maintain services, we will do that. But it also does hamper us somewhat as those lower numbers get to the high school. We want to be able to offer a really robust set of programs for kids, even if the enrollment's down, and we may have to make some tough choices in the years ahead if we're still in a similar kind of budget mode. Finally, I do want to point out we have 4 different housing developments currently in the pipeline. A 5th popped up in my email inbox this morning. So I think it's really important that we move cautiously when it comes to enrollment-based reductions. I don't want to be playing catch-up in the years ahead. We don't want to all of a sudden have class sizes of 26 for kindergarten. That is not a tenable situation. Given the needs that we're seeing from students nowadays. So I think it is a situation we'll monitor really closely, and we're making just those reductions we really truly believe we can absorb and manage and still maintain high quality services. So I have shown this slide before, and I think it's really critically important. A lot of folks have this question about why is education, what has happened in the last few years? Why have costs skyrocketed in education? And there are sort of 2 main factors. This is one of them. So again, out of district placement is something that we do when we have students whose needs can't be met within the district. It's a relatively small number of students. Currently, I want to say 32. We're in the low 30s, 31, 32 students. For whom the programs and supports and services here are just not going to meet their needs. For example, if a student is extremely medically fragile, they may need to go to a special out-of-district school, or for another kind of learning disability that we haven't got a program for. Thankfully, we have very robust programming, and our percentage of students that we send out is extremely low, and that's even when compared to other communities that are similar. However, it's very costly. So this shows the total increase over the arc of the past few years and this is the total impact in terms of cost and tuition. This does not include any circuit breaker offset. So you're seeing sort of pure numbers before we apply circuit breaker. So circuit breaker, just as a reminder, is a state reimbursement program that allows us to recoup some of the cost, but a very partial sum of this cost. So when we have tuition expenses in one year, for example, this year, next year, the state will give us partial reimbursements for amounts over and above a certain threshold, and that'll help us. It's a tricky way to try and budget, but I wanted you to see firsthand the kind of sheer reality of the numbers. The difference between these little blue numbers and the green have to do with the difference between private and collaborative tuitions. Whenever possible, we will try and support placement of students in a collaborative program. Those are public, kind of public programs created by groups of districts that band together in order to kind of create services and have them at a reasonable and more affordable cost. And currently we're a member of 2 different collaboratives, the Assabet Valley Collaborative and the Accept Collaborative. So if we chose, and if it was a good fit, a student might attend those, and those tend to have a much lower tuition rate. So they're wonderful. I think the challenge is that often nowadays many school districts, including ours, have built up our internal programming to be so strong that the collaboratives don't appear to be a viable solution for students. So essentially, those students who maybe would have attended a collaborative, we are keeping them here and educating them in district. So oftentimes, instead of having support from that collaborative structure, we're kind of leapfrogging over it and going toward private tuition instead.
Elsa, what was the second collaborative? You said Assabet and?
Except it's in Natick. So Assabet Valley is right over in Marlborough. And you can see some of the data about the cost impact. So there's a state agency, the Operational Services Division, that sort of sets the price increase parameters. And back in, I want to say, FY24, and again, people are just sort of coming out of the pandemic, getting used to not having those federal dollars anymore. OSD came out with a 14.7% increase in private tuition. And that's a big hit for us. And then on top of that, we've had several years with additional tuition increases. Even though those have slowed, in the wake of that, some of the private schools that we do send students to have engaged in this sort of restructuring. So they can charge above and beyond that state set percentage if they do a program restructure and get it approved by the state. So we had 2 different letters, 2 I think, or 3, that came in this year that said, we're going to be above the percentage allowed, which is, I think, this year 3.09, because we're going to change our program model. And finally, this number does not include added services, related services like one-to-one paraprofessional support, speech, language. So you can see this looks like a lot of money, and it is, and it's because it's an expensive way to do education. I'm not saying don't, I think it's really important to do and to recognize that it's a kind of community's obligation to educate every child. We work really hard to do that within the district, and if there are students where we can't do that, it is the right thing to do, but it's a budget challenge is what it is. We are taking some steps to try and mitigate this, and I think the ongoing work is always to look at our own programming. What do we have in place here? How do we do it better? How do we do more of it? How do we make sure that we are meeting the needs of as many children as we possibly can? And I think that's great to do for a few reasons. One is it's more fiscally sound, but 2, honestly, we want kids here in schools right alongside their peers and their neighbors as much as possible. I think that is the goal. Our new Director of Student Services is doing program review with her department. They're actually working on publishing really detailed program descriptors, so we'll be pushing that out on our website and looking for opportunities. Are there places where we can build out programming that's stronger, and what are the patterns in terms of what we're seeing for kids who do go out? How do we respond to those effectively? I am engaged along with my colleagues throughout the state in advocating for increased circuit breaker funding. That's a second push. It has been stalled at 75% of the allowed expenses over a threshold. That threshold was hovering around $60,000 before. So that means, the first $60,000 we pay for, and then we might get up to 75% of funds beyond that 60. The Superintendent's Association is pushing for 90% as a step. That has been on the table for several years, and I will say, just knowing the big picture in the state right now, I am hopeful, but I wouldn't hold my breath on this one. It may be a while. I think there are a lot of pressures coming at the state government right now in terms of funding, but we will keep asking and doing our part. Finally, I think we're looking with our elementary and pre-K coordinator at what are we doing around kindergarten support. And I think our theory here is, are there places we might invest in our kindergartners' transition that sort of sets them up for a very successful kind of school experience all the way through. We have this highly, highly supportive preschool environment. We think it works really well. We want to, as much as possible, sort of have the transition to kindergarten go well for kids so that we are building toward a strong experience in school K-12. Transportation's the other big driver that's been a major factor in cost increases in schools over the past few years. So this is total transportation costs. So this includes both in-district, out-of-district, and special education transportation. And you can see, although the growth slowed a little bit this past year because we are going to, or will slow as we head from this year until next year because we're in year 2 of a bus contract with a smaller increase amount. In general, we're seeing big jumps. And I will say the state Investigator General's office is looking into the matter of school transportation, and we are very grateful for that. I think it's something that needs to be looked into seriously. So our budget by major category looks like this. I broke down salary already, so you got to see that. Our special education costs estimates. And I want to be clear, this does not represent a substantial increase in students. It actually represents overall either the same number or a slight decrease in the number of out-of-district students, but it does factor in major cost escalation for tuition. Our transportation numbers, they're up over that 3.09 of our yellow bus contract because they include out-of-district transportation as well, which has also gone up. For utilities, this is our best estimate based on what we've seen over the past few years projecting forward. Buildings and grounds, I want to make a note here. This looks higher than one would expect, and there are 2 reasons for that. The first is we built in a sum of money, about $50,000 in here, because if for some reason we are unable to get the support of the town to replace the high school roof, we have been advised that we may want to make sure we have money available to deal with any emergency roof situation that might occur. That roof is from the original building, 1968, I believe, and it is overdue in terms of its need for replacement. It is structurally on its last legs, so that's part of our capital request. And then all other non-salary, anything we could kind of constrain, we did make an effort to do that here. I'll mention the capital projects here. We have 2 that we are scheduled to have on the warrant. This is reduced. We initially thought we would have a 3rd. So the first is the high school A and B roof replacement. As I mentioned, this is the roof that's at the end of its life with notable failure points. It's a major project, and this is one that I'm hoping we can have the town and all boards support. In addition, we had an initial ask for a field house demolition based on an initial estimate where we thought demolition was going to be the cheaper option. I want to thank Stephen Yakub on the school committee who took a deeper dive kind of beyond the initial estimates that we had and looked at the option of repair, which both preserves the building and brings the price point down. So while we had this slated for $125,000, we've been able to drop it to $46,000 and still hold on to the building. And then there are a couple roof projects that we anticipate in the future. Looking at the timeline and with conversations both with the capital committee, school committee, and others in town, I think we have decided to hold off pushing these forward on the warrant because the numbers won't be as clear as we need them to be. We want to make sure that when we go before the town, we have the most up-to-date information as possible. Both of these roof renovation projects at Mill Pond and another section of the high school are potential projects to engage with the MSBA, the Massachusetts School Building Authority, and they bring along a almost 50% reimbursement rate if we do engage. So I'll show you a little bit about that here. The timeline for that process, they will next open up their process in January of 2027. So they will do a call for proposals then, and if we submit a statement of interest at that time, we would then need to go in 2027 to town meeting to ask for the design funds for those projects. In somewhere between June and November, we hope, if the timeline works, we'd hear if we're accepted into the MSBA or not. And then by March of 2028, we would have much more information about exactly what we're asking for, including whether those projects are viable for restoration or whether we need to do a full replacement. So I think we've got we're holding off moving forward with those until we can get a little more data. I think finally, I do want to address the issue of level services. I think we as a district have strategic priorities. We have things that we're hoping to do. Last year we reduced funding. We actually reduced staffing within the level services budget and then reduced it again at the request of the boards. And I think that has an impact. That's had an impact. We're functionally eliminating our Mandarin program at the middle school. We did reduce some elective offerings at the high school, and I think we need to think a little bit about what is the long-term impact if we kind of continue in that vein. This is a sampling of some of the things that some of our cost center leaders put on the table when we did that budget exercise in the fall. What are the things you want and need that would help us move forward as a district? So at the elementary level, thinking about that pre-K to K transition, Westborough is one of the only communities in the area that doesn't have dedicated paraprofessional support at the kindergarten level. It's very typical for kindergarten classrooms to have both a full-time teacher and a full-time paraprofessional. In part, it brings the ratios down so you can really address sort of students' individual needs and help them kind of move through that process of transitioning to school and get to the work of learning, right? And so I think that's something that the district is very interested in pursuing. We're looking to make some changes to how we do math support at our early childhood level. So that K to 3 level, currently we have tutors in a tutor-based program, certified math specialists. These are trained educators who have both early childhood experience and a very deep knowledge in math. It is a way to help not only support individual students, but also to sort of raise the level of what goes on in terms of math instruction in all of our classrooms. So these positions would be both kind of coaching and support for faculty, as well as work directly with students. Working on our K-2 wellness. Right now we have PE teachers, but we don't have a wellness component. And increasingly, we're seeing a need to really help students develop good habits about everything, including their digital lives. Our little kids are very exposed to a lot right now, and we need to think about what are we going to do in school to sort of help with that. At the high school level, we've got a huge number of students who would really like to access our broadcast journalism program, which is exceptionally strong. It's in partnership with Westborough TV. Thank you very much. And we haven't been able to make that expansion yet. In addition, we're looking to expand AP offerings. We know there are kids who want to be in AP courses and they are unable to access those courses because of availability of space. Sometimes they end up taking VHS courses, which are online. I'm glad we have that option, but I have to say it is nowhere near the caliber of what our teachers can provide. So being able to expand kind of those opportunities for kids is important. And then in terms of technology, a major part of the strategic plan that we have rolled out has to do with thinking about instructional technology. How do we help make sure students are learning sort of skills and habits and able to understand the shifting world that they live in? This is not about the technical stuff. It's not about providing even laptops or subscriptions. It's really about teaching them, what is this thing that is going on when AI, when you're accessing an artificial intelligence sort of model. What is happening behind it? How do you work with that? How do you not work with that? And also thinking about expanding our digital literacy and computer science options. So those are some things out in the future. We really believe this is a responsible budget given the moment we're in right now, and we very much appreciate your kind of consideration and support. And we also hope that when we come back in the future, we'll be able to ask for kind of opportunities to expand what we're doing and reach more kids and provide even better service than we're providing right now. So that is it from me. I'm gonna grab my water.
So I just wanted to make a comment, no questions. I really appreciated the two slides that were sort of at the beginning of your presentation, which gave a breakout of the different percentages of teaching staff. These were horizontal indicators. That's it. Schools are a people business. And I feel that this was a big improvement over the monolithic pie chart that would usually make an appearance. Although it makes an appearance on the second slide, but I think because we see what people business actually means here, and then the pie chart shows up, and I know there weren't annotations, but that's okay, and then the way that you framed it, I just think it made it far more informative than prior iterations, and I personally enjoyed seeing these two slides.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of questions on
Chris, can you speak in the microphone? Thanks.
Is it better now?
Perfect.
All right. So you said we have about 32 kids who need special education. Is it in district or out of district?
That's out of district.
Okay.
Out of district. Our in-district numbers are between 15 and 16% of our student population.
Okay. So would it be possible for you to tell us what percentage of the school budget goes to the special education?
Yes. And Anita's here, so we can do that. Yeah. It's a substantial portion.
And one other question while she's looking that up is, you mentioned about you're looking for about 170K for AP courses.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we use that money? I mean, like, what exactly are we doing as part of that AP courses?
In terms of, yeah, this budget does not include that request. I just want to be clear. That is a request that we did not move forward because we're in level services.
Okay.
I think if we were able to get funding, that would be a teacher or two, probably two teachers worth of courses. And essentially, if you think about that, that's up to additional probably 7 to 10 classes. So some of the classes that are extremely popular, like AP Psychology, we might be able to open up additional sections for. Some classes that we haven't been able to run because they are not as popular, we may be able to pull in for students who want to access those as well. So,
thank you.
Yeah, along the line, the special ed budgets, could we possibly see at some point a comparison with our benchmark communities as far as our spending on special ed, both in district and out of district?
yes.
I realize that each district is unique, and we may, you just can't predict where the special ed people are going to live.
Right.
Special ed people, that's a terrible way to say it, sorry. But I'm just trying to figure out where we are in relation to our benchmark communities. And then along those lines, are we losing the cost benefits of collaborative special education by self-funding programs that would normally, or not normally, but possibly be served by those collaboratives?
So the cost per pupil is still significantly higher than in-district programming. So kind of the range for collaboratives tends to be between $60,000 and $80,000 per year of tuition. Whereas our per pupil cost is still under $25,000 per pupil. And so it's still the best option to keep students here because we can, if we can build a program, we can realize some economies of scale, right? Programmatically, we can have sort of services and supports that meet the needs of several students together. And that's always the best possible outcome. Plus, I think, it means kids are not spending time on a van, driving back and forth. They're here within the community. Their whole family can feel sort of connected and integrated. So that's always the goal. I think one piece of good news is the collaboratives are really working hard at trying to figure out where their niche is going to be and doing some things to build more robust programming so that they can meet more needs. Currently, we do have we have relatively few students in those programs, but that's it feels like a transition moment. Like they're kind of, as the districts have responded by building better in-house programming, they are kind of ramping up their game as well. So I'm excited to see that. I think we're going to see the impact of that within a 3 to 5 year period. So.
The separate issue, the A and B wing roof.
Yes.
Did that go through the accelerated repair?
It did not, no.
Okay, so we are not getting any state.
No, there would be
So
not state funding.
Is there
You
a
know,
reason why?
So I think the engineering that was done was relatively recent on it. And to be honest, I think it's a very big project and one that, you know, if we had more time, that might make sense. I am concerned about any delay with this. I think we talked about it initially. We talked about it with the Capital Expenditures Planning Committee as well. And we talked about it with our own kind of internal folks. And with the engineers who did the work on looking at it. It's a situation where if we did go through that process, let's say we had thrown our hat in the ring last cycle, which would have been last January, we would just this fall have been finding out. So in November of this fall is when they released. That would have started our engineering work, which we have already started. So keep in mind, we're significantly ahead of where we would be. The engineering work then would have taken time. We would have had to go to town meeting, but we wouldn't have a solid number yet this coming spring. So probably we wouldn't be able to go out until the fall. Given the way MSBA works, we could have had even a further delay because they are involved in helping us choose engineers, OPMs, and all other parts of the project. So a project that we can do within a year would take 3 to 4 when we work through the MSBA. So the critical condition of this roof is really the factor that's determining our not doing that. The program is.
So I guess my frustration is
why didn't it happen before?
We let it get critical, and why we weren't.
I can speak to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fail school engineering a la the MSBA project started in 2015. Okay, we went to bids in 2020. That is how long the MSBA process takes, and there's no guarantee that they'll give you money. In fact, Fails was roughly $55 million. Since that time, other cities and towns have been asking for $200, $250, $400 million. We would be very low on that list. And so you could go through the 4 or 5 years worth of MSBA process and, quote, be put in the queue, but be pushed out of it relative to the availability of MSBA money by virtue of other cities and towns who have, quote unquote, a bigger need. And so there's no guarantee that, in fact, you're going to get that benefit. And in addition to that, we have certain flexibilities in terms of what the supervision is associated with each one of our projects versus MSBA. The MSBA requires you to do certain things for which they have 100% control. And in fact, in Fails, they told us how big a school could be. Not that that it's the wrong size, but we had asked for other things and they didn't give it to us. So yes, it's state money, but always comes with its own attached items that the state mandates and how you do it, including 2 sets of supervisors and their guaranteed contingencies as part of the project.
Yeah, and also money comes from the state, right, as opposed to out of the taxpayers. So my frustration is that we let it get critical. Are we gonna? We have.
No,
two
it didn't
other,
get critical.
Let me finish,
I
Steve.
just want to
Steve,
answer that
let me
question.
finish.
We brought roofs before the town and the finance committee and the board of selectmen numerous times, and I see a head nodding. It isn't that we waited, it's
Pushed it
because
off.
we
pushed it
weren't
off.
allowed.
Yes, we pushed it off through capital expenditures. I sat in that capital expenditures with Steve.
So,
Decision was made that we had other
so
priorities
you're
in
just
town.
reinforcing my point, though. If you knew this roof was coming, why wasn't it put into the MSBA
Because we
accelerated repair program? If
competing
you got-
priorities, we had failed school. You're not going to get, you don't, and when you go in, you're not guaranteed to get, think of the library. You may get in, you may get waitlisted,
There
you
was
may
a
get
decision
rejected.
made not to try.
Yes.
So are we gonna, you have 2 other roof projects on there in the future.
Those
that
are going through.
Those, it's,
Are we gonna be back here in 5 years and say that we didn't try for those?
no, the current plan is to try for those for a couple of reasons. One is the sort of renovation project is it's a kind of lower level project in some ways. I think I'm optimistic that, you know, to Steve's point, whereas the MSBA gets very involved in the weeds of a lot of the project management, which does drive the cost, the overall cost up. So your reimbursement isn't quite the true number that we hope for with a renovation as opposed to a total repair. It's a smaller overall cost project to begin with, so the opportunity for them to kind of drive it up is mitigated somewhat. Also, this accelerated repair program, they've run a couple cycles of it, and I'm hoping they will get a little bit more efficient with it. We'll find out. But it is 100% our plan to submit a statement of interest next January and then be able to kind of go through. It's only available every 2 years. It's not, you know, it's not a thing that, if we were able to do it this January, that would have been a real conversation starter. It's the delay of the additional year that's worrisome to me, frankly.
I'm just trying to, I'm trying to understand why we didn't submit it, and it seems like fails became a priority.
Well, and other things.
Other things in the
town.
town as well. I mean,
Yes.
other things in town. I mean,
It
one of the
It
things.
didn't get prioritized to capital.
I'm going to let that
expenditures.
go because I am supportive of the capital,
I appreciate that.
that article, but the buildings and grounds budget, you had built in, I believe you said 50,000.
Yes.
In case the roof doesn't pass?
Yes.
If the roof does pass, where does that 50,000 go?
That's a good question. I think, you know, I don't, again, I want to be clear, we have a couple things that we don't know yet, right? We don't know the outcome of collective bargaining and whether that outcome is going to require us to make further reductions. We don't fully know the impact of federal grant allocations. So we are operating in this budget with an assumption that some of those grants, but not all of them, are going to go away. I think that's a very fair assumption based on everything I've seen. But we do have a large portion of our budget that rests on federal IDEA grants to the tune of $930,000. $930 million would be even larger. $930,000. And you know, if that bucket gets impacted, so we're kind of in this state where we're having to predict a lot of different things, and I don't know. You know, I'd love to say it'll come right back to the town. I don't know if we'll have another need that crops up. Yeah.
Mark, just to be specific about school budgets, you vote the bottom line at town meeting. The distribution of what we spend it on within the school budget is up to the school committee. To the extent that it's noticed, if you will, that this would be, quote, money not for the purpose asked for. If there's money left over at the end of the year, it goes to free cash. So the problem here, I guess, is what other things couldn't we fund? I.e., we talked about increase in special education that in fact we can't predict, but it's the obligation of the school committee to make the distributions of the bottom line vote of town meeting. But I think Allison honestly is telling you that maybe there could be 50 grand left by virtue of the town meeting vote for the roof repair. Obviously, you're going to hold the school committee at least transparent in what happened to that money. And I, as a member of the school committee, would honor that. There is a trust, we hope, between every department in the town to do what's right relative to the taxpayer. And I think I understand exactly the point that you're raising, but that we tried to get these past roofs passed by the town by virtue of what we needed as members for the school committee, as well as what the rest of the town required. At that point in time, the amount of money allocated for the capital expenditures committee to recommend a project to town meeting was much less than what we've been spending lately. And in fact, in those days, the roof was probably half as expensive as what it is now. You know, but those are decisions that are made every year in the way the budget is distributed, as well as the recommendations of the select board and the finance committee. So we're all in it together.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you know, I do understand that the school budget is voted on as a single line item, and I do understand that there's unforeseen costs, and that 50,000, whether, if the roof passes, may not be a budget surplus at the end of the year. I'm just trying to figure out if, I just appreciate your point about transparency. If you need to spend it on something else, whether it be unforeseen labor or whatever it may be, I just want the transparency so that people understand, yes, we had this 50,000 that we didn't need for roof maintenance, but we had to spend it somewhere else.
Yeah, I just would add, given the fact that it's sitting there and we're acknowledging that it's sitting there if the town does not vote for this roof, that's the penalty, again, that we would pay. To the extent that, however it might get spent in the school's budget, it doesn't get wasted. For example, at the end of the year, if we have money, we'll buy books and other things that we can be allowed to spend and receive for therefore not have to spend it out of the next year's budget. And I think history shows that. Obviously, our accounts, as well as every other account in the town, is available for anybody to ask to see it. How do we spend our line item budget? It's all transparent. Sometimes it's harder to get than others, but that's our purpose here, is for you to know what we're trying to do, and obviously for us to know what the rest of the town's needs are. So thanks for listening.
Yeah, just as a follow-on, so I really appreciate the transparency around this. I had the exact same question that Mark had, so thank you. I'm wondering if, I know on the town side, when there's a movement of expenses to wages, there's a procedural process. Is that the same process that the school committee goes through from a financial?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we created a subcommittee at our last meeting in order to codify that process.
Steve, can you just move the microphone, because I can hear you better.
As a result of our last school committee meeting, our interest is based on other things you've seen in the Commonwealth about fiscal responsibility of other school committees, is that we are going to discuss our process and exactly how we're going to do that, because we follow the Mass Association of School Committees recommendations and policies. And there's two different policies relative to budget process. We are probably going to tighten it up to the most recent one from the Mass Association of School Committees, to make sure that we don't get caught in the same story that happened to Brockton or for Whitman School District. And it's important that, in fact, we all do that. That is our obligation, same as the Board of Selectmen, same as the Finance Committee.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because I do think that while we do vote the final number at town meeting, as you stated, as we see is, from a taxpayer perspective, we see like line by line by line, right? We go through that exercise and then we get just one line for the school. So I think this level of transparency is very much appreciated. I would encourage, so I love that you guys are taking a look at your own kind of policies and how to continue to improve that. And I would, look, shedding transparency on this gets a little, it can be a little bit uncomfortable, but I think the taxpayers see it on the town side. We don't see it as much. That's not a slight on the school committee side, just because of how it is delivered in bulk, if you will, at town meetings. So to the extent that those conversations can rise through your regular meetings, obviously our friends at Westborough TV publicize it through whatever channels, I think it is to the benefit of further demonstrating the value, the value of the education that all taxpayers are bringing to the community. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to add that those problems that happened in Brockton and Whitman Regional School District, and probably other places in the Commonwealth, are because they overspent the budget without knowing it. And we're talking about perhaps giving back money for things that have been allocated by town meeting. So it's a big difference for sure. And obviously the hit in those communities is an immediate reduction in the number of personnel in the school district in order to try to balance the budget.
Yeah, so I'd like to first of all thank Allison, you and the team, and the school board for the work you guys have done to get it your budget to where it is today. That's really helpful, and I do appreciate the additional slides and knowledge. Just one quick comment on this, then I have a couple of specific questions on some other pieces that you talked about. I love this slide. I think this is a great slide. I think to help the community better understand it, I'll say the tone of last year's town meeting, what will be helpful is if there is a breakout of this to the benchmark communities to understand how do we do as far as the percentages in those communities as well. So I'll just leave that for you to decide how that would look and be done. But again, appreciate it. I also appreciate the work that you've done on the refinements in regard to out of district. That obviously is a huge impact to the school's budget. So thank you for looking at that and understanding, because one of my questions was coming into this as to what could be done to bring more of that into district, understanding the number of teachers we have and the cost reductions that could be obtained there. So my two questions really are around transportation. Great to hear that you are working to reach out to the state in regards to the difficulties in regards to the contract pieces of that. I know that you and I have had conversations about that in the past, so it's great to hear that that's happening. I can't speak on behalf of this board, but I will say I think that this board would probably support any additional communications that we can support to our state legislators or elsewhere to help with that conversation. So I'll just throw that out there. Today, what you just announced, we have a roughly 200 student decrease that you've talked about in district, but we've had an increase in the transportation cost, which represents, if my quick math, of about $1,100 per student for transportation cost. You compare that to last year, it was just a little over $1,000, and going back to FY21, it was only $478. It's a tremendous increase in the cost for transportation. So beyond the work that you're doing with the state, I would like to understand, I apologize, I haven't been to a school committee meeting in a while. What other work or what other considerations has the school committee considered in regards to the bus fees, to reduction of routes, to IMAs with other communities as opportunities to join forces, so to speak, with other communities? Have those conversations occurred, or are they going to occur in the future, knowing that you guys just entered into a new bus contract?
So this is year one of a 3-year bus contract. I think, we've had some conversation about bus fees. I want to be cautious and move with caution around fee-based structure. I think the reality of bus fees is they're a little bit hard to predict and impact. So there's kind of a fee setting structure where when you hit a tipping point, people sort of pull kids off the bus. It increases traffic in town and actually doesn't do the job that you need it to do. So we have, though, looked at other communities to get a sense of, not the complete set of benchmarks, but we've got a kind of core set of from amongst our benchmarks who is using bus fees and at what level. So that's work that we've investigated. This year didn't seem like it was needed to balance the budget, as it were, or to bring forward a reasonable number. It may be necessary down the road. I think in terms of some other factors, the bus contract itself, that is a factor. I think we saw a major increase in year one of the bus contract this year. So it was just like over 12% hike from FY25 to 26, but it's a smaller increase than years 2 and 3. Looking out at the landscape of available companies, there's not much that's shifted, so that doesn't feel like, I don't know what to hope for on the horizon out of the state's investigation, but perhaps some pressure could happen there. In terms of joining with other communities, that's not something that typically happens, and I think it doesn't happen for a number of reasons. One is that our students are on our watch from the moment that they are kind of on the bus to the school and then back. And combining students from different districts can make that really tricky. So if there's an issue between 2 students on a bus, for example, those kinds of things are like
Yeah, let me
complex.
clarify that.
Yes.
Let me just clarify that. I wasn't suggesting that. What I was asking was around whether or not the contract, the IMA in regards to how you negotiate
like a regional,
like buses for Westborough are buses for Westborough, so
Right.
our students are on them.
Okay.
So.
And we do actually engage in that for our special ed transportation through Assabet Valley. I'll be honest, that model worked well for a while, and we have seen it stumble in the last few years in that the contract became large enough that the vendor has not been able to provide the level of service at the cost point that makes it, viable really long term. And even with that contract, we're looking at ways to maybe break it into smaller bits to make it manageable. So again, I think we've seen instances of companies coming in, bidding for a collaborative contract, getting in over their heads, and then being unable to produce the services needed. So I think, while I definitely hear you, and if there are ways to start those conversations, I'm certainly happy to engage in those with other superintendents in the area. But I go forward with caution.
Sure. No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the update on that one. I think it's, those are questions a lot of people in the community ask is,
Yes.
what are the strategies to drive that cost down? My final question is, on this year's warrant, the CPC committee has an article on it in regards to, it was $150,000 to allocate for the Hastings playground. Very supportive of that. It needs to be done. I was actually out there with my granddaughter a few weeks ago before we got to the sub-zero temperatures, and it needs to be done.
Yes.
I watched the CPC meeting from a few weeks ago, and there was some confusion on that committee in regards to how the articles are going to be written. And as I looked into it more, and I'm on the capital expenditures committee, and I looked, there's a line item on the capital expenditures for roughly $1.6 million for the playground and the parking lot. My question to you is, what is the school's strategy in regards to this article this year around the $150,000 when the larger article, I'm assuming you're going to come forward next year at some time in the future for the additional funds for that $1.6 million. And then kind of as a follow-up, that strategy, why wouldn't you bring that forward as one article altogether? I think traditionally the town has articles, many articles this year and past that say, this project is X number of dollars. We're going to raise and appropriate this much. We're going to move from fund here to there. We're going to use CPC dollars in this example, and that's not what's happening here. So you talk a little about that?
Two things. One is, we worked closely with John and Christy and Kim in terms of slotting things in timeline-wise so that we are able to look at funding within the town's fiscal policy. So whether that's borrowing or funding from free cash. So really trying to time projects appropriately. So that was collaborative work. That's piece one. Piece two, we have ongoing work related to the Hastings School, related to the parking lot. We have more work to do before we have a clear number of what it would take to make improvement, both for the safety of students and for the playground itself. As you're aware, we've drafted a letter making a request around the transfer of some property at Main Street in order to look at a second egress out of that parking lot. So it's a complicated process. I appreciate Tim and Steve have been on a subcommittee looking at that. We will have more information and a clearer price point next year. Right now we're looking for potential additional funding to support the playground part of the process. So that's sort of step one in a multi-step process.
Thank you. And I would just ask also that your presentation, fantastic presentation, I'd like to make sure it's available to all the committee members here. Thank
certainly.
you.
So, Andrew?
Yeah, I'm going to bypass
Okay.
just in the interest of time because I want to make sure we stick to our agenda as best we can. So, thank you.
Anybody else? So as part of and make sure I have this right, the Municipal Empowerment Act last year, it does now allow towns to employ their own school buses rather than hiring out a local bus service. I had not realized prior to that you were forced to basically contract. And this obviously isn't an impact for this year. For the next time we have to do a contract, is there anybody discussing whether or not we would consider pulling that back into?
Those issues are subject to the school committee's review and analysis of what is the best going forward. I have been a advocate of looking for our own school bus system supplied by the town of Westborough. However, in past discussions about this, first of all, the opportunity to do that under state law, up to this point in time, I know it was only available to districts, school districts, who are technical school districts is what I'm trying to say here. But I have been an advocate of it, including all costs associated with it. What Allison alluded to is what's been going on in the bus bid process. It's very interesting that, you get a contract with a certain bus group, and there was one other bidder. Next time around, it was the other bidder that wins the contract, and the other guy is the second bidder. You can conclude what you want out of what seems to be going on. But one of the ways you can get out of that is, clearly, if we were going to run our own bus service, we're going to have a lot more employees of the town. We're also going to have a lot more insurance coverage for those employees. And in fact, if something's wrong, just figure out how you adjust that when you have all these people that work for the town. Whereas with a hired contract, as we have found, we have written into the contract the level of service that we want and see it continued. And in fact, past bus contractors have been penalized based on the terms of what is in our contract to make sure that our kids are safe, ride a safe bus, have qualified drivers, and in fact, the buses are clean. And so within all those constraints, Anita has bid those contracts. I had the opportunity to review the last one in great detail to know that, in fact, what was in it in terms of what the deliverables were, as well as what penalties we could apply should they not be delivered. And in fact, if you look at the table that we had of bus contracts, you'll notice about 22 that, in fact, that bus expenditures was quite low. Why? Because we didn't have kids going to school during COVID, and we didn't have to pay for the bus service that wasn't delivered. And in fact, that money was used to do other things that we needed to during COVID. So we're not asleep on the switch as far as these issues go. But as I said, how we go about the opportunity here requires, a significant study. And you could imagine that, in fact, if we had buses and we had drivers, they're probably going to be on the town side of the budget being added to the DPW. Meanwhile, we in the school committee have the responsibility under state law to figure out how that gets done. So there's a lot of complications here. But as I said, I'm an advocate to find the cheapest way to get this done at the level of services that we want for our kids. So meanwhile, we have a lot of discussions with the rest of the committee to do so. Thanks.
Sorry, quick question. I noticed in the last sentence here, our per bus run price remains lower than many other communities, similar to the other slides. If there is access to such data, even one town or two towns would suffice.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do want to, I'm always a little cautious to, again, to Steve's point, advertising that too broadly, given that we have to go out for bid again, is always like a little scary for me, but because we have a year out, maybe I'll do it this year. To the question earlier, I know the one other community locally that did bring their busing services in-house was Framingham, and I know that superintendent well enough to reach out and provide information to the school committee if that is their request, to just hear about how that has gone, what the process was. In that case, the community did not purchase buses. They lease the buses from an existing company, but they bring all the kind of oversight of the drivers, all the personnel and staffing and route development came in-house. So I would be curious about that, and that's something.
Yeah, obviously, that's something that we'll look into. I did request that we try to figure out whether Assabet Valley Co-op could supply, quote, the bus service by virtue of them being the contractor to us. They were a little, they weren't greatly interested in doing that, because then they now have employees. But again, that service could have been spread between, I think, how many towns are in the Assabet? 39? Something like, there's a lot of towns in it.
Quite a few. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, Prashant.
Thank you. So I think first of all, I want to start with the fact that how well our schools are run, as well as the kind of outcomes that you have highlighted. I mean, the fact that uh, despite all the talks we have about and discussions we have about the high taxes or our growing expenditures, the fact that we still want to be part of the town and we want to send our kids to the town is a testament to the fact that how well talented our staff is as well. And I totally appreciate the fact that department is doing trying to control. And I guess what it highlights, the budget really highlights, is that the salaries and the wages. I mean, when you mentioned about 60%, that's the salaries and the wages. Now, I also appreciate the fact that this is a 4.17, yes, percent increase versus 5.77 last fiscal. So definitely there's a lot more, appreciation of the fact that what happened last time. I guess my questions are really coming from the fact that I went and looked at starting from FY21. Now, why? Because they were available on town website, so I was very curious about it. So when I started taking a look at it, I was surprised to see that, oh, from FY21 until FY25, or sorry, 27, we have a 39% increase, which is almost like 5% annually. And nothing wrong, nothing that department has done, but it's more about the COLAs and the steps which have to happen. So I think, and then when I went back to the school budget for FY27, the question that came in my point was that, and I'm sorry if I missed something on the school budget book, is does the school committee plan or target or has a multi-year framework to planning out, everything around the school budget, the way that we have for the town budget, which is a revenue forecast for multi-years, how they plan the projections? Do we have something similar for the school as well? So that, because this is ultimately not a year-on-year, yearly issue, it's a structural multi-year issue. How do we keep our staff, talented staff, and as well as make sure that our, affordability, we are all talking about affordability here, we want to keep that affordability as well. So is there any such kind of framework or multi-year planning that goes, or anything that you can share with us, which shows that this is how we are planning multi-year to keep our costs or keep our talent?
I'll answer it quickly for Allison, which is Allison is free to offer to the school committee the best approach for what we need for our kids in this current year. Obviously, between the superintendent and the assistant superintendent is the foresight, if you will, of where our school education goes. One of the most recent things that we're now working with is how to integrate AI into our educational system, so it is a benefit rather than a problem for each one of our students. So the answer is yes, we have professional people working to try to predict what's needed, but guess what? We can't. We do the best we can with the money that's available to us, and as the money goes up and down, for example, I'm sure you're aware that the federal government has decided that education and other things, health, et cetera, is not important anymore. So we, you, as a member of the community voting for what happens at town meeting, is to try to make up the best we can to support our kids in the school system. So I think the real answer, and obviously it's Allison's turn to answer that, it's very difficult even to predict what we need to do in the school system when we have regulations that comes out of Boston. But other than that, I think our interest on the school committee and every member of the school department is to deliver the best we can education for our kids. And we always have that in the foresight going forward. And I think if you look back over the last 10 years or so, we've made great progress in providing an education that has been acknowledged by the various levels of higher education that our kids have experienced when they go. I'll just make one last statement to that. We frequently have asked the returning students after their first year, how did they feel their education here was? And they always say that, in fact, that first semester, they were head and shoulders over others in terms of their ability to handle themselves in an environment where their parents aren't looking at them every hour of the day. And I think that's the best head start that we've been able to deliver to the kids in this town. And I hope that that is perhaps the best answer for your comment. Thank you.
Absolutely appreciate that, Steve. I think I have absolutely no denial on the fact that the kids who are moving out from Westborough High School are feeling much more comfortable with their whatever they are doing in their further level of studies or work or whichever way. I think my question was more around the affordability. Yes, we have a great talent. We focus completely on our students' welfare being the best, but then it also contrasts as AFC. I think it also contrasts with the affordability part. Like we have to sustain the affordability. So the point that I was just trying to recommend is that there are some things I agree with you, and this is a conversation I have back at multiple places, that we do what we best know at the moment, and hey, if the things change next year, we call it out to the town that things have changed. We expected this. These were our assumptions. We built a COLA, let's say, projections for the next few years. It turned out to be more. The contracts, the contract negotiations changed. But do we have a multi-year kind of framework to say this is our projection, and which obviously the school superintendent collaborates with the town with the town manager or the finance director as well to say, okay, how are we building those into, or maybe the staffing composition into the multi-year. That's all my point is, that are we thinking about multi-year versus year on year in terms of the staffing, in terms of the costs, those kind of things.
Yes.
I guess I would just point out that the level of expenditure for the school system is roughly 83% salaries. Salary structure in the school department for teachers and all the other employees that we have are a function of the structure of those contracts and what they have historically been. You may note that the teachers' unions in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts are probably one of the strongest unions. Luckily, I think for us, that we negotiate directly with the local teachers. We don't have, historically, since I've been on the school committee, lawyers representing, quote, the Massachusetts Teachers Union. And that has allowed us, as a school committee negotiating with the people we work with, the best of opportunity to see forward as far as what costs go. We've been very successful, including this year, projecting a budget for the schools that's less than the performance we had in past years. So I believe that's how we get there. But Allison can specifically try to answer your question.
I mean, I point to a couple things. We do look at enrollment projections. Those are one of the things, both in terms of the sheer numbers, but also in terms of demographic shifts. The town has become increasingly diverse. The income level, typical kind of income level has dropped. Those things come with kind of often correspond to needs in the school department, needs for ESL services, needs for sort of more systems and structures and supports. So those are things we do look at and think about how are we going to get out in front of. And we try and predict as best we can what is happening in the wider environment of schools. So, as Steve mentioned AI, that is a big thing that kind of dropped on schools back in 2022 in the fall. I remember exactly when it was when ChatGPT showed up. We didn't have a lot of planning time. And so, but, we're thinking very hard about what it means for us, how to move forward thoughtfully and strategically. When we've done this recent K-3 redistricting plan, that is very much kind of mindful of the notion not only of where we are right now, but where we might be in the next 3 to 5 to 10 years, given developments coming online in different parts of town. How is that going to impact enrollment? And how do we sort of make sure we're ready for that enrollment so we're not caught by surprise? I think that a further piece, and this was mentioned briefly, we are engaged in partnering with the town side. I think the school committee voted to endorse a warrant article to do a study looking at efficiencies, but also service delivery across both the town and municipal departments. If there are places where we can find ways to collaborate and try and both provide people high quality services that they expect and also find ways to save money, we'll do that. So I think we do think about the money part, because we want the money to go to the best possible place, which is towards supporting education of children so that we can continue to really make sure kids leave here, as Steve talked about, and come back to us and tell us that they found it, that this was the foundation for kind of a great sort of experience in college and career and beyond. So.
That's good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm just looking at time. I know for our agenda, we have folks waiting, but I don't want to, I mean, the purpose of this is to get questions asked or answered. So just want to see if there are other questions.
Quick question, what is your enrollment and what's your class sizes?
So our enrollment's, like I said, about 3850 or so right now. So or 3650, I'm sorry, my numbers might be off there. 3650 now, and class sizes really range. So at the elementary level right now, we're pretty squarely within class size guidelines. So in our K-3 schools, I believe we're about 17 at the low end and 21 at the high end. Mill Pond's a little bit higher than that. We're in the kind of 19 to 22 range. Gibbons is a little bit lower than that. It's in, I'm going to say like 18 to 22. And the high school really ranges very dramatically. So I have to say high school classes it's a little hard to give you a number because some of our classes where students need more support. So for example, supported math class, we may have a class of 10 students. We also have classes of 25 or 26. It's a little, to kind of give you that breakdown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just very quickly, so again, Allison, thank you. The question was asked about the percent of budget on special ed. I think if you look at page 9 of your budget book provided by Allison and team, I think that's 7.1%. So that number is there. I think it would be helpful as we look at those benchmark communities to, if we can look at, or even internally, what is the per pupil to FTE ratio would be an interesting number to kind of look at if we have that. I don't know that that would be available across benchmark, but even just internally, because what stood out to me is when you said, there's not this one-to-one, or there's not there's a formulaic method. We don't just sort of eliminate, it's not,
Yeah,
I think you
understand.
said,
and I can also, one of the things I would say if I introduce that number, I'm going to say I can predict ours will be slightly higher or lower in terms of the teacher per student ratio, in part because of the model that we have around co-teaching, which keeps our out-of-district really low. So it's all kind of like, it's like a Jenga puzzle. You pull at one piece and everything else is interconnected.
Yeah, and I think, and you've done a great job of kind of telling that story, but I think it's just another sort of visual data point. So if we can include that, that would be great. I also think that, I know the planning board is not represented here, but through through you, Allison, and our town manager, assistant town manager, and certainly the school committee as well, but that little orangey gray box, or whatever color that was, that, about the development of housing, I think it's critically important that the schools have a seat at some table in those discussions. In my experience in the past, it has not, in my opinion, has not been as close of a tethered conversation. And I think it is critically important because while I'm going to give benefit of the doubt to developers that come in and say this is what our per pupil experience has been in other communities, we also have our experience of what that per pupil, and I know you're nodding your head, so I just think that those conversations are critically important. The schools cannot be an afterthought, and we had a great conversation once a month. The select board goes to the senior center. We have bagels with the board, and some of our seniors were asking about, and I see our fire departments here, police will speak later, is when the planning board is looking at these opportunities for development, are we truly looking at the overall service impact on our community? And that's not to say we shouldn't grow and so on and so forth, but that everyone at least has an opportunity to speak to that. So I won't beat that horse anymore, but I would encourage that. Final comment, really administrative. If the Hastings playground is really being pulled out of, is on the CPC piece, we should make a note on our capital improvement plan, 5-year plan, that like an asterisk or something, that 1.58 in FY28 is really not inclusive of the playground. if in fact it's being fully paid for in the CPC?
Oh, no, it's
It's
not even close. No.
It's not even close. Okay, well.
Sorry, that's a fraction
Well,
of
it
what
sounded
costs.
like a
Yeah,
low
yeah.
number. Okay, so I'm sorry. I thought the way it was written in the article, then, in the warrant, then we need to be much
It definitely needs to
clearer.
be very clear.
Yeah, so
that's
then the
part of-
warrant,
We'll review the warrant language and just make sure that it's making it clear that it's gonna.
design or
it's a
whatever it
portion.
is. Yeah,
Even in the article information, I think that'd be helpful.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Just to respond to those two issues that you raised, you should be aware that the first thing we have to fund in the school department is special needs. So let's say there was an idea that somehow or another, because we wanted to save money, that we would reduce some number relative to a line item in our budget that would, in effect, indicate the reason that someone wants to reduce the budget by some amount of money. Even though that could happen at a town meeting vote, the first money spent has to be to support special needs. So to the extent that the town would say, hey, I don't want to fund that, it's too much money, we still have to spend the money, which means John Q. average kid doesn't get it
Is that by statute?
by statute.
Okay, thank you.
And the second point that you raised, which right minute I forgot the train of thought. What was the second one? No, what was the second one?
No, I was just talking about the involvement with the planning board, you know.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to answer that, which was Amber sat down with the town planner and discussed what we felt the impact for all these developments would be. And we got no response. None. Because overall, one of the drivers everybody knows in this town is the town school budget. And the idea that in fact, the number is somewhere around 20 grand ahead in the school system, and you compare the 3,600 kids to the total budget. Every time we add a kid to the school system, those numbers go up. And so we tried with Del Webb in the planning board's process to create a development that wouldn't add kids to the school system. There is no promise in what's going ahead with these.
Yeah,
But we did make them aware of
Yeah,
it.
I'm well aware of that, Steve, but I'm also aware of kind of the, that I don't feel like that engagement was fully embraced on the planning side. So Alice was nodding her head off of her shoulders, understanding the importance of it. I see heads nodding over here. Just want to make sure that we can get siloed in our committee work. It's just by the nature of what happens, and that we understand the impacts to all.
Newer staff too.
Absolutely.
It's a good chance to have the conversation because we've
Absolutely.
turned over staff and planning as well.
Good idea, Shelby. It's a great idea.
I did meet with the town planner last year as part of kind of my entry process. I've been in kind of communication with their department, and certainly again, this redistricting study, there was a lot of communication with the town planning department, with our consultant, in terms of thinking about looking ahead and projecting. And one of the things that we walked out of that process with is a demographic report that's going to be helpful for us in terms of moving forward. I do think we had to do some work to kind of build some of our own assumptions based on the past, because some of the assumptions that I think are baked in from the developers aren't always telling the full story, as you said, and maybe don't account for ways that different communities approach housing. This is a very diverse community, and I think we see patterns of housing that just don't look the same as a developer might see in a different community. We need to really acknowledge that and say we got to plan for all of that. I think I'm clear-eyed about that piece of the process, so we'll stay in touch, definitely.
Anything further?
Okay.
Allison,
Thank you all very much. I appreciate your
Thank
time
you to
here
the school
today.
committee too. Yep. Yeah, we'll take a quick 5-minute break, bathroom break, whatever, and we'll get the fire chief from the hallway in here to prepare.
11:30.
Thanks, Stretcher.
35. Thank you. I know it's 8 minutes.
just something to say, hey, you know, the advisory finance committee focuses on blah, blah, blah. You know, the.
I don't know, I don't
I
see
see
a
it
value to it.
because what it does is it creates a opportunity for former members of the advisory finance committee as well as the current members to form like that sense of.
Which time? Oops.
I think it's a good job.
That would be the town.
It gets complicated because of open meeting rules, you gotta be really careful about discussions.
No, we wouldn't have discussions on LinkedIn about.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you would do.
It's to support the network. It also allows us to reach out to other towns. You know, let's say we wanted to talk with another town advisory finance committee where we make connections. Why wouldn't I would send.
I would call the advisory finance committee of the town and ask them.
You know, I would.
Living a logo, how are you?
We could, I mean.
I understand you're on the.
I mean, I wouldn't, I don't,
Sorry
I
to hear.
actually do not post any content on LinkedIn.
Here's
It's
one of the
more
travels,
as a
former
anchor
Indian
for content creation, which I
Whereabouts?
think is.
Okay.
And I think that it also allows us.
Given the winter there, is it cold? Like, cold
Because of a
is
former position that I was in, there are a lot of town managers and other members of other towns that actually
Okay,
do my
okay.
LinkedIn.
So that's really good.
Pages.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I can't connect with any of them in my capacity as a.
You wouldn't be able to represent the AFC.
So how long have you been
Spent
doing
a couple of
this?
years in Calcutta, probably before
As a
you.
member.
Oh,
That
okay.
long
I
ago.
wouldn't represent
But,
myself to
yeah.
that.
But obviously
You
very
did
different
survive,
weather
yeah.
Right? I just want to have that network,
Yeah.
that's it. And then not just I.
Well, Beth is explaining to me how the school budget
Transformation
works.
that the AFC should.
Is all your family united?
Well, I was afraid to ask one of
Okay.
my questions.
Any other kids?
Because I do
Ask
have
for it,
some
throw themselves to the wind, or?
My sister lives here in the
Not the
Oh,
chair.
great, okay.
My parents, they live here for the most part.
He has been.
They just went
Yeah.
for a trip.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand if you
Oh,
guys were
gotcha.
on this side.
So
Maybe.
do you ever go to
I would still
Atlanta?
think that.
And then.
Is that where they
Say,
live?
why does it get
That would be
really back to the
considered.
town?
Okay.
If you live in Westborough,
I mean, especially if we were to pay for fixing.
Oh, that's kind of nice. Okay, I don't know. It's better your parents than mine. It's not.
I don't even
Yeah, I
know
would,
if this
I
is.
would say the AFC should have.
Right.
Fred said he thinks he's jumping in.
Yeah, of course.
Not to
My
have
wife's
discussions,
family's not
but
doing the
to
same thing,
have
so
as an anchor for the network.
Yeah, no, I've seen that in some of the meetings
Bring
I've
the
watched.
mountain
And we can also make contact with other
Because your
AFCs
parents are
and
the
other
mountains.
town
Yep.
groups,
Very
which
cool though.
many towns do. Not many, quite a lot.
Do you have other examples of other towns that have?
Yeah,
Question.
what
On
town?
our dashboard.
And you don't
What's
have.
that?
I mean, not Framingham, but
Said you had your sister in Atlanta. Is she going back?
Our dash, you mean our
All right, well, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate what you did, all the work you did.
I know some from
I think
Plymouth County.
ultimately, we're all
Yeah.
transient,
where
so
they
I think
originally-
something like
Yeah.
this, you are up and
And
down.
that's maybe what I'm not
That's what I was
really
thinking.
grasping.
I would have real concerns about open meeting law.
Okay, good. Yeah, to take nothing away from you being there, obviously, this is important, but it's really good to know who these things sort of is.
But my intent is not to use LinkedIn as a communication tool. It's a network. A presence,
Very good.
yeah,
Good
presence
job.
to networking. Presence to.
How long's the flight?
I'm,
Okay, here, New York, New York.
it's a concept I don't get.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Use
should-
LinkedIn in that manner, I think for people who work that I used to work with, if they're looking for a job, it's not all
Have you heard the
things
term
that
raw dog?
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't.
particularly network, because
That's where you go without any distractions, no
I have
phones,
work,
no
I don't
nothing.
want anymore.
Please tell me, it's supposed to be like.
Are you retired?
No, this is my last job.
Okay.
68 and a half.
It's a way where you're.
68 and a half, but I have a job. If I didn't have a job, I wouldn't look for another. Or someday I'll say, hey, I don't want to come here anymore. It's all for me, like, I mean, the companies all brag about.
What's the airline here to do?
We're going to this show.
I think we need to
I know that's gonna be. I'm trying to figure out
Because if we have this conversation, and then we can add to it agenda, but we have this conversation.
Okay, I'm waiting for the zinger.
So some thoughts on why you think it would benefit.
Oh, well, where'd you go?
Okay.
Oh, got it.
So to be clear, 2004 is that's when I first back in 1980.
So you're just in time. We're supposed to.
Probably before you were born. I have no idea. I'd like to hear about it someday, but.
Okay, sorry, I know this conversation, but it is 11:35.
Everybody would just.
So folks could get seated. Before Chief Purcell starts here, I just want to say that, as folks know, we are bringing lunch in at 12 o'clock. What I would ask, though, if folks could wait till the end of this presentation, not get up in the middle and grab food. So it will be coming, but let's give our attention to the chief.
That's all right. You can pick me up when I change off the floor.
That's fine. We can do that.
We need to know what 5G
It's good. So yes, I think
You ready for me now? Okay.
somebody would look at this. Yeah.
So good morning, everyone. Finance Committee, Select Board, thanks for having me today. For people on TV, if you don't know who I am, my name is Patrick Purcell, and I serve as your fire chief here in Westborough. I've served in that capacity for the last 11 years, so some of my presentation will be repetitive with new data that's in it, and there's some other new things in there today. So when I became your fire chief in 2015, I was charged with rebuilding some components of the department, and in 16 to 17, we had an organizational assessment that was conducted and a full report, and that was released in 2018. Included in that report was a strategic plan for 10 years, so we are 8 years into that plan as we speak. We have been trying our very best to follow that with probably moderate to high success. There's some things that we haven't been able to do, but one of the things that stuck out to me in that report, and I actually reread it today, was that the fire department needed to do a better job telling their story. So if you follow us on social media, you see we try to tell our story. We go to age-restricted communities, we tell our story, schools, public events like this. So when I speak to you at the Budget Summit, as I'm going to do today, before I even get to what my budget is, I think you should know what it is that your fire department does for you. We are more than just a fire department, because if you ask anybody on the street, a lot of people have no idea how many people are working, how many people are even employed here, what we do if there's not a fire. Like there's a perception that we sit around, and I take the blame for all of that. That means that I don't take anything personally. When I hear budget presentation at the select board meeting on Tuesday, and someone speaks after that referencing overspending and cites the fire department, I don't take it personally. That just inspires me to do a better job. That inspires me to tell my story a little bit better, to deliver better information to you. So I'm going to transition off of that, and I'm going to do that for you now. And as I go forward, I'm not afraid of any questions, and you're certainly not afraid to ask them. So I encourage you, ask me questions, poke holes. When you get to my budget part, ask me what the ramification is to cut that service that we deliver to the community, and I will be frank and honest with you. But I will tell you, since the day I took this job, serving in the capacity as chief of department, there is no fat in my budget. Everything we do has a purpose behind it. We have done our very best to show that through transparency, through citizens academies, through inviting the select board and the finance committee and yourselves, and a lot of you showed up to come see what it is we do every single day. There is a cost to doing business, but we also don't sit around and do nothing when there isn't a call. We try to bring revenue back to the community, and I'm going to show you all that today. So like any decent organization, you have a mission statement. And our mission statement is that we preserve life, property, and the environment within the community due to fire, medical emergency, and other hazardous conditions through public education, code management, and emergency response. So we don't just hang that on the wall. We don't just have that up there for everybody to see. We evaluate the community. We see what their needs are. We try to balance our needs, their needs, and make sure we provide a high quality of service. And part of doing that is hiring the right people. So stemming off of that is our own core values. So when you take a step back and you look at the character of a lot of the people in our organization, you'll find people that are full of truthfulness, loyalty, faith, compassion, respect, and growth. And they come here every day ready to go, trained, equipment ready, and they are ready to serve. And they do that in an exemplary way, probably 20 to 30 times per day. I would love to tell you that there's days where we don't leave the fire station and go on calls. If we did, indeed, that would be a perfect day for the community, because that means nothing burned, no one was hurt, and no one was sick. And that's what we strive for, but that's not reality. Reality is we provide a service, and this is some of it. So you've seen our chart on organizational responsibilities, and I'm gonna dive a little deeper into that in my next slide. So the basic foundation of what we do is fire suppression, tech rescue, emergency medical services known as EMS, hazmat response, public safety communications. So what is that? That's the 911 center. Westborough is the only fire department in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that solely provides 911 service to a community under the fire department. It's either a joint, or regional, or driven by the police. We're the only fire department. So when people look at our budget and compare it to our surrounding towns, you have to know that before you throw out Westborough is over budgeted by $1 million. We are not. We provide an entire separate department that no other fire department that you're comparing us to or in the Commonwealth provides. We are your emergency management department, which means we manage and staff your emergency operations center. Everything for disaster preparedness, we do. We have a community risk reduction division. We run a drone unit, and we oversee the local emergency planning committee, which is a private-public partnership that oversees SARA Title III facilities and hazmat here in Westborough. That falls under the right to know law, which you're entitled to all the information about Tier 2 facilities in your community. And if you have a question about hazardous materials in those facilities, you should ask. Digging deeper into our responsibilities, we're driven by a desire to serve our citizens in more than just an emergency capacity, in a preparedness capacity, and in a fiduciary capacity. We're driven by laws. We have to follow them. They fall under Mass General Law, Chapter 148, under the Code of Massachusetts Regulations, under 105 CMR 170, which regulates your ambulance service. We follow the rules for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. We follow standards driven by the National Fire Protection Association, by the International Building Code, and by the Insurance Services Organization. And when I talk about Insurance Services Office, when I talk about that, that's known as ISO. Everything that's in this budget is driven to support you. It's driven to support your insurance premiums. So when we talk about our staffing, our apparatus, our training, our dispatch center, our water department, that directly affects the Westborough's ISO rating. We are currently at ISO rating 2. There are 40,000 fire departments in the nation. 2,000 of them are ISO 2, 458 of them are ISO 1. So we're in the top tier. We're being evaluated right now, and my command staff, some of them are in the back row here today, we have been working very hard to try to get us to an ISO 1, and we're extremely hopeful, and it's highly probable that we're gonna get there. And what does that mean for you? Depending on your, you got a question for me? No, sorry. What does that mean to you? Depending on your commercial versus residential, or size of occupancy, or sprinkled or unsprinkled, saves you off the top line of your insurance premium anywhere from 5 to 10%. So if I'm gonna save 10% off of my $2,000 homeowner's insurance because I live on Ruggles Street, that's good. But if I own one Research Drive, I can't even imagine what the insurance premiums are for that building. It's gotta be an astronomical savings. So these are the things that we do every day to try to support our community. We have a, yep.
When you took over, what was the ISO rating?
4.
Thank you.
In the organizational assessment, it did encourage us to strive for a 3. We achieved a 2 and we missed the ISO 1 by 8 points, which is not a lot. So we're confident we're gonna get there within the next 6 months, okay? We do a lot of documentation, particularly with emergency medical services. Every patient we transport or every patient we evaluate and release requires a patient care report. There's all sorts of HIPAA regulations that we have to follow. Takes up a very big part of our day, report writing. Asset management. there's over $10 million worth of equipment in that building that requires attention to detail, from our fleet to our air packs and pumps and hose and nozzles, ladders, aerial. We have to get that all field tested every day. So when we get to every year. So when we get to our budget, those are the things that are built into the budget to pay for that through third-party vendors, because we can't obviously test our own equipment. A, we don't have the equipment to do it, and B, we shouldn't be self-regulating our safety equipment that protects our firefighters. We're heavily involved in procurement, community risk reduction, and I ultimately have a responsibility to the firefighters and paramedics and dispatchers that work for me. One thing we've always prided ourselves on is our ability to grant write and seek alternative funding. So something involving grant writing or the use of grants occurs in that building every single day. So over the last 11 years, we've secured funding, approximately $20 million in funding coming back to Westborough through grants. So the things that didn't come before the taxpayers, that they didn't have to pay for, were SCBA, turnout gear, rescue boat, a compressor and fill station for our SCBA, a utility vehicle radios, 8 firefighters. We did take over the burden of their salary after, but originally the startup for 3 years was taken care of by FEMA. Hoses, nozzles, ventilation fans, jaws of life, hearing protection, EMS equipment, ballistics equipment, which I'm embarrassed to tell you we have to carry on fire apparatus in 2026. Hazard mitigation plan, hand tools, airbags, and there are many, many more things. Also, for alternative funding, when I first took this job, it was suggested to me for alternative funding that the fire department started having pancake breakfasts to start to fund some of our equipment. Well, we didn't do that. Within the last couple of years, we were inspired by the police department and their police foundation, so we started a fire foundation with 5 very dedicated residents here from town and members of our business community that have helped us. We have taken advantage of the opportunities provided by them to deliver leadership training to our department, customer service training, live fire training, heavy rescue training, DISC evaluations, which is it's like a team building training where we look at different types of personalities and get people to work better and understand each other better. EMS pediatric simulation training, and at the end of the day, a unit of something that's really we've benefited from. Some of these trainings we've interfaced with the police on, so we share the same class with them, so all of public safety can work together and deliver a better product to you. Beyond all of that, these are the things that we want to do. So we're also community driven. We sponsor blood drives. We've done 2 in the last 6 months and had over 100 people donate blood. We support veterans events and block party, do presentations to schools and age-restricted communities, provide CPR and AED training. We do a lot of the medical training for the community, whether it's until help arrives or stop the bleed or AEDs or tourniquets or CPR. We do all of those. We give tours to groups like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. They give them medical training so they can get their badges. And the last thing is we're heavily involved with the state, and we support a lot of legislation and testify at the State House regularly on safety initiatives for you. And then we work hard also on delivering, maybe you saw in the paper recently, a consistent message across the Commonwealth with unsafe things like lithium-ion batteries. So there's a lot that goes on in that building. So to break down the different divisions of ours, so we have a public safety communications division. In 2025, they handled over 31,000 calls, and as you would suspect, the day shift in Westborough is always the busiest because the most amount of people are here during the day. The evening shift was the middle, and night shift was the slowest, but they still handled almost 23% of the calls. The difference with the lowest amount of calls on the overnight is it's also where we get our highest acuity level of calls. And people are most vulnerable because they're sleeping. So if your house is on fire at 2 in the morning, much more dangerous because if you don't have a smoke detector up and you're not alerted by it or others don't see your house burning, it's usually an advanced stage before we get there. But highest, I believe, I don't want to speak for the police, but for fire and EMS, our highest acuity level of calls is at night. We take emergency calls in a lot of different capacities. As you can see, last year we took 6,966 911 calls. I will tell you in Westborough, the majority of those 911 calls are for ambulance services. We have a call breakdown. You can see on the chart of like by what hour is, which hours were the busiest, excuse me. And obviously between 4 in the morning and 5 in the morning is our slowest because everyone is hopefully asleep.
Chief, what does officer initiated mean?
A traffic stop, a extra patrol, a directed patrol, I think report rating, I'm not sure, but I know, I'm just trying to go off of the dispatch, what's going on. But those are things that they initiate on their own. So we always have 2 dispatchers on duty. So there's 9 career dispatchers, 5 are part-time. Their responsibilities for fire, EMS, police, and regional animal control. And on every ambulance call, unless it's from a healthcare facility, they provide emergency medical dispatch. So they have successfully assisted people that don't need CPR, delivering delivering CPR to someone that's collapsed, and they've also helped people deliver babies and everything in between. They're a pretty remarkable group, and they provide a very good service before the paramedics get there. We do a lot of grant writing to support labor and training in that division. The EMD that I spoke about, the emergency medical dispatch, there's requirements with the state that we have to QA/QI a threshold of those calls that come in and report that data to the state. We're working, as you know, on the Regional Emergency Communication Center on Phillip Street. There's a lot of mandatory quality assurance, quality improvement that goes on in the room, and documentation compliance to certify our dispatch center every year. On the fire side, we saw a decrease in call volume this year. However, it's still extremely busy. That decrease was only by 0.12% or 7 calls, I believe, less than last year. But we're still, during the weekdays, doing about 20 to 30 calls. The weekends are a little bit slower. 110% call volume increase in the last 13 years. The ambulance still continues to see busy. Our EMS revenue increase was 9% this year. Fire loss was down to 1.35 million. One thing that stuck out to me when I was looking at this presentation, which I knew was the firefighter injuries are way up, and I think that's probably because we're carrying the same workload as we go forward, and that's a lot of calls for, usually we're at minimum, and I'll show you that slide in a minute, 9 people minimum. I'll show you that slide in a few minutes. And we had 1 civilian fire-related injury. We have a community risk reduction program, so there are 2 fire inspectors that work Monday through Thursday, 8 to 6. One of them is a fire protection engineer, and on the list on the right is the entire array of things that they are required to do for inspectional services. On top of that, they are part of our fire investigation unit. They conduct public education events with the operations side. They do a lot of pre-fire planning activities, which you can, maybe you've seen us talk about community. This would be a good plug for Community Connect. We have First Due as our record management system, and the public in your very own homes can log on to our system on Community Connect and give us vital information about your house that the fire officers in the front of the fire truck can see on the way to your home should there be an event there. They do code enforcement, and they handle a lot of complaints. Still have some local impacts that affect our call volume. So if you look at, I'm in a site like the town of Shrewsbury has just over, I think just north of 40,000 residents, where we have 23. If you look at straight up call volume and inspectional services, we are a busier department with almost half of the residential population. And what impacts that? We have a lot of healthcare facilities. So we've allowed them to come here. They require service. So we go there, we go to healthcare facilities almost every day. A lot of those businesses were supported by private EMS until COVID-19, and they've never resurfaced. We have a lot of hotels that have a transient population with a variety of needs. Some are transitioning to almost apartment buildings, limited access highways, high density housing complexes, and of course our increase in population, which impact us. So for our revenues for last year, and when I look at revenues, I look at everything financially that the fire department brought in. So our ambulance, like I said, is very busy. We brought for revenue almost 2.5 million. Certified public expenditure program through Mass Health is a program we take advantage of. 234,000. Grant funding, and this includes the regional dispatch center. The fire department was responsible for writing that grant. We're at almost $8.7 million. 49,000 in permits and fines. 15,800 in collections. We started billing the Massachusetts Turnpike a surcharge for all of our calls there because we go there a lot. We got paid $31,000 last year, and we received $84,000 in earmarks from our state legislators. So that total was $11,590,103 that the fire department brought back to our community last year. This is what our department looks like. That's our organizational chart, and if you look, I'm at the top, the fire chief. I have an administrative assistant, then a deputy chief. We have supposed to have a day firefighter, but we've had somebody on deployment for the military or IOD. We have 2 people IOD right now. Right now, we've never really been able to staff that because we've been using that position to kind of fill out our line shifts. The 2 fire inspectors, and then across the bottom, there's 4 shifts. And the 4 shifts have 11 people on them. There is a captain and 2 lieutenants on every shift, and the balance of the employees are firefighters. Most of them are paramedics, and some are EMTs. So on a daily basis, there are 11 people assigned to a working group today, but we operate mostly with 9 because people have sick time, vacation time, personal time, et cetera, and you'll see that data in just a minute. Like when I told you that we were driven by NFPA standards, there are 650,000 pages of NFPA standards, so I can't tell them all. I can't tell you all of them, but I know how to read. And this is the one that we hang our hat on. We try to accomplish this. NFPA 1710 says that the minimum of 4 on-duty members are supposed to be on the fire engine and the ladder truck. We are not able to operate that way. If we are at minimum, the ladder truck closes. If we have a second ambulance call and we're at 10 firefighters on duty, the ladder truck closes, and it's only fully open if there's not a third call at a time, and we're at 11. So if we happen to all be in the station, which is rare, and there's a structure fire, we would close an ambulance to try to backfill the fire truck. And that's one of the challenges that I'm going to talk about is the cross-staffing. We were able to get rid of that in the 1990s and the early 2000s when we were doing 2,500 calls, but that's not reality today. So with our staffing, we are only at full strength during the day 7% of the time and 12% at night. 28% we're at 10, 65%, 65% we're at 10. Hold on, let me back that up. 7% of the time we're at 11 during the day. 28% of the time we're at 11, and 65% we're at, I'm getting this wrong. Jesus.
We can see it.
Yeah, you can see it.
We got it.
We're usually at minimum staffing. Our simultaneous calls have gone through the roof. We have like.
Just go back to the other slide
Yep.
on the other side, nighttime.
So the simultaneous calls, that's what's getting to us. We're over 2,005. There's almost always a call going on in this town. There's almost always 2 calls going on. Like 50% of the time, there's at least 2 calls going on. Sometimes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 all at the same time. Cross-staffing is a problem, which impacts resource deployment. We're busier, so we're having a hard time maintaining our fleet because they break off a lot because of the way they operate. And the cost escalation of our EMS equipment has gone up, which you'll see in our budget. We asked for an increase. The 9-person minimum is tough. Our budgeted overtime is low. If you remember, I spoke last year, I talked about that on a study that was done in Massachusetts of 25 similar communities. We were second from the bottom in budgeted overtime. We have people out on long-term leave, a lot of training requirements, and these aren't things we want to do. They're mandated. And then we're still holding the wall in hospitals. As recently as yesterday, we were holding the wall for an hour. So this is our budget. So this is our salary and wages line. The expenses is in the next slide. So this line is relatively flat because we're in collective bargaining right now, and the firefighters are working hard to negotiate a contract with the town. So the wage line number, let's see, where it says wages operations, that's the salaries for firefighters, the 4,616,000. Okay, that number will go up depending on what is negotiated at collective bargaining. Everything in yellow is where you're going to see an increase, and that's because I'll take the hit. I made an error at the fall town meeting when we negotiated and we had to fund the budget on the collective bargaining agreement. We didn't increase any of our overtime lines, which is necessary when there's a pay raise to keep in line. We hadn't increased those in a long time, trying to get our feet under us to see where we needed to be. So we're at the point now when there's a pay raise, we need to increase the overtime rate. Otherwise, we're going to automatically run out of overtime, which you've seen in the last 2 years has been happening. So we increased those by the percentage of their raise from October. There is about $50,000 in increases in the expense lines. The largest one is for EMS billing of $20,000. What happens is, as the ambulance does more calls and our rates go up, our billing rates are readjusted every January based on whatever the governmental health index suggests that we do. We follow their regulations. There's always an in Boston and an out of Boston rate for Massachusetts. This year it was only 1%. So we adjust those, but the more that we bill, under contract with our ambulance billing company. They get I think it's 2.95% of that money. So we have been running out every year because as we get busier and we bill more money, we have to pay them more money. So even though this goes up, it's because the revenue side goes up. So the second one I talked about was the medical equipment from 87,480 to 96,429. I'm basically using a number of historical spending, and that covers everything from supplies for our cardiac monitors, our ventilators, our IV pumps, from everything from pharmaceuticals to narcotics to Band-Aids, and every IV solution, everything in the middle, gloves. We spend about that much a year, 96,000 this year. We did get an earmark for the current fiscal year that we're in to kind of help us with some of those costs, but that was only a one-time benefit. The rest of these are smaller increases, just like what we are projecting for natural gas. That went up by 4,000. Dues and memberships, we're members of Fire District 14, and that dues goes up, and that allows us to operate in a somewhat regional capacity. So rather than training the entire Westborough Fire Department to be scuba divers, we train about 5 here, and everybody contributes a certain amount. So of 23 cities and towns, we make up one team because it's more cost effective, and our dues for that did go up a slight amount. Training and education costs, those went up because we have more. We hadn't really elevated it in a while, but we did hire a few years ago, and that cost went up slightly. That's really it. While I'm on this slide, I encouraged you at the beginning to poke holes in my budget, so this would be a good time if you wanted to poke a hole, ask a question, or suggest that something up there doesn't support what we do.
Would the clothing allowance line also be a question mark as it relates to the negotiations, or is that more like equipment, not like your dress clothes kind of?
That's collective bargaining driven,
Okay.
so whatever is negotiated through collective bargaining will
So
be
that
changed.
what looks like a decrease, we just don't know in FY '27.
Yeah, I highlighted the green for
No, that's fine.
decreases, but that's
Yeah, no, just so.
a few hundred. I mean, I'm not really gonna,
No, but on the other
Proud of
slide,
that.
you called out that the 4.6 is a question mark because that's a negotiation. I just want to make sure everyone understood that was also impacted.
yes,
Potentially.
no questions?
A couple of these items, your expended, I'm sorry, your fiscal year 26 expended is fairly low relative to what was budgeted and what's requested. Just take the first one, the grounds and building maintenance. You've only expended 7,600. Are you expecting expenses in the second half of the fiscal year that will, because I see your budget is going up for that, but if you're not even spending what you budgeted last year, I'm just wondering why that's going up. And I see that in a few areas. I actually even see in the dues and memberships where you overspent what you're budgeting for next year. And if you could reconcile all of those a little bit.
Sure. So the buildings and the grounds, we do have a lot of things to do at our building. It's 11 or 12 years old now. We need to either repair or replace our floor in the kitchen, which is going to be a very big expense coming up. We have if you want to know the truth, it's electrical taped down, holding the floor down in certain areas right now. We have some issues with the back side of our building that we're waiting for better weather. There are birds living in the back wall of the building, so that needs to be rectified. We're having some parking lot issues right now. You might have seen some cones out there. Also, we have some rock coming up through the parking lot. We have some big cracks in our apparatus floor we'd like to take care of before they get bigger. There are some things.
I'm not necessarily looking for specifics on each line item.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out.
It's year to date when we prepared the budget. So we're preparing the budget document in December.
Okay.
So it reflects the expenses incurred in FY '26 as of, I believe, December.
So that's not quite halfway through.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. I think the answer
And
is.
certain expenses.
Just, all right, that's okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Probably better to look at the 25, which is, the fiscal 25 is the complete number.
That's a great point, Walter. I wasn't looking at that.
Tell me when you're ready and I'll go.
I'm ready.
What?
I'm ready.
Oh. Well, that was my budget. So thanks for having me. No, I'm just kidding. So my capital budget,
I guess you had, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you had a couple of improvement requests. They didn't get into this budget, but I don't know if you're going to mention those later or.
sure. So I'm following along. I mentioned the organizational assessment at the beginning of my presentation from 2018. I asked the three of the positions that were supposed to be for next fiscal year because of our call volume, the impact on my staff. We've had a higher amount of vehicle accidents, probably attributed to call volume, probably attributed to doing a lot of calls per day. Firefighter injuries are up. So we're trying to, I'm also uncomfortable with the development that's going on. We see 4-story buildings going up at the Pulte project. We know there's other housing developments coming in. I'm not comfortable in a town of this size not having a ladder truck in service. So I had asked for 3 firefighters. I will also tell you that administratively, we have not, like, since we did the deputy's position, I think in 2016, you know, as we continue to grow and take over a dispatch center and hire more people, it's not easier for administration to run the department. So we're looking to kind of separate out the jobs of myself and the deputy. The organizational assessment did call for an EMS officer in fiscal year 2023. We haven't done that. So it was my suggestion to do a second deputy fire chief, which is not atypical for a community this size, particularly with this call volume, and kind of separate out fire prevention operations and emergency medical services. The EMS division requires an extremely heavy lift. Currently, the person that's doing that is a lieutenant. He is compensated with a stipend, but he can't do it on duty when he's doing 20+ calls supervising a crew. So he's in a lot on overtime trying to get that stuff done, particularly around state inspection time. We're inspected annually by the Department of Public Health, and they go through every single thing you can imagine, from our documentation to our licenses to the fleet. They take every bag apart and monitor. They take everything, checking for a CLIA waiver, they're checking everything, and that's very tedious. It takes months to get ready for, you know, on top of our regular maintenance after every call or cleaning after every call. So that was the deputy chief's position, and the 3 additional was in an effort to try to get the ladder truck staffed on a more regular basis, try to reduce our injuries, try to reduce our crashes, and just kind of relieve the burden on the staff, because doing that many calls for 9 people in a day, over and over and over and over and over, that's not good for health and welfare or health and safety.
No,
And
thanks,
a lot
Chief.
of those calls are to come out and visit Del Webb, right? Yeah.
So we can talk
You're
about
always out
complexes like
there.
that, because we know the data on this. We know we can predict how many calls they're going to be at every one of the complexes that comes in. So we know Del Webb has 700 units going in. So the formula that is used by the builders and by public safety is 0.32 calls per unit annually. And we are right on the money for calls to Del Webb for what's built already versus call volume there. So we need to project going forward when the Woods of Westborough goes in and whoever else starts building the complexes in. I think that people at one point thought it was a great idea to have age-restricted communities because it reduced the impact of the schools, but nobody talked about the ambulance. Like, nobody talked about the fire department, the police department. There's an impact.
Yeah.
You know, that's a reality.
Thanks, Chief.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Chief, the wages, EMS stipends at the bottom there, can you just walk me through what's happening since 2025 and why we're seeing some zeros? What am I missing? Less row in white.
So if you go back and you look at our budget, the whole budget document, we used to list out, you know, I'll use myself as an example. Patrick Purcell, base salary, holidays, and then that was it.
Yep.
And then there would be a whole line with EMS stipends that said 0. I mean, it used to say that was how much EMS stipends were for the whole department. We broke it down what every single employee costs us now. So it'll say Patrick Purcell, holiday pay, paramedic stipends,
Okay.
whatever, education stipends, electronic stipends, fitness stipend. Like, so we know we have a breakdown of exactly what every employee makes rather than lump summing it all into one. It's just more transparent.
So,
It's
so it's captured up
Yeah.
above in salaries or
Yeah,
wages?
so it went
Thank you.
into wages, operations.
Okay, I was just trying to.
Yep.
Part of that increase up in that line reflects moving things from other lines.
All right, yeah. And I know we do these documents year over year, but when we just, Kim, this is maybe more for you, when we see that going forward, when, just like a little asterisk of like, because no one, well.
That's on me. I should
No,
have
no,
made
but
a
some
note.
people might go back and grab their budget books, you
Sure.
know, and.
No, I should have made a note. I'll take the advice.
So I,
If you're gonna do it that way, Pat, you have the 26.
It does. It just wasn't corrected yet.
Yeah, that'll be a journal entry, just adjusting that.
Just.
Chief Purcell, can you move to the next, I think it was the next table on here. Yes. Okay, so medical billing is the largest line item here. I just wanted to verify that indeed it is. And it looks like already 43% of the 2026 budget has already been expended. Do you want to talk about why medical billing is the most expensive item on here, just to give us background on that?
Sure. So when we go on an ambulance call, we do a patient care report. For every call we do, we send a bill. I send a patient care report to Comm Billing. That is the contracted vendor with the town of Westborough.
Okay.
We have a fee structure based on whether a person is transported basic life support, advanced life support 1, which would be like a cardiac monitor, an IV, etc., like minor paramedic skills, ALS 2, which would be more than 3 medications, or we have to intubate them, decompress their chest with a needle, dual cricothyrotomy, like that's a whole different rate because it's specialty equipment. But then there's a specialty care rate. So when we go to like Whittier Rehab, they have a vent unit. We take somebody out on ventilators with pressors and, I'm sorry, not pressors, ventilators, like maybe IV medications, really specialized equipment. That's a different rate. Those are all market driven. We follow the government's recommendation on those. So when we send that patient care report in, the billing company determines what the bill is based on the skills, what we did. There's also a mileage rate. So they figure that into the algorithm. That develops the bill, and the bill goes to the insurance company.
Okay.
So when they collect that money, it doesn't mean they're gonna get the whole bill. This EMS billing is a very complex topic. Some stuff is statutorily protected. Some stuff in the commercial side is not. That's in all of healthcare, not just for the ambulance. And so if they collect $1,000, they're gonna take 3% of that, or 2.9 something, I think, percent, maybe it's 3% of that, we'll call it 3% of that, and give 97% to the town of Westborough.
And why the increase by 20K from 2026 to
Because our rates went up for the rate, we're
That's it?
collecting more money.
Okay.
So the more money we collect, we owe
Okay.
3% on more money.
I see.
So let me go back to a slide. So in 2024, we collected 2.343 million.
Yep.
This year we collected 2.581 million. So it's 3% increase, but we were already behind for the last 2 years because a few years ago we had a dramatic call volume increase, almost 500 calls a year. So we had a dramatic jump, and we've been trying to play catch up for a while. And this is the year I think that we landed right where we belong. And what was happening is when you see some of the other lines that are unexpended to go full circle, like we didn't spend fully on certain things, it's because we pushed off projects for our building that we needed to do because we had to pay the ambulance billing company.
Okay.
So the bottom line was we used almost our entire budget, but even though we had money left in building and grounds, I had to pay the billing company to collect revenue for Westborough.
A follow-up, I thought that medical billing was the highest item. I actually see that medical equipment, similar question, why, what is that roughly, like 20, no, not 20, 13, something.
9,000?
Yeah.
Just the cost of equipment keeps going up.
Okay.
In reality, like since
It's not that
COVID-
you're expanding capacity or anything,
No,
it's
no,
literally
it's
the, gotcha.
strictly the cost of everything is going up.
Okay,
I think, and that's probably what makes sense to most people when they hear this, like, it's like going to the grocery store, you're buying a product in any store. It's no different for us, my opinion, it's worse.
yep.
You know, when you tack public safety onto something, a raincoat is $500. I would never pay $500 for a raincoat in my personal life, but that's what they do to us. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but that's, in a nutshell, what happens.
And my final question, I'm also curious because I think it's impressive. Your grants, that this is more on the revenue side, if you will, the grants went from 255K to 8 million K. It's such a huge factor of increase. I'm curious, what did you guys, how did you improve? What did you do? Because it's something really worth
The Regional
commenting
Dispatch
on.
Center, the State 911 Development Grant, we secured that for
Okay,
that
got
building.
it, got it.
So if I put a historical trend of grant money,
Okay,
it does this all the time. But
okay.
it's been high for 11 years. I think we're at I don't know the exact number, around 20 million.
Okay, further understood. Great stuff. Thank you very much for that.
Welcome.
Beth, you have a question? Well, my question may be the next slide, because something he showed and then went back triggered it. But years ago, when I was on the AFC, you ordered a fire truck, and there was a huge lead time. I mean, like, besides the huge expense, there was a huge lead time. One of the questions I have is, where are you in that process now?
So we ordered a fire truck in March of 2021. It is supposed to be delivered today.
Takes that long?
I
mean,
kept
this has
waiting
to be
to
like
hear
real-time
you actually
response.
got it. So at the time you ordered it, you thought the lead time was only 2 or 3. I mean, so
It's gotten worse, not better. So I recently had to testify in front of the Federal Trade Commission and the Attorney General's office on behalf of the fire chiefs of Massachusetts. So there are a lot of antitrust violations going on with bigger fire truck manufacturers like Rev Group, Rosenbauer, big groups. And I think that a lot of this stuff, unfortunately, was intentional by these larger companies that bought up all the smaller companies. But we're paying the price right now on safety.
So I was going to say, so has that impacted your capital planning going forward? If it took you, I mean, you ordered early because you thought it was going to be delayed 2 years. I can't imagine how your equipment is surviving.
So the price of the truck is locked in. The equipment is not great. Like the last one we replaced, it ended up being, I remember specifically you asked me a question, you sure you want to blow that off for a year? And it was the year before COVID, and I said, we could probably go 1 more year, and then COVID happened, and there was a big delay, and we ended up keeping that truck until it was 29 years old. Like, that is not...
Right. I mean, because I was in favor of you getting them, not delaying them. So I'm like kind of asking now, how behind the 8 ball are you on this crazy ordering process?
So you'll see that we kind of picked up the stream ordering ambulances. We're trying to combat that. You're gonna see an interesting slide on my ambulance capital request in a second. My fire truck fleet, I'm proud to tell you, like the majority, once today's truck gets here, the most expensive apparatus, we've replaced all of it on pre-COVID prices, even though it was still expensive. We've replaced it all, and we probably won't be back for a fire truck for 10, I don't remember what the plan said. 8 years, 9 years.
Okay.
Since this has been happening, the timing of his capital, you've adjusted the timing and are now anticipating that there's lead time. So he's continued to bring forward capital requests and acknowledges in the request that we will need this in 2 years or 3 years. And given that we anticipate that that's the lead time to order it, we've adjusted that in the capital process, accounting for that additional lead time.
It's a great question, though, because the problem is not necessarily the apparatus, it's the equipment that goes on the apparatus. So we're not going to put 29-year-old equipment on a brand-new fire truck. But by the time it comes in, we had planned for a certain amount of equipment, and even that equipment is like doubled in price by the time the truck gets here. That's our problem. So we've been doing a lot of that grant writing to outfit our apparatus.
And this was part of the 15-year plan that we looked at, where Pat was the one, not me, or Christy or Kim, telling us what year really it should be in. And that was part of working with the other departments to making sure that in years that we're expending, we have the funds to do that, because we have to time other departments that may have needs. And, you know, ambulances are ambulances, they're important, you know, and Pat is the expert for that. And that's part of the ambulance reserve fund and why we do that every year. So you'll see that in the funding source as well. So it's all worked into that 15-year plan so that we can incorporate that with his input.
Chief,
I want to, oh, sorry. Somebody going to make a comment?
just a quick follow-up on that, if I can. With all the great work and, you know, that you put forward on the process of moving forward with a substation at some point, does the 15-year capital plan also include the vehicle requirements for that, if that in fact does happen?
No, there are none. We don't need apparatus for that station.
Oh, okay, all right.
We're gonna move some of this up. I don't have people to put on some of the apparatus.
Oh, okay.
Like, that's why we're shifting around. So we have the ladder truck, we have the rescue truck that goes to the pike. So like if there's a bad crash on the highway right now, that truck, there's not firefighters sitting on that truck. Like the engine will come back, switch crews, and then the rescue truck goes to 495 or the Mass Pike.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
That helps.
So we'll just relocate some of our apparatus. There will probably be a need for people, obviously, but we're planning ahead for that now.
So
Do
one
you
more.
have a ladder truck?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a ladder truck?
Yep, so we have
you do.
two. We have truck one, which is 2020.
Yeah.
And when we went to replace that, they offered us $5,000 on a trade-in for our old one, which is it's not pretty, not in good
No.
shape. But we have held on to that as a reserve right now, and that has bailed us out a couple times because we've had some significant mechanical issues which have required our truck to be shipped on a flatbed back to Wisconsin or down to New Jersey. So it's bailed us out a few times.
Wow.
All right, one more comment, just on a cosmetic note, maybe worthwhile on one slide, the most, expensive requests, why they are, in fact, the explanation you gave me, for example, for medical billing, for medical equipment, and, whatever number 3 happens to be, that might just make more efficient any future questions. So, for example, that, you have more income, or you're serving more individuals, so your medical billing is a percentage of that, and therefore it's gone up, or capital equipment expenses for those suppliers have gone up, so you have to, whatever that reason, just the top 3 will do a lot to add clarity and even diminish questions on those points.
Okay, thanks. All right, so 2 things in my capital budget. Again, there'll be a delay when we order these to keep going on that. So if this gets approved in March, this truck probably won't be in service for 2 years. So as part of our complement of 9 to 11 people that are working, we have a shift commander. That is usually a captain. A captain is placed right now in a Tahoe that would get moved down in the line. Well, when we replace that, we'd be eliminating a vehicle that Chief Perrin used when he was the fire chief here in prior to 2015. That vehicle is nearing the end of its life. What this is we have spec'd out a Chevy Silverado pickup truck with a cap. It replaces the existing frontline piece of apparatus that the captain would use to get to a call rapidly, set up an incident action plan, and take command and control. He would currently support ambulance, make major ambulance calls, conduct some fire prevention or any hazardous materials response. The cost of that vehicle is $78,686.40. The whole cabinetry, cap, and equipment for the back is $21,894.95. The 2 radios for the truck are $20,400, and it does some unique things for us, like give us a modem for internet uplink. We'll have a larger screen to support our drone program. We replace old meters that are on the truck. We have multi-gas meters that can sense for like carbon monoxide, oxygen, chlorine, ammonia, anything that's used in some of the facilities around our community. Have a large command board, be able to carry an array of tools and set us up in the future for like biometrics monitoring. We already have some equipment that we haven't put in service yet. We got on a grant that's going to help to monitor like the physiological condition of firefighters when they're on breathing apparatus and help us a little bit better with locating them if they get lost. That's what the back kind of looks like when it's in the vehicle. The setup and the front would be the console that would be in the center of the vehicle for the captain for the radio, siren, emergency lights, etc. And the second request is for a replacement of an ambulance. Like John suggested, there is money that's taken out of the EMS billing and set aside every year. It's, I think I probably have the name wrong, the reserve for appropriation account for EMS or EMS reserve account. The cost for ambulance reserve account, we're predicting that cost to be $475,000. That's for vehicle and some equipment like radios, storage equipment in the truck, being able to mount tools and monitors and an array of things. It's not for a cardiac monitor or a stretcher or any of those things. We're anticipating a 2 to 3 year delivery time. That's what we were told. I know we are still waiting for an ambulance now. We've been waiting, I think we're in year 3 for one, and it's not expected to be here till at least December. Our current fleet, like the ambulances, particularly the front 2, are all, and we do rotate them around. There's almost always 2 moving somehow on calls in this community. So we currently run Medic 1, which is a 2020. It has 160, almost, well, this was done, this mileage is from December, 163,000 miles. Medic 2 has 150,000 miles. Medic 3 is a year old. It already has 31,000, and Medic 4 has 132,000. So you see, our problem is we're going to cycle up the. Yeah, these things are almost always running. It's crazy, and they're an important part of our community. They're all paramedic units. I think you've heard me 10 times today describe the amount of equipment that we carry on there for a variety of types of calls of service. Our transport locations have broadened. You know, this holding the wall thing, sometimes we have to shuffle and go to further away hospitals to get people care quicker. We're going into Boston a little bit, Boston a little bit regularly. We go to Clinton and Marlborough and Framingham and UMass, Milford, Memorial, St. V's. We're at the General sometimes, BI. We're kind of going all over the place.
Do you mind just explaining for people who don't know what you mean by holding the wall?
Sure. So when we go to a hospital and they're at capacity, we are required to leave our patients on our stretcher and push it against the wall and take care of our patients in the emergency room while they're on that stretcher, anywhere from 1 minute to hours. So at some point, sometimes. So if you think we have like 9 people on duty in Westborough today and they're at UMass holding the wall for an hour or 2, that's a problem for Westborough, because that means we only have 7 back. And then as soon as there's a second call and they're in the queue, I have a picture of 14 ambulances lined up in the parking lot yesterday at UMass. As soon as that happens, and then there's 2 trucks there, now we have 5. And then you can do the math and see how that works and how that affects us. So, and it's not just Westborough, it's everywhere, but it's problematic. It's kind of our life.
So, Chief, one question. The new vehicle which you are requesting, will it replace one of the existing EMS vans, or are you adding 5th one to the fleet?
No, I'm not adding a 5th one. We don't have this.
We'll try to get rid of the highest mileage one.
So we would be, so whenever the new one comes in December, well, so we have something we're considering right now. So this Medic 2 that's on the right is the oldest. It was out of service for a while during COVID. It had diesel particulate filter that it failed on the truck, and it took a while, like many months, for it to come in, and very expensive. We're considering taking off of our capital plan, the new water rescue truck, the dive truck, and converting this into a non-ambulance. Like we did that with our current dive truck. The dive truck we use now is a 2002, I think, old ambulance that we modified the back on. We're considering with that truck. So we might trade in the dive vehicle and do that and remove the dive vehicle from the capital plan, if it's going to work, but we don't know yet. And then when the next truck comes in years, Medic 1 would be up next. No, Medic 4. No, Medic 1. Medic 1 will be up next to go.
Okay, thank you.
No questions? Oh, go ahead.
Fire Chief, would you just summarize what your ask was in terms of incremental investment in the fire department? And then what was the outcome of that? And what is the impact on potential safety issues for Westborough?
So my ask is for people.
How many?
We're also at a crossroads, so we're trying to balance a lot of things. So we've already outbuilt a new fire station. Well, it's not new anymore. We already built up, we're built out on the station. We need a satellite fire station. We're trying to build regional dispatch on Phillip Street, but at the end of the day, we need people to staff our equipment.
So what was your ask for FTEs?
We asked for 3 full-time firefighters, 3 full-time firefighter paramedics, and 1 an additional deputy fire chief. I will say this, you probably saw a capital request for a public safety study that was put forward by the town manager. That doesn't, so we still have an active assessment, organizational assessment in place. I think the police do, we shouldn't disregard those, but as far as future planning, you know, by the time that gets voted in and studied and written and implemented and then funded, you're talking years. So we're looking to keep going with our plan now. And people, we need people.
And part of the discussion, as he mentioned earlier, was the study that exists in adding the firefighters next year, where they were slated.
Say that again, Jonathan, I'm sorry.
Part of the discussion when we talked to Pat was that the study that's in place now called for the firefighters next year.
But, sorry, just for clarification though, the study called for that, but what I'm hearing the chief say is the call volume and what he's seeing for all the factors would say that that study is inaccurate based on our trending and our volume. Is that, the study said one thing, reality is saying something different. Is that what you're saying?
Nobody knew COVID was going to happen and what it was going to do to society. And we are remarkably more busy than we ever anticipated we would be.
For whatever reasons.
Yes.
And since, in terms of like working with the planning department too, because now we're looking at, as you pointed out, 4 or 5, or I think the school committee pointed out 4 or 5 potential developments, right? More people that you need to respond to. So it sounds like it's a huge risk factor in terms of your response time.
So
And ability to support
we have a
the
good,
work of the town.
I'll compliment the town planner. She's been instrumental in helping us move the department forward. She has been, talking to these communities as they come in. We're going to figure out how to provide some mitigation. But we've also, with the town manager and I have also worked with the state, and we're hoping to have an agreement for a parcel of land for a satellite fire station up by 495 relatively soon. So there are things that are in motion. I have tried to do as much as I can without impacting the taxpayers to get that satellite fire station. We've already had a feasibility study, a spatial needs analysis done in a design, preliminary design that was done through mitigation through a new business that came to town. Now we're at the final hour with the state for a piece of land, which we hope is an extremely low cost, if anything. So,
and that plays into timing as well. As those projects go down the road, his inspectional services will absolutely go up because they'll have to do the inspections. And once they're built, or as they get closer in the planning and the schedule of the future years, that'll absolutely need to be considered.
What's the lead time when we actually give you the money to get your new firefighters, which you're well overdue? What's the lead time to actually bring them forward? Are people actually looking for these jobs, or, where's the unemployment versus?
I think we're still a desirable department, and we have some great candidates. We just had a bunch of people retire over the last year, and we've got exceptional candidates that have come on board. We have 3 more expected to retire in the next year.
But that's
what's that?
But that means we're short until you fill
You
them.
will be, and we have 3 people that have submitted paperwork to retire this year.
Yeah.
So that's coming, but we're still getting candidates. But to answer your question, to get them fully functioning on their own, a year. Takes a year per person.
So are you projected out to like these new developments that are coming in? And like with Del Webb, it's another 3.5 buildings we have to go. I mean, are you projected out to help all these people?
No,
They're so behind.
Oh,
Sorry.
Well, we need to give you
We're
some
there.
people then.
we're there. We're there. We're
I know.
stretched thin. We're vulnerable. Every time we do more,
Yeah.
I've said this at the one-stop meetings on Wednesdays. When we do more, like I won't cite the business. We do like an urgent care center. They're heavily dependent on EMS, and they're completely unregulated.
Yeah.
Like we go there a lot. I think we went there 100 times in their first year. That's just one small business. Like when there has to be a reaction to every action that we take in town. So if we don't expand on public safety when we do new developments or businesses or anything, then we're always playing makeup. And if we don't, that increases our risk. So it's all up to the taxpayer. How much risk are they willing to take? It's my job to tell you what we need, and it's other people's job to determine what level of risk are we expected to accept. I think I tell a pretty good story. I think I tell exactly what we're doing. I don't have any secrets. This isn't for me. Like,
Yeah.
I won't be working here in 10 years. I'll be retired in 10 years. I'll be like aged out. You know, like this isn't for Pat Purcell.
And part of the consideration is because I think the police chief would tell you the exact same thing, and I could give you other departments as well. And looking at his request that was over 400,000 of that 500,000, would put you from 580 over to 630, not even accounting for the training equipment and everything that would go along with it, as well as the health insurance. So being sensitive to the taxpayer as well, trying to find that balance is important because, the school would probably tell you the same story. So like you said, how do you find the balance between maintaining safety and services, which I will say Pat's team does an excellent job. There is no doubt. You hear stories about people being saved. It's being sensitive to the taxpayer in the bigger picture of what the town services are. I think if you go to most towns, I don't know, Pat could correct me, you'd find a lot of towns that have similar problems relative to overall staffing and services of fire and police. The question is, what's the balance between the increase in taxes, the sensitivity to that, the affordability of that, and timing? If you look at the call volume in either, I think you would see that it exceeds their last study. There's no doubt about that.
And the level of risk that we're
Yeah.
assuming, that we want to assume.
And part of the goal is to get that new study, to be sensitive to the new construction, and to be flexible with what that study said and what the other departments need in the whole scope of things. So those are the considerations and the discussions. And that includes leadership. Him wanting a leadership role is important to consider as well, or what qualifications they have. If they're going to drive an ambulance, do they need to be a firefighter or a paramedic? What qualifications and what is the cost implications? Those are all part of the conversations in the decision-making that goes into it.
Andrew?
So, Chief, one of the things I noticed, one of the stats you threw up that I noticed for the first time, and it's something that I think we've been pushing for, I think you mentioned that there were about 3,100 incidents that you were involved in. And on the communications slide, you also included 6,900, almost 7,000 911 calls, 16,000 self-initiated, 6,200 calls, I think, that were internal or something like that. I think the texture that I'm still hungry to see more of, because it speaks very much to the trending that is impacting your department. Thank you. What are those types of incidences? Because cat in a tree is very different from burning building. And I don't know what the right texture to give, but I think the one slide before this is your 3,100 incidences.
No, 50. 31,000.
31,000. Well, thank you. I must have missed the details. But so, for example, a single burning house may result in 5 calls. So there's bound.
A burning house is 1 call.
So that's represented here as 1 911 call.
No, I'm telling you, this is dispatch data. How many times they've answered 911?
Right. I guess Thank you. I think you're sort of starting to do this translation already, but I think there's an opportunity for a greater level of context, especially as you start doing number of ambulance calls and stuff like that. That's where the strain is coming, because something like 5 people calling 911 for one house fire is not the same as the one house fire or 2 house fires. So there's a texture to this that I think that we're still there's still an opportunity to build on for some of the key areas that are very resource intensive and critical to the well-being of the town.
Sure, but that number you keep using is just a dispatcher number, so they still have to answer the telephone 5 times.
Totally understand it, but the phone call isn't really what the police, fire, and ambulance are in the business of dealing with. It's the saving part. The call is necessary, an email, pushing buttons, whatever it is. Those are very important, but your value to the town is the safety part, which is what happens on the back end, which I think are the statistics, the incidents or something like that effect.
So
on that, sorry, I was just,
I think we have to start thinking about
well,
the time here.
yeah, so I think that these are some great questions. I think that part of this usually bleeds over into, it sounds like maybe Finance Committee would like some more context. Perhaps a lovely meeting with them at one of their meetings, so you can provide that additional color. But we are pretty far behind, so sorry to cut anyone off. And we're at 12:40. I think we're going to call it, Chief, for you if you're done with your actual presentation. Are you done?
Yep.
Yeah, you're done. Okay. All right. So great questions. Please don't hold them back, and do seek the chief out. So I think we should break for lunch. Mark, you okay if we get lunch and sit down and we eat while you're presenting? Is that okay? Just, is that okay, everyone? All right, so let's grab lunch. Mark, give you time to set up. Everyone hop back into your seats and we'll keep going.
So do you think there's something there for me? Good.
incidents on the road, the mass turn.
Okay.
And that would be based on the number of calls.
Gives you negotiating leverage, right? Because that's the problem.
Find your way to your seats with your lunch. Thank you, Amanda, for arranging everything. Kim. Aiden, I'm gonna just ask, I know you're getting settled up in the booth. Give me a thumbs up. Oh, I see. Is that a real hand up there? It's like one of those arms coming out, right?
Start.
All right, I'm gonna call us all back to,
Yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna do a cling cling here. All right. Please continue to get up and grab something for lunch. We're going to turn our attention to Mark Stockman and our IT budget.
Greetings, Mark Stockman, your IT director. So I've got 2 capital projects and 1 program improvement. The first one up will be the Memorial Hall AV upgrade. So the AV equipment in Memorial Hall is 10 years old. It's no longer supported. In recent years, we've had a lot of repairs, which have resulted in limited functionality or downtime, sometimes even for extended periods. The recommendation from our AV service provider is to replace everything except the speakers. Plus, there are still some lingering problems in the room, which would be addressed by the upgrade. The room has many board and committee meetings, special events, and training. Excuse me. Reasons to upgrade the AV in the Memorial Hall. Obviously, the equipment is end of life and no longer supported. We want to restore the limited functionality with the podium display, front projector, and program audio. And then there's recommended improvements. We need to add ADA required assisted listening capabilities. We'd like to add video conferencing, an extra controller in Westborough TV programming room to make their lives easier, and individual microphone controls. The benefits would be a better AV experience for meetings, improved reliability with the new equipment. It would include the mandated ADA assisted listening system, and then video conferencing and better AV control for Westborough TV. The capital request is $200,000. This is a estimated, but it's a budgetary estimate at the moment. I'm hoping to get better numbers in time for town meeting, but I don't expect it to move much from this based on the current scope. Questions on that one?
Yes, thank you. Desperately needed. Glad it's on here. So thank you for the capital planning committee for bringing this forward now. All the improvements make sense, especially the individual microphone controls. Is there close coordination? I have two questions. Is there close coordination with Westborough TV on what is needed?
Yes, we've had Aiden be part of multiple meetings with our AV service provider, setting up the scope.
Okay, and that will continue through this process through budgeting and
Absolutely,
design.
they're integral to the
Okay.
the meeting process.
Okay, super. And then one of the, so there's the viewer issue, right, as well as, you know, speakers and just some of the AV pieces. But that room, though beautiful, is awful for speakers in the room if you're at the back, and speakers are not part of this right now. And so I'm trying to understand how this improvement is actually going to improve audio or audio and sound in the room itself.
So the speakers are all functional. What we would do is rebalance them because that is something that has been noted and is included in the project.
I'm sorry, I thought it wasn't included, the speakers.
I'm sorry, the rebalancing would be part of the project, not replacing the speakers.
Okay, and so even though the speakers themselves are 10 years old, right? Because it was...
They're saying that that's not a problem.
It's not a problem. Okay, all right. Okay, well, I guess I would just, as you go through the design process, understanding, again, I'm not suggesting we add to the $200,000 request, but pay now, pay later, right? And does it make sense to explore that, and how much incrementally more would it be on this capital request? So you might not have that, but I would be interested in understanding the number for the speaker replacement.
Okay, I'll
Yep.
make a note.
Thanks.
Mark, one of the things that came up during the capital conversation was documentation for end users, because a great system that nobody knows how to use when they're staring at a panel is not usable. So as long as we have the folks who are delivering the system to us, if they have any seed documentation we could build upon, I would want to make that part of the requisition.
So the documentation would be an added cost, but I think it would be minimal. And certainly the IT department could create documentation for users.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Could you, could you expand on how does the adaptive or additional hearing stuff work? Is it a headset, or how does that work? The assisted hearing?
So the newer systems now would not. So in this room, you get a bunch of devices that that are available. The new setup would be you could check out one of the devices, but there'd also be a Bluetooth transmitter for people with hearing aids, and it would it would be integrated.
Hmm. Is there like a closed caption option in a meeting to be projected?
So we did ask about that, and that's not something their equipment, at least they weren't aware, the engineer that we were working with wasn't aware of that. And their thought was that maybe Teams or Zoom, has that capabilities. So I don't have that answer yet.
Okay. But I believe that Westborough TV, when it broadcasts, has that capability for closed caption, right? I'm pretty sure.
That's correct.
Yep, okay. Okay. Next item.
Okay, the next capital article is the fire station meeting room AV upgrade. The AV equipment in the fire station meeting room is 11 years old and is also no longer supported. It's currently operating in a degraded condition. The audio doesn't work, the front screen is damaged, and the projector operation is intermittent. The recommendation from the AV service provider is to replace everything except the speakers. The room supports very many meetings, events, and training. It's also used when the room is converted to the town's emergency operations center. Additionally, the AV rack for the meeting room is integrated with other rooms within the fire department. So reasons to upgrade the AV in the fire station. The equipment is end of life and no longer supported. Repairs are needed, and replacement is the only option. I mean, some of this equipment they just don't make anymore. And then, of course, to add the ADA required assisted listening capabilities. The benefits would be a better AV experience for meetings, improved reliability, and the mandated ADA listening. $75,000 is the capital request. Questions?
I mean, I think the audio in there is different. The same question would be just making sure that the speakers are not in need of replacement, or where are they at in their life, and can they be best optimized?
I'll find that information.
Question mark? Sorry, mouthful. Got it.
Currently, if there's a meeting
Microphone, please.
Currently, if there's a meeting in there and Westborough TV needs to film, I believe they have to bring in portable camera equipment. Is
correct.
Obviously, that's.
So this room is not like in Memorial Hall, where we would be creating a Teams room,
right?
Which would provide a lot of functionality for video conferencing.
I'm just wondering if there's any thought of adding visual equipment to this upgrade, so that Westborough TV has an easier time.
It's not part of this scope at the moment, but I can I can follow up on that.
I guess that same question on coordination with Westborough TV for this one is also, is that also part of the process?
Yeah, Aiden joined
Awesome.
us at the fire station. So they do, they have the pull-out equipment that they can use over there, but it's just, I don't think they really use that room.
Okay, well, just as long as, you know, this is an opportunity, obviously, they've got unique experience, so just, and we do broadcast from that room, so, yep.
Minor suggestion when you're presenting this at town meeting, I would suggest a picture of the room. Because we know the names of the rooms and which rooms are which pretty well, but even so, there was some discussion.
No, that's a great idea. I'll include that.
All right.
Any more questions for the fire
I
station?
just want to comment, our meetings are also in the room, the first one that you're talking about, Memorial, and fully supportive of having that equipment work better.
So the next one is part of the budget, which is the program improvement request. This is website accessibility. So in 2024, the Department of Justice published a final rule that defines digital accessibility Title II requirements for state and local government entities and schools. This sets a final compliance date of April 2027 for municipalities with a population below 50,000, which that's us. The technical accessibility standard to meet compliance is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines version 2.1 levels A and AA. While the town has the reason to use a web accessibility tool or service, while the town has some tools included within the current website platform, there isn't a comprehensive audit function to ensure the town is compliant with these standards. A dedicated audit tool to scan the town's website on a regular basis is the best path to ensure compliance. The benefits, providing visitors with disabilities a consistent web accessibility experience across the entirety of the town's website, avoiding civil penalties from the Department of Justice, which can impose fines on public entities for inaccessible websites, often totaling more than 6 figures, and then avoiding lawsuits and demand letters from individuals with disabilities who want to sue the town. The budget for this is $500 for the activation and setup, and there's a $5,000 annual cost. Questions?
Can you describe, I guess I don't have visibility to what this actually means for the end user. So what are we actually talking about? So the tool itself, is that seamless to the user?
Yeah, the tool would be for the town to essentially, and the way I would describe it is an audit.
Okay.
So you'd be able to audit the website to see if there were any deficiencies that didn't meet these standards.
Okay, and who would be auditing? Is that part of the service, or is it part of your team to conduct the audits?
It would either be part of the IT department, or maybe it's something that's as part of the town manager's office, to be determined.
Okay.
But it has to be, I mean, actually, it's not required, but we have to meet the standards, and there's no way to verify without an audit. So
the frequency, the policy around the audit frequency has not been established.
Yeah, but with this tool, we'd be able to, it would be continuous.
All right, well, I would just want to make sure that follows along, obviously, once we get the tool, that we've got a process that we know what it is and that we're following it and it's documented. And then when we just talk about website accessibility, what is that experience for someone with disability? What does that look like through our website? I know that has nothing to do with the tool that you're asking for, but what does that mean?
So it depends, on, I mean, there's lots of different disabilities, but, a lot of it is for the visually impaired. so, it's contrast, it's adding, sort of descriptions in the right place so that they're, if somebody's using a service that would allow them to, hear what's on the
written.
page.
Okay.
That tool works properly. In other words, it doesn't,
Okay.
because there's things that will make it so that what they're hearing is not really as accurate as it should be, or is not
Well,
descriptive enough.
I think to Beth's comment earlier about the pictures, I think having some examples of, again, I know that's not what you're asking for, it's what we're already doing, but so that people are able to tie the request of the tool and what the experience is for the end user would be helpful. Thanks. Walter?
Sorry, Mark, would ultimately this affect documents that we also put on the website? So for instance, will we have to learn how to make accessible meeting minutes, or
That is correct.
presentations that are put up would have to be included?
Yeah, so there's going to be training, and it's going to be for anyone that posts content. And whether we have to, modify workflows so that it, things get streamlined through, less people to make sure that, everything that we are posting is ADA compliant, to be determined.
Yeah, I know my wife works in this field, and all their presentations, they always run it through something to make sure that it is. So I'm aware that there are things you're supposed to do when you do this, but I think most of us would have no idea.
Yeah, so the state is taking the lead on this, and they have a lot of trainings for municipalities. The IT department has already taken part in them. And so the next step will be pushing this out to all the content providers. So anyone that is providing content for the town's website should get trained, will get trained.
Patrick?
Yeah, thank you, Mark, for bringing this forward. I raised this point to the town manager and the select board late last year in regards to, there was an MMA webinar on this, and unfortunately I was not able to attend. But very supportive of this, but I wanted to understand a little bit more. A couple of years ago, we went through the process of migrating our website from one, I'll call it platform, to another. Is part of that, does the provider, the platform provider, because you go out to other towns now, and we are using a consistent platform that are being used by many towns across the state. Does that platform provider provide this capability? I just want to understand kind of that connection between our effort to create an audit capability on this and be in compliance to what is, that provider providing to us, because it's a standard website, right?
Correct. So when we did migrate, at that point in time, it was fully ADA compliant, and they do have tools. Like if you're uploading a document, there's tools within the website that will allow you to check it. But that doesn't mean that everyone is doing that, and so we don't know.
So is this capability through that provider, or is this a tool that we'll implement ourselves through your department?
So the service or the tool, the audit tool, would be integrated into the website.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Patrick, because I was just about thinking the same. I couldn't locate whether we had a website redesign done and how long back it was done. So thank you for confirming that. Yep, a couple of years back, I think it was done. So I guess a couple of questions, right? First, just related to this, just to confirm that since this was 2024, you mentioned, right? This
2027, April compliance.
Is when you have to be compliant, but then this was being discussed, I guess, since 2024 itself.
Yeah, on April 24th, 2024.
April 24. So I guess my first question, which is, I know unrelated, but then I'll come to the actual thing as well, is did we know at that time that this kind of regulation is being discussed, so we could have probably held on to doing our website upgrade until this was, fully vetted out?
We had migrated prior to this, but certainly some of the standards have been around for a while.
Okay, okay, so some of it was, and that's what we incorporated at that time?
Yeah, when we did the website migration to the new platform, at that time it met those standards.
Okay, but did we know that this regulation was also coming up, which means newer standards would be coming up as well?
I don't recall. I mean, I'm sure the website provider probably knew it was coming.
Yeah, I am just trying to figure out, I mean, obviously we do what we are doing the best to serve through the website, and it's a great website. My only thing is, at that time, could it have waited if we had known that this kind of regulation, which requires more features to be incorporated, and maybe, you know?
So it's a continuous, I mean, making sure that it's compliant takes, I mean, someone could post something tomorrow and that's not, doesn't meet those standards and we wouldn't know.
Okay.
So even though at that point in time when we did the migration, it did meet all those standards, right now, I don't know, you know, my guess is we probably don't meet the standards at the moment.
Okay. Coming back to this, right? So I'm sorry and apologize, maybe busy eating, but I just want to understand a little bit more on the cost. So you mentioned that this has a yearly cost to the tool. Is that the license cost or?
Yeah, I mean, support, maintenance, licensing, I mean, you know, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, the ongoing cost would be the 5,000.
And this 5,000 will be the cost that is for us, like as a town, that we pay for our employees, or is this something which will be cost we pay to a vendor for doing the work? Just trying to understand.
Yeah, it's just a single cost, and it would be we'd be able to have unlimited users. You know, same as with the website. You know, we can, depending on what works for our workflow.
Okay. Yeah. The reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to understand if this is like a 5,000 as of now cost, or it has chances of stepping up because of going up because the vendor says, well, now it's 5,000, but then next year it could be 6,000. They're growing costs.
These costs all, I mean, pretty much everything in the IT budget goes up, some more than others. I mean, most of the increase in the IT budget is annual increases.
Yeah. So this is something we are paying to the platform owner.
Excuse me?
Is this something we are paying to a vendor, this 5,000?
Correct, yes. This would be going to a vendor, and it would certainly be increasing on an annual basis like everything else.
Got it. And one last question, sorry. For this, does it mean all our existing documents which are uploaded going back a few number of years, they also have to be redesigned? Or some work has to happen? I'm just trying to understand the whole cost of this project.
So there is some work. Yeah, you're correct. So if there are, you know, if there are pages like, I don't know, say we have images up there that don't have the alt text in them, or, you know, I'm just trying to think of other examples. You know, a PDF does not, you know, meet the standards. They would have to be corrected. Now, this tool would allow you to make the corrections.
Okay, so it can go back and fix those as well without any, I'm just thinking that is the cost estimated enough to go back and fix those things as well? So you're saying that the tool will allow you to do that. You don't really need to spend that extra effort going back retrospective and fixing it.
Well, it'll identify what needs to be fixed.
Okay, and then somebody has to fix those then.
Somebody does have to fix it. Yes.
Has to fix them. Yeah. Okay.
But we don't know the scope.
Sorry?
We don't know the scope of what that audit would tell us, or maybe how far we have to go back.
Correct. I mean, it could be that we don't have too many problems to fix, or it could be that we have a lot of work in which we'd have to figure out how to, you know, spread that across multiple departments. I mean, the workload.
Got you. So that could mean more costs coming up if.
Or more staff time, or we have to hire some temporary, like who knows what that's going to result
I would think it would be staff time. I don't see outsourcing.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. That was what I was trying to understand.
I guess I have one question as a potential person who needs to deal with this. So years ago, I was the vice chairman or something for a short period of time, had to come up with agendas and things like that. How much training or knowledge do I, as a random person who is going to do an occasional agenda or document that needs to get posted, do I need in terms of training in order to make this the final product that the town clerk posts receivable, usable?
So that, to be determined. I think we'll have to figure out what workflows make the most sense. So we still have some time. This isn't until 2027, but we need to start getting.
Mark, I would just say that there would be a standard required for the document, the format of it, et cetera, that would be expected. So that would allow for the automation of this to occur. So I'm expecting that it's minimal training on the behalf of the average citizen, Joe Q citizen that's in to your example, that would need to be done. But
I think we.
Example.
I think we.
Likely to copy the last agenda, which already was fixed.
Yeah, you guys,
true too.
I think it's a great question. I think we don't know that answer. The state is doing the training, and we're going to kind of see what comes down the pike.
See, I would think for just agendas and minutes, the training would be minimal.
And one more question. How user-friendly is it going to be for me with my Mac versus somebody else with their PC to transfer documents into the system?
So the posting wouldn't change. This audit tool is not something that everyone's going to be using. This is only going to be for probably a low number of town staff. In other words, this is going to be checking to make sure that everybody is posting.
Yeah, this is a back-end audit tool. It's going to be seamless. It's like a service that Mark manages, his team manages, and the processes we have to follow to maintain our compliance with the standard are part of the training. And then the audit will say, hey, are we actually doing what we're required to? And does someone need more training? And then it might adjust some workflows around how are documents posted and all of that. But I think that that's to be determined, right?
Perfect.
Okay, good. I'm hired. All right. Thanks, Mark. All right, thank you, Mark. Okay.
The bigger topic isn't the tool, which is an obvious,
No.
go buy the tool, but the
Yeah.
biggest topic is
Yeah.
what's going to be long-term.
Absolutely. And as there's turnover with committees, how do we ensure all that, right?
Yeah, I don't know if my presentation actually meets the standard.
That blue and off blue, maybe not. Okay. Ian, are you?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, you're back.
So I think now we're turning to Community Preservation Committee presentation. Thank you for being patient with us.
I only need about 90 minutes, so good.
Okay. We'll give you 15.
You don't want to come on at 4 p.m.
Because I knew that was.
Dinner's not till 6.
While John's bringing up some slides just on current actual numbers, I thought what I would do is just give you a quick synopsis of what we accomplished in '25 and what's coming for town meeting.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah. Yes, sorry, Jim Ball. Do you need address? 78 Lyman Street. Not town meeting. Jim Ball, co-chair with Julia O'Neill Welch of CPC. And the big accomplishments for last year was we finished our plan, and so getting, the original goal was to get a plan completed and get the governing documents completed. And we were able to complete that and approve that in about the June timeframe after several public meetings and a lot of back and forth, a lot of work with the Mass Coalition and guidance from them, which was super helpful. And so that was big to get that done because that allowed us to then actually start moving forward. And for this year, you just have me, that's fine. Oh, you have to plug it in. Go ahead.
And for those, while we're setting up, CPC is Community Preservation Committee, and your budget books, it's page 80 if you're following along. This is new, yeah.
Yeah, this is brand new for
Yeah.
all of us, so it's
Jim has.
Yeah, I think, while John's trying to get that set up, I think you can hear me. So the key, many of you probably have heard this, so I'm sorry if it's repeated, but the key, there's 4 key goals in funding areas for the Community Preservation Committee: open space, housing, what am I missing? Open space, housing, recreation, and then historical preservation / restoration, even acquisition of historical assets if appropriate. And so those are the areas that the CPC was created, the original legislation. The town adopted it at the town meeting back in '22. And then select board in '23, shortly after that, did what the work they need to do to establish the committee, which is a 9-member committee. There's representatives from most of the other committees in town to the CPC committee, and then 2 at-large folks from, which I am one of, having served on most of the committees at some point in time, but not right now. And so, again, our goal, once the committee was established and seated, was to get the governance document done, which has been finished. And that did allow us to take our first grant applications this prior fall. And so to understand the process, what will happen in the future is the intent is to come to just the spring primary town meeting as a rule with CPC grant requests, or frankly, they're coming to us for the requests. We're coming to town meeting with a recommendation of what we have approved through our committee process, and then the town ultimately votes up or down on that. And so what will be happening is there's a 2-step process for applications. One is a very simple process. It describes the project, and it allows us to identify if it even qualifies under the rules, because there are certain sets and things that are required for a project to be applicable for the grant under the legislation. And we sat and reviewed those. We in fact had one that we determined was not eligible, also working closely with the coalition as we're kind of learning this process still, being fairly new at it. And then once we had 5 others that we ultimately decided were viable for the program, and then they follow up with a second, more detailed application. And that's just done so that we're not asking them to do a whole lot of work and documentation, only to say, sorry, this doesn't qualify. All right, and that worked out really well this year. Of those 5, ultimately, 4 of them came forward with the second application. One of the projects Jenny had through conservation actually was able to get other sources of funding, so she withdrew that request in the interim. Oh, thank you. Awesome, John. And so we now have indeed, as a committee, went through the remaining 4 and have approved those, and I'll talk about those in a moment in a little bit of detail. And so the slide, I think I said most of this, right? Yep. The next one is the article. So one thing that you'll see up here, you know, this does address the areas that are available for the funding. The community, you know, this is an additional, is excise tax the right word? I mean, surcharge. It's a surcharge is the correct word. So, you know, we're at a budget summit, but you don't have to plan for this in the budget. I mean, I think that's one of the unique things about this is this is already funded. We're not asking the town to approve any new funding. It's already being collected. That was approved back in 2022. So that's one thing I'll stress to people. This is not putting any further stress on the budget. Yeah, so what happens each year, and you'll see an article again this year, is 10% of the amount collected has to be contributed to each of the buckets. Up to 5% each year can be put into an administration bucket, because we do have, well, right now we don't, but we will hopefully again soon have staff. And we're borrowing some folks in Fred's department who are doing a great job for us. And then the remainder goes into a general bucket, which can be commingled with the other 10% for any of the objectives together, right? But those that are in those buckets have to be used. And the intention there is that it doesn't all get used for one area and the rest get neglected, all right? Do I just switch over here or the forward? Beautiful. And so what this shows for right now, here are the prior 3 years' contributions and what you'll see, and as taxes are going up slightly and valuations are improving, revenue has been growing slightly every year. And so the prior 3 years are represented there in 24, 25, and 26. And then the 27, John, are we still waiting for the state's match? That's an estimate, right? So the state also does a match, but that depends on actual real estate transactions. And so they have a sense or an estimate of what that may be and a range that it's tended to fall in. As you can see, that has fluctuated from year to year, but not broadly. All right, so that estimate of 65,000 we'll actually know soon. They'll announce that. So there's an article for this year to actually accept effectively and can basically allocate to the appropriate buckets the 496,609 that will be on the warrant. And then you see the total to the right once that is contributed. However, that does not yet account for the grants. So the 4 grants that we have, sorry. And here we go. So he's good. This numbers guys. And so what this shows is the withdrawals. Now that's assuming that the town approves them all. All right. And so I'll touch briefly on them, depending on how much time you want me to take on what the projects are. So the 402,900. There are 2 historic projects, 2 open space recreation projects. Those are John's commingled those into the totals out of each bucket. And so you'll see that will come back down to the $1,272,000 going forward, again, if the town approves the 4 that we're proposing or that we're recommending. All right? So that's where we stand today. Want me to touch briefly on the articles?
Yes.
You've probably all seen them. So one is for right next door, Westborough TV. I can give you the numbers if you'd like. There we go. I have them all memorized. I just don't know the number. I just don't know the numbers. There we go. So there's the budget. So Article 7. Thank you. Article 7 is the allocating this year's collected monies to the appropriate buckets and just bringing that forward to the town to approve. I'm hoping the next draft of that. Oh, they're not right or nor, are they? All right. And so later in the warrant are 3 other articles, which I don't know that the number is critical. So as I mentioned, for Westborough TV, we will be doing rehabilitation and or more importantly, restoration of the windows in the building. And so we'll be able to maintain those the same, we expect anyway, the same. They got a lot of information from the contractor that's doing the windows in the library. I expect will be one of the bidders. They'll get others just to be competitive. But they did determine that they're in a condition that they can be restored rather than replaced. So that is intended to keep that historical character, particularly of a downtown building in this downtown historic district. So that is a project. And that is 175,000. I'm sorry, 150,000. No, it is 175. Secondly is a contribution, not the entire cost, but a contribution towards playground at Hastings School for 150,000. That will ultimately be commingled with other sources. I think some yet to be determined. Hopefully some fundraising, potentially cash. I think that's being worked on still, but we did approve 150. And what happens there, importantly, on an asset like a school asset, people will ask, well, why are we doing that for the schools? After school, when the building is closed, what we're able to do through the CPC is attribute the hours that it's available in non-school hours. When you consider evenings and weekends, it's actually a fairly significant percentage that the general public is allowed to use it. So under that basis, my kids played there a long time ago, it's allowed to be partially funded through CPC funds. So that is the second article in recreation, as you would imagine. Under open space and recreation, a smaller amount, 25,000 change, I think it's 25.5. Bowman Street, some work was done over the last couple of years through certain grants on some of the trails to restore some of the stairways up there through some of the steeper areas on the paths, but there wasn't sufficient funding at that time to do the rails and the railings, the posts and the ropes and such. So they came to us for a request to continue that work, and we did indeed agree to fund that through the recreation space. And what am I missing? Oh, yes. Lastly, through historical renovation is Midland Cemetery. And so they are working, they have been over time, identifying many, as you would imagine, those headstones are very old. And so they are working with restoration specialists that they've worked with in the past in other areas to restore. They're hoping 50 stones. We've approved $100,000, depending on, some of them need more work than others. There is a obelisk, that's what it is. There's an obelisk there that needs some restoration and maybe a little bit more expensive. And so they're gonna take that as far as they can. Their estimation based on prior work is they think they'll get at least 50 stones in there restored. They have more to do, but that will take a couple of years because actually getting these specialists to do the work is tough. There's high demand and there's not many of them. So those are the 4 projects that are on the warrant. That's an update on where we are financially and kind of the process. I did that quickly to keep you all moving, but any questions?
Not a question, but I do want to really extend the thanks to the CPC for all of its work. This was, there's the initial effort to get the act passed, and now the real work begins. I was a huge proponent of the CPA, and I'm happy that our board supported that wholeheartedly. I think it's just really important. It's really a public comment here that the projects you're talking about are things that honestly would be like, I don't want to say nice to haves, but we're just not going to, allocate budget toward. And so for anyone listening to this and wondering, well, definitely go to the website and learn more about the act and the committee's work. But it's intended to kind of create this grassroots, like, what do we need to do to improve our community? Like, even like the headstones, that would be just something we'd be like, yeah, then it's not a priority right now. We're going to put, $25,000 toward an ambulance. That's exactly.
Going to be more headstones.
Right.
We don't fund the ambulance.
Right.
So.
Touche. Anyway, I really want to thank, this is really important work, and it's wonderful to see. It is a surcharge on taxpayers. It is, so I'm grateful for that. But it's great to see how this little account is growing, at a nice pace, even with a nominal contribution that we could have actually applied.
I agree.
Oh, yeah. Mr.
Switch over to
Go
you guys
ahead.
first, then back.
A little question on your chart here. What's missing for me is, I see the state match, but how much is the number that, maybe it's just a subtraction from one of these two, but what came in, what was collected in the surtax total
It's a
number?
subtraction number.
And I'm getting to my question of, what was the percentage match that the state did? Because that was a thing of, it's a variable, and I know you don't know the future one, but what was it in 25?
Like 16, 17%.
It'd be good to show what you're saying.
Good to show, and I think it should show above state match, it should say collected tax, and then they total to that, but.
Yeah, I will. So you could take the bottom number and subtract the state match and come up with that number. I agree, there's not a line on there. So what the actual collected amount
Jim, I think it's a little misleading to use appropriations when you're talking about a state match. Am I wrong on that? I think appropriations, I feel like that's the surcharge amount, and then you add the state match to get the total fund balance.
The box.
Am I wrong on that? Would you use appropriations for a state match?
I mean, he is talking about how it's been appropriated to the different boxes, I think.
Yeah,
but the label.
Well, that one attributes to what's below it, in that it is the administrative costs, because once those are set aside, those are more like appropriations, because if they don't get spent, they go back into the reserves. So when you do it, even if the CPC doesn't have any projects, right, they would be appropriating with that for the administrative expenses. It's not something that would get reviewed. It would be something that they would determine they're going to do or not do.
I think I just need to review my definition of appropriation.
No, I apologize if this is missing something. This was,
The appropriations is not the state match, the appropriations is the administrative
Right.
budget. They're
It's the
appropriating a
5%.
certain dollar amount.
But your point, I mean, one thing we may do at the
Yes.
top is actually put the dollar amount from the excise tax.
for town meeting,
Yeah.
I'll have better labels up there, and I'll put the percent that was matched, just to show what it is.
Yeah, that was the point
And
of it,
just
really, too. Yeah.
so you know,
Good point, it's a good point. Put that at the top, and then the bottom is the sum of the two, obviously.
I just wanted to lay out what this is, right? What was voted is 0.5% of the real estate tax, but there's $100,000, and I should have an example up there, of a property value exemption. So if if property was worth $300,000, if they're assessed at $300,000, you'd take $100,000 away from that, recalculate what their taxes would be, and then you take 0.5% of that. So it was an opportunity to reduce it and still have that surcharge, but not, and that's on both commercial and residential properties.
Don?
So thank you for bringing forward those 4 projects. Were there other projects that were brought before you that you did not select?
Yeah, Sean, great question. There was one that was determined that it didn't fall under the purview of CPC, and that was land management, which was ultimately funded in a different way, and that it didn't. What you don't see up here, and I have it in my iPad, but I don't have a converter. There is a box that identifies the 4 categories, and then there's a kind of a list of there's 5 or 6 kind of check boxes, yes or no's, that does it meet these criteria, and ultimately that request we determined didn't. What had happened is Janet had seen another example where someone did in the past in a town what she thought was similar, and I will say there's, even the coalition is still figuring this out, and that it's fairly new, and they've updated the legislation a number of times, and people have come back and say, hey, this doesn't quite work or whatever. But at the end of the day, we didn't feel that it met, and the coalition didn't feel it met, even though she was able to find. So she was doing her homework and signing him and said, oh, it looks like we can do this. Probably shouldn't have been done by that town. And so we identified, and she went a different direction in that one. And then the other, as I mentioned, she got some grant funding for something instead. And so she said, I'll save your funds for the future, and withdrew that request, even though it would have actually been a viable request for us.
Yeah, and Sean, just to add to that, the original request for the playground was for the full amount, but because the playground is not open to the public 24/7, we could only prorate the amount based upon when it is open to the public, and the rest would have to be separately funded. And I just wanted to comment on this based on Shelby's comment. I don't actually look at these as things that we wouldn't put forward anyway. I feel like this fund is a chance for us to put aside some money for future town meeting articles that we would vote for anyway.
Right.
And also get some state funding to help us pay for those. So I hope people don't think that we don't look, as a committee, we're not looking at these as nice to haves. We believe that these would be funded by the town regardless of the funding source, but we feel like because we have this money set aside and got the state match, it makes it less expensive for the town to do.
Yeah, I want to be clear. I think both are true. I think that, I mean,
they're not critical infrastructure, Shelby.
Yeah, they're not critical,
but they're
and
valuable.
But they're, I mean, land acquisition, certainly improvement of our playground. I mean, those are all things that at some point, yes, we probably would have done. Maybe it allows us to do it sooner. We get the benefit of the state match. But, there are, I do believe that there are some projects that will come forward where we would say, it's somewhere along this budgetary process would just not rise to the level of even a free cash or what have you. So I think both are true.
Well, and so the process
to be
isn't
clear,
unlike like
none
the
of this
capital
is
expenditures
none of
committee.
these expenses are approved until town meeting votes to spend.
And to clarify, so what can happen in town meeting is the people can either say yes, or they can reduce the amount That's it. They can't change it or they can't bring forward other alternative projects. So that is the options, to say yes or yes, but for less. And those are the options. Or no, they can say no. Sorry.
Oh, is
Sorry.
that a choice?
You can't say more. You can't say, I want a bigger playground, because my kids are in school. So that's exactly right. And one last comment is when we're, unlike many of you have served in the Capital Expenditures Committee, where there's kind of a matrix of priorities, right, that we're trying to serve. We have a similar idea. We're considering the master plan, we're considering the open space plan, we're considering the housing plan, all of those different priorities when these requests come in, and any of them that meet more than one objective, or hopefully serve a broader swath of the audience, not a very of the population, not a very narrow swath. We're trying to think of all those things. All right, so those are all considerations that go into these decisions.
Thank you. So conservation was attached to actually 3 different articles that are here. Land management, I'm sort of surprised wasn't part of this, but you've explained it. C'est la vie.
Well, partly because the land, it's interesting, if the land is acquired with CPC funds, then some CP funds can be used to manage it, but because this is new and any of the land we currently own was not acquired with CPC funds, we can't provide funds to manage it.
Okay.
So that's a little, and naturally, because it's new, there's nothing we've acquired in terms of open space with these funds, so it can't be used for that
The
purpose.
opposite, if we had the CPC, we used that to buy the Daypray property instead of the town, then.
We could have done some maintenance.
Then you could,
and
some
support
maintenance
there.
could come out of this.
And the land management also, to be clear, it's a plan that it's not actual management of the land. She's doing a land management plan, not the land. So it wasn't an actual on the land. So even in that case, if we bought it, it was deemed more administrative, and this is more kind of infrastructure. And so it's a little bit in a gray area.
You're abutting very dangerously against concepts of a plan here, but
I
I digress. So the third article, though, was about the $75,000 for trees. That again is conservation. It's Article 17, I believe it is.
Not ours. Nothing for trees for us.
That's DPW.
But it's listed as conservation?
That's
Yeah, I'm
conservation.
sorry.
Conservation, not
But
CPC.
it's not through the Community Preservation Committee funding.
Well, no, it's not part. So conservation bought to you the $25,000 for Bowman.
Yes.
Conservation could have bought the trees, could they have not? Or again, is this?
Again, if it's on land that was not acquired with CPC funds, it could not.
Okay.
So what happens when we do one of these things where we take a little bit of money from the walk-up Robinson and a little bit from this and a little bit from CPC? How complicated does that make later to spend your funds, well, not your funds, but the town's funds through CPC for this?
So I'm gonna make an educated guess and then follow up. My expectation is if there was a contribution from the CPC, that future work on that property would be allowed and that it was partly acquired. I don't recall, I've read the act a lot now, but not in the last couple of weeks. I don't recall anything that said fully purchased with versus partially purchased. So.
Right, I mean, it'd be really nice to make sure that if we say use 25% funds from CPC, we aren't limited to only 25% follow-up maintenance later.
Yeah, we take that, I'm sure we take that into account when we're purchasing a property, and it's very different versus a project that you were improving. But relative to the funding of these things, if there was a purchase, we'd make sure that whatever funds we were using were appropriate for the purpose, and going forward, if it was to be improved from a project perspective, not just an overall maintenance, then that would make a difference.
So, and I'm sorry, the last question I was going to have was with regards to the windows. Mind you, it's a property we already own. We didn't just buy it, but what happens if, I guess, what's the alternative cost for historical windows? Like, what is a regular window
to
cost?
replace them with new windows. Part of why this has been brought forth is that buildings like that, do you want to put brand new windows that don't match the building in? And so that's part of why this was brought out, is to retain the historical character, particularly in a downtown historic district of a property like that. It is an allowed use.
We don't own that building. We did not acquire it. It's still owned by Westborough TV. However, you can use CPA funds, CPC, excuse me, funds for that purpose if the property is considered historic, older than a certain date, and relevant. And so that downtown building was determined by the CPC to fall within that, and the windows would have to fall within the criteria of being a preservation of the property.
Okay, then maybe the question still is, we're spending $127,000 on windows. And like, what would it cost to have regular windows? Because that's, if you don't approve this line, then at some point somebody has to put in regular windows to improve them, don't
Well,
they?
they've been deferring that for a while because of the budgetary situation of Westborough TV.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good question for town meeting, and I'm sure they're listening and they'll be prepared to answer that. But I think that they are always intended to keep the character of that building, is my understanding. And so they would not be seeking to replace it in a way that wouldn't be in keeping with the historical nature of the building.
Thank you.
So I know that this is a very complex, when can we use this money, when can we not? If you go to the Community Preservation Coalition site, there's is my project eligible? There's like a matrix there that says, open space, acquire, yes. Create, yes. Preserve, yes. Support, no. Rehab and restore, no, unless it's acquired with funds. So there's semantics, and you have to use some judgment as to, well, is this support or is this rehab and restore? It's very complex, and that's why we go to the coalition with a preliminary application to determine whether or not we can even move forward to the second, the complete application. So we have 2 application rounds. The initial one is for us to determine the eligibility, and the second one is for us to get into the nitty-gritty of whether we want to actually recommend the town support it. So it is complex, I understand.
And your comment's a perfectly reasonable comment. Should we just put in new windows? Now, we couldn't pay for that, all right, because this is historical renovation, which we can do and so if, the key for this is to contain, one of the key tenets of this legislation is to maintain historical character. Restoring the windows there is how that's done. The town gets to decide. I mean, I think what's important is otherwise they would probably have to come and ask for funding in the budget somewhere else to say, we need to put in new windows. With regard, I think they actually did research the costing as well. And
just to note, that building is not a town building.
That's right.
No, understood, but we have a budget for them. We're paying them $200 and some odd $1,000.
That's for them to tape our meetings and things like that. It's not not for them to buy new windows for their building.
It's not specifically a budget for them, but it's a contract with them to provide services. And so we are now paying for the services that we receive from them. Correct. Now, is it tied to their budget? Yes, it is. But they're not a town department. We don't approve their budget. We don't appropriate their budget. We approve an amount for that expenditure by the town for the services that we receive. I know it's a little complex, but cable TV gets complex relative to what the laws are and how you can handle that as an enterprise. So Ian's right, we do not own the building. And so it's a new endeavor for us that just started last year. So you're right, it is complex. The preservation of the windows and this is a good project that falls within. And I think if you do a search on Google, you'll find many projects that were like this in downtown areas that were windows. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. On the coalition website, for those that are interested on your free time, there is a very long list. Frankly, all of the grants that have been approved to communities, there is a library of them. You'll see window restoration in older buildings is very prevalent. Older building restoration. It's not exactly an answer to your question, and I understand your question. But that, with regard to our committee, and also just to express or follow up on Mark's point, we did sit with myself and Julie with the coalition team and went through every one of these requests in detail to be sure of the qualifications and the process and all that, because we are indeed, relatively new to this. But so we did it thoroughly with the team.
Thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah.
and Beth.
Yeah, just if you can go back to that finance slide that you had a moment ago with the spreadsheet on it, worksheet on it. While you do that, I'll just say, Jim, I wanted to thank you and the CPC committee for all the work you've done, as well as all the applicants to get to the point where it is today. So thank you very much. My question on this is a little bit, just a clarification. I think you might want to have a change around here. On that top line item, state match, the total of 130 is not the total of the 3 previous columns. So I suspect that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I suspect that's intended to be a total for 2025 and the estimated 2026. So in theory, what you should, I would think you'd move that 130 over to the left, move the 2027 to the right, and then put a future total of, 195,000.
I'd want it to be the total estimate. I would change it to the total estimate.
I'm sorry?
I would change it to the total estimate. I would just
Sure,
total
you could
all
do
of it.
that. You could do that. Total estimate, including, that's
Yeah,
fine.
because that's what we're going to add going down.
Yeah, that's, but the 130, right, so that should be 195 then?
Got some work to do on that spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Am I correct, though? Is my math correct, that it should be 195?
If we add the 27, I think you probably had created that number before you put, because you just got that fiscal 27 number.
Yeah, I literally did it while sitting here.
So it's really 192,733.
Just want to make sure that, because.
I did it during the fire chief.
Thank you.
So we'll do
we
that.
won't blame you,
And
we'll
and I
blame
like the
John.
comment about putting the excise tax amount at the top as well. So, but that you did.
Hi, I sort of want to go backwards a little bit to the windows, just so I can get a better understanding. So if a private homeowner had a house, on Main Street that had historic windows that needed to be redone, could they apply to you?
No, yeah, I think they could.
For historical, so are the windows that are getting put in meeting today's window standards but just look like old windows? Or,
They're actually they are taking those windows out to the renovation shop and and just like in the library, repairing and renovating and restoring them and bringing them and putting them back in.
So
they're fixing the old windows so that they still look like the old windows.
They're going to be the old windows. There'll be new sashes. They'll be all repainted. If there are pieces that have rotted, they'll be replaced with the same kind of wood. It's quite meticulous in the way that they do it.
Because we have a lot of standards of new windows that have, good R values and things like that. So we're literally putting back windows that don't?
No, they'll improve the glass, so multi-pane glass. There have been homeowners in other communities that actually have, we don't have a historic district, but I can tell you that there have been private properties within historic district in communities that have very strict historic standards, and they replace them with modern windows that look like leaded glass.
Yeah.
We do have a historic district, and the historical commission, as part of their review, they work with homeowners, businesses all the time to understand what's being replaced. The building department, has a say in that as well. So
But I think the applicants, each individual applicants are going to come in and go to the AFC, and that's probably a better time for you to ask these questions because
They did speak towards your question about the quality of the installation.
we probably didn't ask the same exact questions. I mean, we certainly asked some of these questions,
I'm
but
just trying to get a sense for
yeah,
precedence.
I would say wait for Westborough TV to come into AFC and catalog these questions for them so that you can get the correct answers and not a little bit of guesswork on our
That's a technical one
part.
about the windows, but I'm actually more interested in the precedence of, is this limited to because we do business with Westborough TV?
No.
Versus
No, it's
they're
not.
in the historic district?
No, it's historic district. Who knows if this is true? This is artificial intelligence. But funds may be used, basically can be used for projects on private property specifically for historic preservation, provided they serve a public benefit and comply with the Massachusetts anti-aid constitutional restrictions. Projects must generally be visible to the public or deemed to have a significant public benefit rather than simply improving private property value. And then it goes on to say, and typically the property often requires a preservation restriction to be able to use it. So it is used for private funds, but there's a process that these guys have to go through. And so it couldn't be used to do the interior of your private house because that was historic. It's
But I'm
to
likely
redo
to
your
argue
kitchen.
it's not for the public good.
Yes.
But
that's where
I,
they
I,
are.
I can
And
tell
that's where the
you,
committee's going to do the work. Yeah.
in Weston, they did the church downtown, and it went to court, and it was deemed to be historic. So, that's like a controversial one that is owned by,
Well, my
private,
reference
but
is, my,
it's clearly, the standard is that it's exposed to the public and has a public benefit. It does not need to be a historic district either. It just has to have some public benefit.
okay.
And I'm quite certain, it's been a little while, I'm quite certain they did address the improvements in the weather value and the thermal value of the renovation, but they'll certainly be able to talk to you about that. My recollection is that was in the proposal, but it's been 2 months since we read it. So.
Great. Anything further? If not, we'll move on to the police. Jim, thank you so
All right,
much.
I don't have all their information. I'll let them do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you for pulling that out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I know.
No, I was curious myself.
Yeah.
Why? I don't even know how to get them on there.
And I haven't quite finished reading it, but it's still there, or it's there afterwards. If you want to take it's more or less
Encourage the group you.
take it, it has to go across the street or things and then go to YouTube.
It's also just time to really
Yeah.
to finish that
Historical,
project,
yeah.
you know.
And there might be just like, it's not like a 30-second thing. But it is fun. It's like, she's speaking. Oh, we're on film. Back and forth. What I learned was eat or something.
Good afternoon, everybody. Todd Minardi, your police chief. The way we're going to do this today is I'm going to have two of my lieutenants, Lieutenant Chipperite and Lieutenant Luce, are going to help me do presentations today. They each got a little section they're going to do. I like to give them an opportunity to do some of my work, so that's what we're going to do this morning. So I'm going to just start real quickly. I always like to put up the department's mission statement. Some of our core values: to protect and serve the community, uphold the law with integrity, promote community partnerships, and continuous improvement and innovation. And I think a lot of our programs over the last few years have proven that. But I'm not going to read the whole mission statement, but we really do try to ensure a safe environment for all and guarantee everyone is treated with dignity and respect. And we really take this mission statement in the heart when we hire people. We actually just rescinded a conditional offer last week. Somebody that we would have been a lateral transfer, which would have been great, but we were doing a background investigation. We felt that they weren't really going to fit in. So we don't just hire to fill vacancies. We definitely hire people that we think are going to fit here and do a good job, and we think we've been successful in that. Hopefully we don't have to keep being busy doing it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Shipwright. He's going to talk a little bit about the Department of Justice grant that he wrote, along with some recent successes and accomplishments for our department in the last year. I'll jump back into the actual budget numbers after that, and we'll get into the capital warrant articles. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon.
I appreciate your time. I know this is a very tedious process that you have to go through, but we appreciate your support and all the work that you do. So this hiring grant we were able to obtain was a great win for us. It helps offset a lot of cost. This first slide I'll show you kind of outlines how the COPS hiring program, which is administered by the U.S. Department of Justice, plays a key role in supporting our department's staffing and community policing strategy. First, the funding itself is substantial. The program covers up to 75% of a salary and fringe benefits for one new full-time police officer for a 36-month period, with the town covering at least 25%. That's up to $125,000 for that officer in federal support. This level of investment helps us expand our capacity without placing the full cost of the burden on the local taxpayers. Second, a critical requirement is that these positions must be additional. That means the federal funding can't be used to backfill or replace locally funded roles. It's meant to increase our staffing beyond what we could do with local funds alone. That's a major value add for the community, but it also requires that we're able to absorb and sustain those roles after the grant ends. Third, there is a long-term commitment involved. After the 3-year funding window, we're required to retain that position for at least 12 months. That's important context as we plan for future budgets. We can treat this as a temporary bump. We can't treat this as a temporary bump in staffing. We need to plan now for how we support these roles beyond the grant life cycle. Finally, this isn't just about staffing numbers. It's about how we serve the community. The COPS grant supports the community engagement initiatives that are which are core to our mission. These programs improve public safety, strengthen trust, and align with our strategic focus on transparency and accountability. So in short, the COPS hiring program gives us a strong foundation to grow and improve service, but it also comes with important obligations, and our budget planning reflects that reality. The next slide, go into some real-world incidents where the budget-supported resources made a critical difference. These aren't rare edge cases. These are the kinds of calls that we routinely respond to, and they require advanced tools, coordination, and training to resolve safely and successfully. In the first case of the missing endangered adult, our ability to deploy the drone and coordinate across units directly contributed to a positive outcome. With that in mind, that drone's thermal camera, the pilot certification, and the spare batteries all need upkeep, and that's in our budget to do that. Similarly, when a man collapsed at a local facility, our officers' AED response saved the life within minutes. That outcome is only possible with that sustained investment in our officers' training and keeping the medical kits fully stocked. Also in the break-in case, it was the use of our canine, our drones, our fingerprint recovery tools, the collaborative detective work that led to an arrest in that situation. Those are capabilities we rely on frequently, and they require storage, technical maintenance, and evidence handling supplies in order to accomplish that. All these successes are tangible returns on past budget decisions that make the case for continuing investment in the operational readiness of our department. This third slide highlights our department's long-term commitment to continuous improvement through both rigorous internal development and leadership and accreditation. Our MPAC accreditation is due for reassessment in 2026, this year in March. We're fully engaged in that process, and we continue to maintain the full compliance with accreditation standards, which are aligned with the best practices in policing and transparency and operational readiness. Importantly, Westborough doesn't, we're just not meeting our own benchmarks. We're helping others do the same thing. Our department has taken a leadership role in the region by assisting other agencies across the Commonwealth in achieving accreditation. This includes sharing policy templates, offering guidance on compliance documentation, and mentoring other departments through the process. This shows and marks our credibility and commitment to public service. As it relates to our training, internally, we've logged over 4,000 hours of professional development this year across all ranks. That's ranging from an FBI command college to school safety conferences and university-based supervision programs. That kind of engagement directly supports safer, more effective policing within the town. We also have our own professional development point system, which ensures this training is tracked, it's intentional, and it aligns with our operational goal. We're planning where people go. We don't just make it up as we go along. However, in the end, none of this happens without funding. For the courses, to travel costs, to shift coverage, the FY27 budget request reflects these and what it takes to sustain this high performance standard, because excellence isn't just a one-time thing, it's a culture that requires continual investment, as you know. On this last slide, some more accomplishments. We continued our focus on traffic safety, an area that directly impacts the community and the quality of life, as well as public health. We're proud to have received the AAA Northeast Gold Award, which recognizes agencies that excel in a comprehensive approach to traffic safety. That means not just enforcement, but also education, collaboration with public works to address infrastructure concerns as well. It's a competitive recognition that reflects a high standard of professionalism, and we're proud to earn that award. Additionally, our very own Lieutenant Cliff Luce was also honored with the AAA Community Traffic Hero Award. It's a well-deserved recognition for his leadership in proactive enforcement and outreach. His work exemplifies our community-first approach and commitment to the long-term impact. Now, as it relates to a funding standpoint, we have successfully secured over $20,000 through a highway safety grant. These dollars support, they supported the targeted enforcement campaigns like the distracted driving, impaired driving and pedestrian safety initiatives, as well as educational efforts and equipment needs. This grant helps extend our reach without placing additional burden on the local funding. And finally, I guess it's worth emphasizing that our traffic safety efforts are all data-driven and focused on results. We don't just patrol, we analyze crash trends, tailor our enforcement, and meet residents where they are educated and through engagement. It's this blend in strategy and in service that keeps our roads safer and the community better protected. Just in closing, we want to reiterate that the Westborough Police Department's success is not accidental. They are the results of deliberate strategic investment in people, tools, and systems sustained over time, grounded in accountability. Thank you again for your time. I'll now pass it back to Chief Minardi.
So again, just jump into the numbers and the actual budget. I always show a slide similar to this because I just want everyone to understand that this is how myself and my team, when we do budgets and we think about spending money, and whether it's staffing or equipment or whatever it is, we kind of look at this as how we make our decisions. Obviously, it impacts taxes. We also have to be concerned for the level of service that the community expects and believes they should be receiving. And that's all about public safety because we are the police department. So, but we also have to take into account officer safety and officer wellness. So we have to make sure they're properly trained, equipped, and properly compensated. So the police department represents about 4% of the town's overall budget. And when you look at the police department by itself, we are 92% salary and wages and 8% expenses. So there's definitely no fluff in our budget. It's all related, salary and wages are all related to contracts, obviously, and the expenses, we'll go through them, some of the lines individually that showed increases. This is just a budget comparison between FY26 and FY27. FY26, we're at $4,920,000 and change. FY27, we're just under 5.2. And again, you can see the biggest driver in that is salary and wages, but there was a significant increase, as I'm sure you know by now, in our expenses, and again, we'll discuss that. Some of the things we did under fiscal responsibility and efficiency is we cut the calendar year of 25, supervisors worked 1,100 hours of overtime. That was just supervisor overtime shifts. In calendar year 26, we were down to 150, so that was a significant reduction in overtime hours. We reclassified one of the administrative assistants positions, reducing the salary expense by about $1,500 from a G3 to a G2. Supervisor roll call time, again, in calendar year 25, they accumulated about 200 hours of comp time for coming in early for roll call. We negotiated that benefit out through some of the other processes that we instilled as far as adding the corporal rank and an additional lieutenant. So in calendar year 26, we were down to 0 hours. And again, with the court time in 25, it was about 610 hours. In 26, it dropped down to 250. And again, that is related to changes we made in the process in which we have a court officer now, and individual officers don't do their own show cause hearings. When we talk about grants, we had the municipal road safety grant, but we also had a number of other grants. Bulletproof vest grant, which provides funding for officers to get their vests, obviously. We had a homeland security grant that was awarded to us for the 3D crime scene scanner that we asked for last year on the capital plan. We had taken it off because we were awarded this grant. Unfortunately, that funding has been kind of frozen at the state level, so we haven't actually received the award yet. We're hoping that we do. We have a justice assistance grant, was $34,900. The federal cops hiring grant that Lieutenant spoke about earlier, and our jail division program grant, which funds our embedded clinician, was $120,000 for the total of about $412,90. Additional budget drivers, the employees received 13 step raises during FY27. As you know, there has been some turnover in our staff. We have hired a number of officers at a lower grade or a lower step than where they were, but now they get continual step raises until they hit max. There were 2 additional educational pay increases that was contractual. The supervisors settled their collective bargaining agreement, and there was some non-wage adjustments also negotiated or instituted. And of course, we always have inflation that I think we all can recognize how the cost of things have increased. And again, when we talk about expenses in the expense side of our budget, that's again one of the drivers is surely just the increased cost of equipment, especially when it comes to fleet maintenance. I put this graph in here to show, as you may or may not have seen already, there's an increase in some of the overtime line items that I'm requesting this year. You can see that over a 10-year period, we had a 21.5% cumulative COLA raise, but for many years, we didn't raise our overtime. We actually got to a height in 2022. In both our general overtime, which is the tallest blue line, training overtime, which is the gray column, and then the lighter, I guess, blue column is court time. You'll see that in 2023, that number decreased. That had some to do with COVID and requests to reduce budgets. We increased it slightly. In 24, it stayed pretty flat. In 25 and 26, with the training line actually getting reduced. So I am asking for a small increase in FY27. However, you'll see that there's also a decrease in our court overtime column. And again, that's related to the reduction in court overtime and the show cause hearings. Okay, expenses. When we see the increase in expenses, we're going to talk to you when we get to warrant articles about the Axon contract. That's our largest single expense, and it increased by $65,421 for FY27. Axon contract is for our tasers and body cameras, And again, when we get to the warrant articles, we're going to, Lieutenant Luce is going to discuss a lot more information about that. There are a lot of other contractual services that fall under the contractual services line. I don't certainly have them all listed here. We did get a savings when we signed up with FirstNet when we left Verizon. So there was a savings of about $7,800 there, but there were numerous increases in other vendors like Power DMS is our policy management vendor, Cybercomm is for radios. So a lot of other services that come out of contractual expenses. Small increase in radio repairs, simply related to there's an increase in the cost of portable batteries. Our radios are getting a lot older. The batteries hold less of a charge. So when we have to add more of those, it's going to become more expensive. Fleet maintenance was way overspent last year. Vendors like Pete Tire Barn, Colonial Ford, Herb Chambers, we're asking for an increase of $13,000 this year. That's still is going to have us below what we spent in FY25. Like for instance, we just put a water pump in a cruiser. It was $3,000. I just signed almost $1,000 worth of bills this morning just for brakes and an exhaust repair. So it adds up quickly. We have our law enforcement equipment line. I have reduced that by $2,000. The biggest part of that is that some of the equipment or products we bought for our TASER training is now included in the TASER contracts. For instance, the training cartridges that we used to have to pay for outside of the contract are now included in the contract. So while there was a big increase, I did reduce some of the law enforcement equipment expense. In-state and out-of-state travel, I'm looking for a moderate increase just because I anticipate it costing more money. And we have plans to send a few more officers to some regional training this year than maybe we did last year. And the training and education line, it's not only mandatory training, but professional development. I'm asking for a $3,000 increase in that. Again, in FY25, it was almost $39,000. So even the request this year is below what that actual expense was. I've been using this slide for a long time, well, since 2019, actually. This is the MRI study. I'm just going to touch on it briefly. We're pretty in line with our calls for service, what MRI was projecting back in 2009 when they finished this study. Their goal was 600 to 700 calls per officer. This is based on patrol level activity. So this year, at 29 officers, we would have been about almost 900 calls per officer. So we have increased the one position with the COPS hiring grant. Unfortunately, we're still not at full staff. We just put 2 officers in the Worcester Academy this week. And like I said, we rescinded a job offer as well. So even when we talk about staffing and call numbers, we're talking about full staff, not the staff that we actually have. We haven't been fully staffed since I became chief. It's been a struggle, but when we look at, we have the warrant article discussion towards the end about the staffing assessment. I'll touch on that a little bit more in depth. And this really just speaks to, the 41 sworn officers that we're authorized to have. The town commission study had us at 44 officers by FY24. And again, we look at taxes, but we also understand underinvesting and safety may lead to higher long-term costs. And by prioritizing staffing to meet recommended levels, we ensure a safer, more inclusive environment for all and demonstrate a commitment to proactive rather than reactive public safety management. So I have a short video for you to watch. I don't know if we can turn that down. Sorry about that.
Got our attention.
Any questions on the budget?
How many takes to catch the ball?
I almost didn't get it. That was the catch with the cop over at the high school.
Any questions? Yeah, Sean.
One quick question. So I know we're going to get to the articles later, and one is about the length of contracts. We can't go over 3 years for a contract without it going to town meeting. Is the expense item assuming that article passes, or does, I guess, the article change that expense item?
So the expense is funded through the budget. It always has been, but the warrant article really is just approving signing the 5-year contract.
It's more future, hopefully future expense.
Right. Well, yeah. So it would start in FY27, the new contract.
Oh, actually, is the current contract already 5 years? It is.
It is.
Okay.
I think part of the answer is that, yes, it's in the budget, and the presumption is that if the 5-year contract is not approved, we would enter into a 3-year contract.
It would
at that
potentially
rate,
be
yeah.
more expense.
I don't believe we'd be penalized for year 1.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, for the presentation. You had a slide up there earlier which talked about, I think it was 1,100 hours of overtime hours that were reduced to 150. I remember what the slide was. I was just wondering, what do you, maybe I missed it, what do you attribute that to? What was the?
That was by creating the rank of corporals.
It
So
was
we
that,
started
okay.
scheduling a corporal and a sergeant on every shift. So there was supervisory coverage where before we were just having to fill a time off with a sergeant, creating overtime.
I'd love to understand, not now, unless you have the number off the top of your head, what the actual cost reduction is when you go through that, because that's, I imagine that's a pretty significant number. So
It's
thank you.
hard to know because based on who's going to fill it, it could be a corporal at a lower pay grade, it could be a lieutenant at a higher pay grade.
Yeah.
I think you could probably assume around $60,000.
Okay. Thank you.
So thank you for that post. I guess that slide, you were referencing comparisons in calendar year, and it suggested calendar year 26 was down to 0, or it was down to 150. To me, that's like a dramatic increase because it's only been 1 month in calendar year 26. So I wasn't sure if you're trying to say that it's getting dramatically worse or dramatically.
I think that was probably a typo on my part that I didn't even catch.
Okay, because there's a mix of calendar
Because
year and
I
fiscal
keep
years
thinking
there. So.
fiscal years, but I was trying to do calendar years
Got it.
because.
So that was a good news slide.
Yes.
Not a bad. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. That's good. And if I may,
Thank you.
For the question, I think for Sergeant Luce, is it? Do I have again?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Luce. Sorry about that. With regards to Axon, Is the current training include the potential lethality of taser devices and the training for how to use it to reduce that risk?
I will address it when I do my presentation.
Okay.
I'll talk about training and everything else like that. But
Okay.
I will probably answer that question. Yes.
Thank you.
How many officers do you have?
41.
And how many do you want?
Well, you know, when we talk about the organizational assessment warrant article, that's really where that was born out of. I had conversation with the town manager about updating the study that we currently have, because even at last town meeting, there was a question about, you know, staffing and the cost of the police department, and I referenced the 2019 study, and there was a comment made about, well, I wish there was something more recent than just 5 years ago, which I completely understand. The department's changed a lot, the town has changed a lot, so it would be worthwhile to do a real organizational assessment of the town and to see what they come up with recommendations.
Okay. Which is the article that's on the warrant.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, ask them for that.
Else?
Questions?
All right, I'll jump into capital. First, I'm going to discuss the mobile command post. So someone said, well, you know, what do you need that for? We actually had one many years ago. This is retired Chief Glenn Parker. Him and the fire department got the special response vehicle. It was useful, but it wasn't really a command post. It had a lot of traffic stuff in it and everything, but that's really the spirit of it back then, was to have a mobile command post. So the purpose of it is critical incident response. It provides a mobile center to coordinate emergency operations during high-risk incidents, disasters, and community crisis. It can be used in major investigations to secure staging and planning areas for officers and mutual aid partners, and can be used for community event management, supports public safety operations at large community events, and a visible presence. So again, we talk about operational need. In search and rescue operations, the command post provides a climate-controlled, well-equipped base of operations. If we have a missing persons or some other operation out in the weather, it provides us a workspace. Mobile command post officer, again, a secure staging area, planning area for officers and mutual aid partners. School safety and reunification during school incidents or reunification events. Mobile command post serves as a unified command post for police, fire, EMS, and school. So if we had a large school event, or, you know, God forbid, a school shooting or other tragedy, we could have not only a reunification event, which would be a location that would be easily identifiable, but also a place for the school staff to also be part of the command post. Major crashes, hazardous material incidents, severe weather, the mobile command post maintains continuous command and communication when infrastructure is disrupted. Community and town events, again, there are numerous town events throughout the community. We could use it at the block party celebration, tree lighting event, parades, 5Ks, fairs. Again, it's a visible and accessible presence, and then again could serve as a reunification point for lost children or anyone needing any type of assistance. And it meets federal and state standards for emergency response under unified command and incident command structure standards and practices. So some people have said, you know, how come you can't use a state police command post center? And there's a number of reasons why, you know, that's not the best option. Critical incidents unfold in minutes, not hours. In emergencies such as active threats, school incidents, large fires, etc., the first 10 to 30 minutes is what's most important in establishing control. Waiting hours for an external command post only introduces delays and can severely limit effectiveness. Worcester County Sheriff's Office and Mass State Police Command Posts serve dozens of cities and towns, countywide operations, task force, and other major investigations and events. And the reality of it is, they just might not be available when we need them. So if we need a command post set up in 10, 20 minutes, we need to have something available to respond on our own. Again, large community events it can be used for. This isn't just a search and rescue piece of equipment. It can be used for multiple things within our community. So we looked at 2025. Maybe not. My laptop just died. It should be charged, but. It never seems to fail. I always am the one with technical difficulties.
Does it come with a battery, the command post?
Yeah, well, that's another thing. You charge laptops, radios, drones.
You do have a light going on in your computer that you didn't have before right by your hand, so when you plugged it in, the little light came back on, so.
Yeah, it was charged, sure.
Yeah, it's the importance of delays,
Depends like how
see?
they use.
Delays create, people get disinterested, right?
There we go, it's coming alive. How many?
It's been a couple of months, so. Is it other competitors? Cheap players have moved in. The environment. There you go.
All right, sorry about that. So we looked at 2025 planned community and school events. There was about 50 events in town that we could have supported with a mobile command post, including town meetings, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Winter Stroll, other school events, and athletic events as well. Unplanned and critical incidents, we had 33 drone deployments last year. Many involved extended incident duration, perimeter control, multiple units, supervisors, and on-scene coordination. Not every single drone deployment would require the mobile command post, but numerous times it would have been extremely helpful. Another benefit, again, is centralized command and supervision on scene. It's integrated with drone operations, live video monitoring, improved coordination between all public safety in Westborough and the schools. It's going to allow for faster decision-making during involving incidents and reduce reliance on improvised remote command locations. So this is just a couple of pictures of what our command post kind of looks like and what it shouldn't be. We're outside in the rain under a tent, the back of a cruiser, unprotected electronics, kind of propped up with a traffic cone. We work, 24 hours a day in the dead of the night, in the middle of snowstorms like we just had. We could have easily been called out to search for a missing or an endangered person. These are some of the key capabilities. If we were to acquire this equipment, it would have advanced communications, mapping, incident management tools to support a coordinated response. So that's just a quick view of what it would look like inside. This is another key capability. It has real-time mapping ability, can see where the situation is, where all your staff, cruisers are, other fire apparatus, ambulances, whatever it might be. It's all live time on a map inside. So we talk about funding partnerships. We've had a lot of talk, including with the Capital Planning Committee. We were initially hoping to acquire some grants. We applied for the school violence prevention grant. We weren't not awarded that. We applied for Executive Office of Public Safety and Security grant we didn't get. Regional Homeland Security, much like the 3D scanner, it's just the funding hasn't come out, so we don't know if that grant's even going to be available. We did get a Department of Justice grant. It was listed on our grant page for $34,905. We did look at regional partnerships. At this time, it's somewhat unlikely and time sensitive. I haven't gotten a response from a lot of the communities I reached out to. A couple of them I'm still speaking with, but their town meetings are later than ours, so they can't really guarantee any funding, and even the funding, if it was to come, probably wouldn't be a lot. So we worked with the outfitter to reduce the original price of the $474. We reduced that down to the $367. Then with the grant, the total right now would come to $332,468. I'm hoping there's some opportunities to reduce that a little bit further before town meeting, but for right now, that's the number we're looking at. I also plan on speaking with the board of the Westborough Police Foundation to see if they have any funding available that might be able to assist. But they're spending quite a bit right now on the firearms range project, so we'll have to have that discussion. Number of community benefits, enhanced public safety. Again, the big part is improved interagency coordination, community engagement, and the rapid organized emergency response. I can tell you over 30 years, I've responded to a lot of emergencies where we needed to set up some command and control. And when it's raining or it's freezing cold, or, last summer we were standing out in the T parking lot and I got a sunburn on the top of my head. So, we've been fortunate, but especially with all the electronics we use now, and we really need to have an environment where that's all protected. So this really, again, just reiterates everything I've been saying. It's just another picture from inside the command post of what it would look like. And I have another short video. It's video day today. So it's going to start with a body camera video from one of our officers when they find a missing female that was in the woods. It was pretty cold out. She had been missing for a few hours. They were able to ping her phone, use a drone, and some other of our capabilities to locate her. We did not have a command post when that happened, but I'm just showing it as an example of, the environments that we do work in, and there's some other information that'll give you a little bit more insight into what the command post is. Questions on the command post?
So thank you. This is very helpful. I was very ignorant to the nature of this request, only having read the capital expense document, and so this was very helpful. So I'm thinking if I'm someone at town meeting, I'm going to have maybe some assumptions going into it, and to what extent you can present this, I think it would be helpful. You mentioned you showed that video where from the command post or the picture where you can then kind of see where maybe equipment is or officers are. Does this command post require, do you anticipate any additional equipment to kind of interface with the equipment there and your officers in the field or any other public safety personnel?
No, I think the current quote covers us to where we would be comfortably operational.
Okay.
I mean, we did make some cuts to try to lower the cost, but I think we did so in a meaningful way because ultimately we're anticipating a lot, maybe a grant funding for all of it, if not most of it. So the changes we made, I think were mindful ones.
Okay. I didn't ask this question on the budget. I don't need an answer right now, but maybe for future budgets, when I saw your slight increase on expenses for fleet maintenance, I know our DPW does a lot of maintenance on town vehicles. I don't know what ones and how much and to the extent that they do. I'm just wondering whether or not there would be benefit in future years to have our own, ramp up our own in-house mechanics and equipment. Maybe not, that's for future consideration, no comment required. My next comment is only sadly in the environment that we're in today, and I know this has been a request in the past. My only comment on this is the very dark nature of this van, and I know you hate the color question of the van, the black. Just please have some sensitivity to that. Is there, a black and white, a gray and white? It just looks very militaristic, and it needs to be official, and it needs to be your command post, but I worry that there could be a visceral feel from the voters on that. So just feedback. Thank you. And I do support it.
Thank you.
I have a comment and a question. Actually, since you raised that as your last comment, I will also comment on that. When I first saw the picture of the mobile command post vehicle, and initially it elicited a different reaction, and then once I saw the six purposes or some of the key capabilities it would offer, my whole reaction changed. So that's just to reinforce. My question is the following. Last I think it was like mid to late fall, there was a sort of incident at, I think it was the high school or middle school, where there apparently initially was thought to be a bomb threat or some sort of threat, but then later it resolved and nothing happened. So my question is the following. Was there a challenge to the response when it was originally thought that there was like a bomb threat? Was there a challenge to the response because of the absence of the vehicle, and would the presence of the vehicle enhance the response in any way? And I think it would be great if you could just comment on that with respect to that very real situation that happened.
Yeah,
at the school.
luckily it was a false alarm. We had a lot of resources going to the high school to try to determine it. The school staff handled it superbly, but there was a pretty large-scale evacuation, and all the students were sent to a reunification point nearby. And that would have been a great opportunity to have a command post at that location to help the reunification, to help with communication with the schools. A school staff member could have been present in the command post there, and they could have been communicating back and forth with school administration and determining how were they going to bring all the students back, were they going to have them picked up from there. So that, ultimately it wasn't a real incident, so it was resolved pretty quickly once it was determined. But had it been a real incident, then we absolutely need a piece of equipment like this to manage it properly.
What is the lead time on this? I anticipate next year having some fairly large civic events because of the 250th anniversary, and I'm just wondering if this passes, will this command vehicle be available soon, or is it? We heard the fire department talk about a 5-year lead time.
So there's a company right out of Auburn. They have a state. They're on the state bid list for the purchase of the van as well as the upfitting. We were over there, I think maybe 2 weeks ago, to meet with them again, and that was one of my questions. I expected it takes us almost a year sometimes to get a cruiser, and I'm pretty sure they said they can build it if it was. Don't quote me, but it was in the area of 6 months. It might have been a month or two or more, but it surprised me because I expected it to be a year.
So I anticipate long-term benefits from this, but it would probably miss some of the bigger summer events this year. So that's
possible, yeah.
Hope.
So I just had a couple of questions related to the usage itself. I mean, one of them was obviously the lead time in procurement. The main question I had was, in terms of the training, do we have some costs related to training our staff to use this particular vehicle, as well as ongoing maintenance costs? And have you taken any feedback from other communities or other towns who may have got this command vehicle and what their experience has been?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know of a lot of communities our size that have a vehicle like this, but I don't view that as a reason to not have one. I was brought in here to be the police chief, to run the police department. It's my responsibility to determine what I believe the police need the most, as far as not only, equipment, but training to best serve our community. It's up to you all to determine if it's a reasonable expense. There would absolutely be training to be able to run it. I'm sure we could do that on a case-by-case basis when officers were on duty. Any training that we did, like we do active shooter training on a regular basis, this would certainly be integrated into that training.
Got it. And one last question. Since I saw the video and it was a pretty interesting video, I saw that a lot of equipment has to be carried forward to those makeshift tents and, to get that command center in place. Does that mean that having this vehicle would offset some of the costs related to those equipments that you have to transport over or regularly purchase, because now you have all of those things within one particular vehicle itself? So will there be any offset of the costs that are currently there?
No, I mean, we wouldn't be adding more equipment to it. We'd be using equipment we have. It's got quite a bit of storage capacity in the back. It actually has an electric battery backup, so it doesn't use a gas-powered generator. So, I mean, we would store what we need at an incident which just really is another reason to say why we need it. Because now if we need something, we have to load up the back of a pickup truck and, drive that to a scene, or, maybe there's a cruiser that we have a couple barricades in, but it wouldn't have the type of equipment that this has.
Got it. Thank you.
Does this present an opportunity for, since you mentioned that a lot of communities may not have this mobile command post, capability, does this present an opportunity for revenue, some additional income for the police department? Can it be loaned out to other communities, or would this be solely for Westborough? And then secondly, rather than additional training, my question is, would you need additional staff where you would have to bring on additional police officers, or whoever they may be, to man the vehicle, to manage the vehicle?
Okay,
So those are the two questions.
So as far as the additional income, we explored similar ideas with the range project when I reached out to a lot of regional partners that use the range. I had a recent conversation with the town manager about formulating agreements to be able to use the range. Once it's been all upgraded and fixed and it's up and running again, hopefully in the spring, we're going to revisit that again. That would require a revolving account where money would be paid into the revolving account. Is it possible to do something similar with this? I'd say that, it's always possible. It's very usual for towns to share resources on a mutual aid situation. We do it on a regular basis with our drone unit, with our canine unit, with our motorcycle unit, when officers just need to respond to a neighboring town to assist with a domestic or whatever it might be. And we get those resources returned to us when we have something that we need done as well. So I don't want to get into a situation where we just talk about charging every other community that we might assist under a mutual aid agreement.
And do you need additional staff to?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say we need additional numbers. There might be a situation where I'd need to call people in on overtime to staff it, but I wouldn't say it's a piece of equipment that's going to require hiring additional staff.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. Appreciate just like Shelby, it was very informative as to the function and use, and your ability to reduce it from, in my mind, before 500,000 down to closer to 300 is it's a big change. 500,000 is a whole ambulance or something. I guess, yeah, similar to that question, I was originally thinking when I especially saw it at the higher number was like, is this something we could do with collaboration, like the dog officer, where we do something with one other town, not like all of Worcester County. I was wondering if you could comment on that possibility. It sounds like you explored that a little bit, or?
Yeah, I've reached out to a number of communities around us. Some responded that it just wasn't really something they were going to pursue this year. Southborough, for instance, was hoping to hire additional staff, so they didn't want to, present an additional burden. The town of Grafton's still exploring it. However, their town meeting isn't until May, so that would be a difficult issue for us to move forward with.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. And it seems to me like this, with this piece of equipment, it's tough because when you need it, right? So it's sort of hard to say, yeah, would have been great, but, we let Shrewsbury borrow it.
Right, right.
Or
Would have
whatever.
been great, but it
So,
wasn't our day.
Well,
so,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I fully understand, and thank you for the presentation support.
Thank you. Next item, police fleet, additional cruisers. I'm going to have Lieutenant Luce do the presentation for our cruisers. He's been involved with this for a number of years now, does a great job, and he's also our firearms and taser instructor, so he's very knowledgeable about the tasers and does work with the body cameras, so he's going to cover both those warrant articles for you.
Oh, I thought you meant don't mess with them.
Take your pick,
Be
whichever.
real hard about your
Either way.
question.
Thank you, Chief. So as we get into it, every year we come forward with the ask for getting new vehicles on a regular cruiser replacement schedule for the department. We talk about this every year, and every year Ford comes out and they make changes to the frame and the structure of the cruisers that we use to enhance the safety of our officers. The cruisers that our officers are in, that's their workstation, that's their office. They spend the majority of their day inside that car. So we want to make sure that it's safe for them, the operational efficiency, reduce maintenance costs. So we're not down a cruiser and we're putting more miles on other cruisers to mitigate while that cruiser is down. So that certainly saves us. And maintain the community trust. Well-maintained and modern fleet demonstrates the department's commitment to providing the best possible service to the community. This is our life cycle with our cruisers. Usually we get 2 to 3 years with our cruisers. Cruisers waiting to be replaced at around 4 years old. This year right now, cruisers we identified in November of 2024 added over 19,000 miles in the past year. So when we look at a cruiser for what's coming up, when we identify it early on, we're adding significant miles to it, even until we get it back in our back lot. This is something that we've talked about on idle hours and on overall miles for our cars. So idle hours, we're looking to replace 2 vehicles. We still haven't received the 2 vehicles that we ordered last March. Town meeting happened the next business day. We contacted MHQ and said, you know, we've got our funding, put us on the list. It's January, we still don't have any of those cars. So this is something that we have to forecast out. But one of the cars, 123, which is a hybrid, added 243 extra idle hours from November until I did this slide. I believe it was October that I came in. We did the slide, so it's probably a little bit more now. 128, which is a straight gas vehicle, added 836 idle hours. Ford put out information, said for every hour of idle, it's 30 miles on the engine. So for every hour that the cruiser idles, it adds 30 miles to the engine. So 123, the total miles, so that's the total road miles plus the idle hours. That car's sitting at about 105,000 miles, give or take a few. And 128, which is our gas car, again, total miles plus our idle hours, we're about 192. As the chief had said, we just replaced a water pump for $3,000. And again, touching back on the technological newer features, improve officer safety and efficiency. So as I said, October, we identified the cruisers that need replacement. November, we have the meetings. In March, after town meeting and the article is approved, we order it from MHQ. And as this slide still states, we're still waiting to take delivery of our cruisers. The department can keep its fleet in top condition, ensuring the safety and reliability of its officers and the community they serve. This investment will pay dividends in improved operational efficiency and enhance public trust. So that's the end of the cruiser. So we're looking for a replacement of 3 cars, of three vehicles again this year. So, sorry.
Just a question, when you showed that hybrid and then the gas-powered, I know it's still relatively new in terms of hybrids. We're trying to do that as part of the policy, but what's been the experience? I guess my question is the lifespan for hybrid less than gas, that 123 versus 198, or any other comparators that you might have as the hybrids versus the all-gas vehicles?
So when we fill up, it tracks our miles and the gallons used, and so our hybrids, it's around the same miles per gallon that we're burning between hybrids and gas. The big difference is the idle hours, because the hybrid, it goes into that, it shuts off, it runs off that battery, and then when the battery depletes down, then it kicks back on again. So we're seeing an improvement on idle hours. The hybrids have come a long way since we first started using them. We haven't had as many, knock on some kind of wood, as many issues with these hybrids now that we had when we first originally got them.
Thank you.
Ian. I'll just follow up on that line. So yeah, I mean, hybrids, the idling hour piece, it also helps us be in compliance with green communities in regards to idle hours. So that's a big help there. But my question is, understanding that the Green Communities Act, the state is temporarily, and I hopefully it's very temporarily, put a pause on the requirement for police vehicles to be required for the cruisers because of the issue with availability, and hopefully that relaxes soon. But my question is, I read the article information just now to refresh myself. My understanding is you guys, it is still the intention of the police department to go forward with a hybrid vehicle for these 3 replacements as well. Is that correct?
So what we find is when we call MHQ, we say, you know, whatever's, at a certain point, it's whatever's available, obviously, but it seems like the hybrid is what's available first for us, is usually. So we certainly do try with that, but also, you know, if our hybrid's gonna be a year and a half out and a gas car is a year, then, you know, we have the needs of the department, you know, dictate us to go with a gas car, but it's certainly something that we do look at, yes.
Terrific, thank you.
Other questions? These cars?
Taser. So we're looking to go, there's a few things. So as you noted, the increase in the budget, which is in correlation with Taser and body camera, Axon. And there's an article for us entering into a 5-year contract with Axon for Taser and body camera. So this is a little bit of the both of those. The breakdown, Taser roughly is about $40,000 a year, and body-worn camera is about $91,000 a year. The body-worn camera, the $91,000, that's the storage is included in that. We have unlimited storage through Axon, so that's included within that $91,000 a year. So as you can see through the 5-year contract, for budgeting purposes, it stays the exact same. So as the chief does the budget, he knows exactly what he's putting in the budget for Axon, for our body cameras and for our tasers. With the 5-year contract, it stays. There's no fluctuation. If we sign the contract and we enact it, it stays the exact same for those 5 years. I'd like to touch on it. It's translator service. We'll talk about translator service. I have a video about that as well. It's a new technology that Axon came out with our body cameras. Our taser usage breakdown between the beginning of our taser program, which was in 2016, to now, we've had about 82 incidents where a taser has been deployed, shown. So 65 of those out of the 82 were a display of verbal warning. So the officers gave verbal warnings that, you know, if they didn't comply, there's a possibility that they could be tased. But within that, it's de-escalation, right? We want to de-escalate every single solitary issue that we possibly can, and Taser certainly does that for us. ARC deployment is simply they push a button on the side of the Taser. That's actually going away, but it makes an electric sound. It makes an arcing sound. Some people, they hear that, and that's it. So we've had 9 of those. And from 2016 until now, we've only had 8 deployments of our Taser. So we've only deployed the probes. An actual deployment for our Taser has been 8 times. The biggest thing that we'd like to highlight is no injuries to officers when the Taser was utilized. So that's the best part about this and the de-escalation when using our Tasers. Again, as I said, and this is something that's very important to us, de-escalation training provides officers with foundational practices and advanced techniques to manage tense encounters. It emphasizes communication, patience, and situational awareness to reduce conflict, shifting the approach from immediate control to slowing situations down. I think that's the biggest thing that we teach all of our new people, is to slow everything down. The primary goal of the police department is to minimize harm and enhance safety for our officers, subjects that we're dealing with in the public. Sir Robert Peel, back in 1829, said police should use force only when persuasion fails, and then only the minimum force necessary to achieve a lawful objective. So I think that still holds true today. With our body cameras, we're actually testing this out right now. It's a translation service. I have a video after this of an actual incident where we use a translation service from our body cameras. It's pretty impressive stuff. Our officers are very impressed with how it works. It's much better than us trying to take out our phone and use Google Translate or trying to call. It's a complete failure. So with this on Axon, there's no one else out there that does this. So with our body-worn cameras, they provide visual and audio documentation of the incidents, enhancing transparency and accountability for us and for the individuals that we deal with. Enhanced evidence collection, footage from body-worn cameras can be used as evidence, improving the investigative process and prosecution of cases. The increased public trust, the presence of body-worn cameras can help build public trust between law enforcement and the community. And what I'm really going to hit on now is language barrier solutions. The translation services is integrated within the body-worn cameras, enable effective communication with individuals who speak different languages, improving instant response. So this next video, it shows the officers that are there, and I actually like to highlight when this first starts, there's an officer to the left. When the translator service kicks on, look at his face, because he's like, I can't believe this is what I'm hearing. It was an incident where there was a roommate. He had nothing to do with the incident. State police were there involved with investigating another crime. The roommate was brought out. He was concerned because he didn't understand why all the police were there. Very limited to zero English. And we were able to have a conversation with him where he felt he understood what was going on, and he was able to have a communication with our officers. So. So just that brief interaction with that translator service, the individual that was there realized very quickly that there was nothing that he had to do, he had to be concerned about. It was his roommate. And that was actually the first day that we instituted the language service on our body cameras. It's been utilized probably 100+ times since we instituted this. This was October. So since October to now, we've done it over 100 times, I would say. And it's been effective in every time. I think it's 75+ languages. The officer, if they know what language it is, they can say it. If they don't know what language it is, it actually auto detects. As they talk into it, the system understands what the language is and then produces it. It's pretty impressive stuff. So that's one of the items within our TASER contract. Updated training. So we have within TASER, it's virtual reality. So they're going to give us 2 VR headsets. So we have virtual reality training. So we do every year we have TASER training, but with this, we'll also put people in VR headsets where they're going to be able to de-escalate, talk through situations. They can, either escalate or de-escalate, but hopefully the primary focus is de-escalation. And so it's VR training along with it, which is fantastic. So entering the 5-year contract with Axon instead of renewing the agreement each year, the department saves a significant amount of money. Based on the current pricing, the estimated savings are about $56,000 per year. So totaling over that 5-year contract, about $305,000 that the town saves by entering into a 5-year contract. As we talked about, the upgraded program, if TASER comes out with something new, they send us the new thing. We send them back the old stuff, and they send us a new TASER, a new body camera, whatever it is. So they upgrade their equipment. It's part of the contract. Anything else? Staffing study. Anything else on TASER?
The figures you showed us earlier, it was like 40 and 90. So those prices were annual. It wasn't for the 5 years?
Correct.
So that had to be renewed every year. So it's not 40 and 90 per year for 5 years.
Correct.
Is that what it is?
It's $131,000 a year.
Okay.
Roughly, give or take.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And the language recognition is just amazing. I've seen it in use elsewhere. My question is just in general, I'm completely supportive of this, but I guess in the future, I'm hoping that this technology is going to become more and more utilized across the state through all sorts of various departments, not just police departments. Would just ask that as our police department leverages this, that they use their contacts throughout the state to see if there's an opportunity to have cost savings with the data requirement for this has got to be massive with the video and audio recordings, as well as the ability to do the translation piece of it. If other communities are deploying this as well, I would hope that there would be an opportunity to pool those resources somehow, because it could be a big cost savings if you have 100 communities jump onto this and start utilizing it versus a community at a time like we're doing, spending $130,000 a year. So I just, my point is this, I would just encourage the police department to be looking for those opportunities and also push forward with that across the state where possible. Thank you.
Hi, I really appreciate that you found this 5-year contract. My question actually has not so much to do with yours, but with the 5-year contract. I remember in the past that there were rules about we could contract like 3 years, but if we contract longer than that, then we need somebody extra approval outside.
meeting.
That's why it's an article.
Yeah, if it was 3 years, it wouldn't have to go through town meeting. It's on the warrant because we want to go to a 5-year, anything over 3 years has to get approval.
Okay, so we just need to make a note in the R&R that that's why this is coming forth.
Yes,
Because it seems so logical.
it does.
Is that 130,000 per year, más o menos, is that regardless of the number of officers who are using it, or if we staff up with the cost change?
So right now, the licensing, so it also goes into licensing, how many licenses we have to utilize. With this, I believe it's built in as 41 or 42 licenses. We can add a license as it goes. They usually kind of work with us on that. But I think we build it up, actually, I think we're right around 45. 41 to 45, I think, but it stays the same.
Okay.
With the licenses, yeah.
If Axon's responsible for housing the data, though, if the contract ends, we lose it all, or is there an opportunity for retrieval for us to download it?
So we would have to download it. If our contract ended with Axon, that's part of it, is being able to get into it. So we could go and just simply have a storage solution with Axon, where we would have to probably at some point maybe download the information onto servers. Right now it's on Axon servers, so we don't have to worry about any kind of storage internally with us.
I would imagine if we switch, we would, if we were going to a different vendor, we would make that part of the contract for them to move it over. But yeah, we wouldn't lose it. We couldn't lose it.
Presuming there's some competitive sharing, but I guess my concern would be legally, we have this data, if somebody was expecting it to be there, if something changed with the contract, we would have to want to preserve it for a number of years. And my last question is back to the question I asked before about lethality of tasers, because that's been something that's come up as a litigating point. People need to be trained properly for the fact that tasers are potentially lethal and that there are right and wrong ways to use them. And that's a liability issue to our town if we're not training that way. So I would ask again, and I don't need an answer now, you may need to review the training material, but are we properly training people the fact that it is potentially lethal, and two, that there are proper usages to reduce that risk?
So I'm one of the taser instructors. So we spend about 6 hours every year just on taser alone. We do classroom portions, and we go over taser as a PowerPoint that we update every year. So all of our officers have to take that, and it's through taser, and taser goes over the risks, the best spots to deploy taser, where the least amount of harm to the suspect is. Along with that, then we go in, Sergeant HU has been our bad guy for the past few years. He wears a suit, and we, the officers, have scenarios, and they try and de-escalate. They try and do everything that they possibly can, but if the officers have to, they deploy their taser training cartridges. So all of that is in there on best practices on how to make sure that our officers receive that training.
So the legal risk profile is that Axon is part of the problem, is that they have not pushed out mandatory training of lethality, and they have fought it in court in spite of the fact there have been deaths, and I don't want us to be at risk. So Again, the question here is one of risk mitigation for the town. Is our force being trained appropriately that way? And I don't mean just from Axon, because that's asking the gatekeepers to promote where the problems may be.
Yes, they are.
So thank
Very
you.
much so, yes.
Appreciate that.
Are there any storage requirements? The reason I asked this question is when I first saw this as an item in our agenda or whatever, I saw that storage was one of the keywords, and obviously not data storage, but storage as literally the equipment being need to be stored, and therefore is there a cost associated? Is there some special storage needed?
It's data storage. It's data storage
Oh, it
only.
is data storage that they're referring to. Got it.
Yep.
So are we paying additionally and separately for the data storage associated with the acquisition? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
So.
Or is that part of the license for right now?
So there's three phases to it. There's the taser phase, there's the body camera phase, and then there's storage that's associated with body camera, but also taser. So if our taser is used and deployed, that information gets uploaded to the storage area where all of that information is. So there's the three parts that are within
Understood. The taser itself is generating data that is getting stored. That is also part of the current contracted fee. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you.
All right, Chief Minardi is back. I'm going to try to run through this quick. I already touched on a little bit of the staffing issues and the reason for the staffing study. I would just add that, I have had conversations with the town manager over the past year or so, talking about staffing, and she asked that I go out and get some prices for the police department. We put out an RFQ, and some of the prices came back over the amount that would require a bid. So we kind of took a second look at it. She recommended maybe adding the fire department as a public safety study. Obviously, they're two different departments. It would be two different studies, but there could potentially be some cost savings there where if the company's here doing a study for one department, they're here doing a study for the other department, there may be some cost savings to combine that. So again, as I've said many times, the last study was in 2019. The department's evolved a lot and our needs have changed. The new study we were looking at being a lot more comprehensive and up to date, understanding staffing needs, and enabling the organization to better allocate resources. So this MRI study looked at uniformed patrol response on the road. We're looking to have a much more comprehensive study done. It's going to look at officer time on reports, because we don't really, it's tough to quantify that and say, like, well, how many hours do they spend in their 8-hour day writing reports? For some days it's significant. How much time is spent on follow-up investigative work, supervisory responsibilities with scheduling and report approval, to name a couple, and what's the administrative workload when we consider time for accreditation standards, our policy compliance, post-certification compliance, public records requests. We talk about body cameras, but every single incident that goes to court, at a minimum that goes to court, there's body camera video that the court requests from us. So that takes a lot of time and work as well. Again, the path forward is to get a comprehensive analysis to look at our evolving needs and ensure adequate resources. That's just an org chart of our current department. There's no videos with this one, sorry. Any questions on that?
On the study.
What was?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, I just want to kind of get your reaction to this, but it seems, I've listened to the fire department and the police department, we already know we're short-staffed. If this is really $200,000, that's probably a firefighter and a policeman for a year. Is the staffing study more valuable than that? Just sort of throwing that out is what struck me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. The amount seemed really high to me. But, you know, so basically what we got back for just doing a police department, which included community engagement portion of it and kind of like a community survey. So without doing that part of it, it's a little bit reduced. But, you know, this was certainly a higher end estimate. I wouldn't really expect it to come in this high, but it's a perfectly good question. I think, you know, no department head here is looking to hire staff because it somehow benefits them individually, because frankly, it doesn't. It creates more work. So, you know, I wouldn't sit up here and advocate for hiring 4 or 5 more police officers because it's 4 or 5 more people I have to manage and lead. So we do it because we're put in a position to support the town and the citizens in the community in the way that we feel is most fit. However, there's a certain segment of our community that might not believe in what I have to say or the fire chief has to say or any other department head has to say about their level of staffing. So some people really require that third independent body to come in and say it. Some of these companies are, you know, they're national companies. They have offices all over the country. They do big departments. They do small departments. They have a lot of experience. I can tell you that there's always a component about changing the schedule and where you can kind of swap staffing around. In the union environment, that can be very difficult. That all has to be negotiated and bargained. So when I first became chief, I sought to change the schedule to a different rotation, and it was not well received. So I understand your point, though. It's a very, very valid point.
Could it be as simple as our population has increased since 2019? I mean,
yeah,
take a ratio of that.
There's a national standard, there's a New England standard, there's a couple different, you know, officers per 1,000 recommendations that are out there. That's a, you know, a simple approach. The calls per officer approach that MRI uses, again, is strictly for you know, the patrol division. So, you know, it's up to the community to really decide if they want a really true comprehensive evaluation of you know, the police department, and if that's something that they think it's worth paying for.
Well, I don't want to pay for a study when we could get 2 police officers. You know.
Again, it's a point well taken, but.
In that, when you pay for the study, you pay for it 1 year. When you hire the 2 police officers, hopefully you pay for them for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
I understand.
Yeah, I mean, they look if there's ways to consolidate, you know, workloads or you know, anything that might help reduce costs, but I would be surprised if they came back and said we didn't need to hire more police officers.
I think Andrew always says all staffing studies say you need more staff.
Yeah, I was going to guess. Do you have a guess of how many they'll tell you you need to hire over the next 10 years? If you were just speculating.
I personally would like to see us at about 46. That would allow us to evenly staff across all my shifts, because right now some 4 to 12 shifts or day shifts might be staffed fewer than others, and I don't think that's very equitable to the people working those shifts for a number of reasons. We could easily have a full-time traffic unit. Traffic complaints are our biggest complaint, and we do our best, but we can't get to them all. We could have easily another officer in our detective bureau, and we could increase our minimum staffing. You know, right now our minimum staffing is 4. There are days when there's only 4 police officers working in the town of Westborough. We send a minimum of 2 officers to every ongoing active call, and we have multiple calls going on at the same time on a regular basis. And that doesn't include when officers are having to write reports, do training, doing administrative duties. It takes 2 to 3, if not more, officers to process an arrest, depending on whether or not the person's being cooperative. So it's very easy to max out our shifts.
What's the 2 officers per call? Is that for safety of both citizen, person and officers?
Yeah. I mean, for years and years and years, any of us that have been here for a little while, we used to go to calls by ourselves. Domestics, bank alarms, fights, you get dispatched by yourself. And it's ludicrous to be sending police officers on calls. And I don't care if it's just a suspicious person, there should be multiple police officers going to calls.
I realized it was sort of a ridiculous question. There are people that will wonder,
Yeah.
like, hey, you got all this training, you got all the guns and all the tasers, like, why do you need money?
Yeah, well, it's for citizen safety too. you know.
Exactly.
It absolutely is.
I was gonna say that, it's definitely, there's two there, it's not my word. I mean, it's basically, you got, especially with body worn cameras now, it just seems like the proper police for safety on both sides.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. I know you've had a long day, but
Thanks.
you're getting there.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you.
I know we're waiting, but why don't we give it 4 minutes while you get set up here? Everyone, if they need to get a water, coffee, bathroom break, we'll start at 3:25.
We get a 4-minute break.
3 minutes.
Very
You get 3
generous.
minutes.
Get a cup, because there's no.
We ready? You guys ready to resume?
Sure.
I know we got some people in the bathroom, but,
As long as we, they don't want to miss the 10-wheel trucks.
all right, let's
or
give it,
anything.
let's give it 1 minute for folks to get.
One of the pictures that
Why don't we get started?
All right, Chris Payant with the Department of Public Works. I've got the crew here, Derek, Jim, and Maria Elena, who helped put this together, along with many others who contributed to each year us developing our budget and capital plan. I'm going to talk budget, and then we'll jump into capital, just similar to others. This is our mission statement, just highlighting that we're very clear on what our mission is, and we harp on this pretty regularly with all of our staff. We obviously communicated to agencies we speak to or committees we speak to outside the department. Just this morning about a new employee start, and I spend the first few minutes of his day talking about this with him. We've talked a lot, or you've talked a lot today and in previous summits about how we want to try to find efficiencies and reduce costs. These aren't all of them, but I'm just highlighting here a few examples of things we do to reduce costs. Fleet configuration, we'll talk about that in a few minutes. Town has a climate action plan, and there's good things associated with that, but one of the things that does benefit for us is fuel efficiency when we, depending on the type of vehicle. We've done some things with winter operations to reduce the budget, and then we're looking forward to ways we can protect the investment the town makes in equipment in terms of keeping it out of the weather and those sorts of things. The outcomes are listed there, just some things we've seen in the past few years. So we've reduced our fleet, which is a substantial amount of money that the town now saves. We've replaced old equipment, which also saves us money in terms of maintenance and fuel and other associated things. When we get rid of equipment, we either trade it in or we auction it. Just in the past year, we're looking at close to $80,000 recovered in funding. So we're making an effort to find ways to reduce costs, be efficient, and do all the things that we've talked about all day here. This is the only slide I have for our budget. Happy to talk about any of them. The point here is to highlight that we have 5 budgets, and all have different purposes. Lots of drivers for our budgets and why they change. Some are listed there, that's not all, but every time we get a new road, which we just did last spring, we inherit the fire hydrants and the water mains and the sewer pipes and the manholes and the curbs and the streets and the catch basins and everything else that's in the road. And those all cost money. Anytime there's a new policy or a mandate from the state or the federal government, we have to adhere to that. New facilities. So we have the community center that's coming online, but we also have a treatment plant that we're upgrading right now, and that brings on costs once we turn it on. Supplements, highlighting that just because if we didn't have these supplements, the town would be footing the bill if you wanted these things done. So if you wanted your roads paved, we'd be asking for that money out of the budget, or probably out of the budget, because that's maintenance. That's money we don't ask for because we have these supplements from other contributors. And then offsets, highlighted that on the previous slide, but we do look at options for reducing costs. Rentals are an example, which we've talked about in this meeting before, where we can find ways to use equipment that's not ours, so we don't have to maintain it and have that capital cost over time, but still accomplish key things the town needs done. SOPs may not seem like something super important, but I think it was mentioned earlier about being efficient. And if you have procedures that you work off of, you can be efficient, which we do, and it saves you money when you do that. So I guess if there's any questions on the specific budgets, we can dive into those.
Snow is 0?
0% in terms of increase.
So you know that snow is somewhat under budgeted if you have a huge amount, but we're allowed from reserve, the AFC reserve, to refund if it's a high amount, and we have to do that. I'm guessing this year that might happen after the snow we've been getting, but you purposely don't try to budget what would be the worst case snow that we'd have to, because you'd be raising and appropriating. Right.
Yeah, the worst case scenario, the snow budget is one that you can overexpend and then raise. It's a unique thing that the state has because it snows.
So I just want to just follow
Oh,
up.
sorry, one other comment on that, Walter.
What? Yeah, sure.
The other thing about the snow budget, and I may not be getting this entirely correct, is if you raise the snow budget one year, you cannot then lower the snow budget in future years. So you're better off overspending it, than increasing it and having too much cash in there. So that one's different than the others, and I probably have that 80% right, but.
I think that's remarkable that you've reduced in 5 years 13 vehicles from our fleet. That's out of about how many, or is it like 60 or something?
We have about 70 fleet vehicles and then another 15 to 20 trailers and other things that go along.
Very, at least I'm impressed. I think that's remarkable.
And just to be clear, we didn't lose capability.
Right.
We just lost the equipment.
Were they just equipment that was so old or to that effect, or so not functional for what we need, that you decided that?
There are a few pieces that we don't necessarily need, like a bulldozer, but there's other equipment that was old. It needed to be replaced, but we replaced it with something that could do more than one thing. So 2 vehicles went away, but we replaced it with 1.
Okay.
For example.
Yeah, I just want to take this opportunity, Chris, to say thank you to you and the DPW in regards to the latest snowstorm we had. Fantastic job. We left the board meeting on Tuesday night at about, I think it was midnight when we got out of our board meeting. And as I was driving past the DPW on the way home, snow operations was actively working with moving the dump truck loads of snow from downtown. So it's a 24-hour thing. So great job by the team. Thank you. You just briefly mentioned there the water treatment capability that's going to be brought online. I'm just curious. I know it's not budget related per se, but is there any ETA on when that's going to happen? The new treatment down there and onlining of Chauncey Wells?
We're in the startup process now, and so once we get through that, I expect it to be later this summer.
Terrific. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so we'll talk capital improvement. This is a really busy slide. We introduced it last year. I'm not going to read everything to you, but what the intent of this is just to say that when we talk capital planning, at least for us, you approve something and we move out on it, but in most cases, it's lasting multiple years. So something you approve this year, you're not thinking about it anymore, but we're still thinking about it for many more years. And so all of these bulleted items here are activities that are ongoing, some of them funded, maybe a year or 2 ago, still ongoing, and we're adding more to that to keep the process going. It goes back to our mission statement about setting conditions for the future and making sure we're managing these assets appropriately, so we're not just have a big, at the end, like we just have a lot of stuff that's old and costs a lot of money to replace. We do it over time in a systematic way. You can see it divided by the functional areas, and there's obviously lots of variables. I'll just highlight one, just as an example, construction season. So it's sometimes easy to forget that, town meeting is in March, and the construction season is, it starts basically in April, May. And so if it's not like we get the money in March and we can just hop into things. Like, it takes months. And so the construction season might start for something approved in March. It might have to wait until the following year. And our fiscal year transitions in July. So contracts and things that we have are changing over right in the middle of the summer, which is our prime time for doing work. So we work around it, but those are variables that we have to play with. So our fleet, I think just about everybody here is familiar with it, but it's got a variety of pieces of equipment with very specific uses. Just an update on purchases. So this is just in the past year. So the items on the left are things we're waiting for. So some things from last town meeting in March, so roughly a year ago, but also 2024. The things on the right, we've received them, but that sewer jet truck from 24, we just got that in the last 2 months. The sweeper from 22, we just received towards the end of last year. So the timelines for these things can be lengthy. And that's the importance of having a good plan and sticking to it, which we've done consistently for the past several years. And I say we, like the town, in terms of funding these items, because if we kick them to the kick them down the road, then we just delay this timeline even further. I'll go through these individually, so you don't have to memorize or read all the numbers. But the point is all these vehicles are funded from various budgets based on the type of use and well, specifically what they're used for. So our first item is this loader. It's 25 years old. By the time we get a new one, it'll be probably 26. Multiple uses. The one you're looking at on the screen is about $225,000, $250,000. Our budget request is $150,000 because we're requesting a loader that's smaller, can still do everything we need it to do, but we don't need to pay $225,000 for it. We can pay $150,000. So it's just an example of something that we get what we need, but we don't need to pay as much. And this machine is very big, takes up a lot of space. A smaller one can fit somewhere else in our yard. So there's some benefits to that. I'm going to go through all the vehicles and then have a chance for anybody to ask questions. 1-ton trucks. So the vehicle on the left is what we call a sewer van because it's used by our sewer division. We're replacing, these are at the end of their life cycle. There's 2 of them. We're replacing them with 1-ton pickup trucks. So that's an example where we have a van. It's really not functional for the mission it has. If you clean out a clogged sewer pump and you have a bag of sewage, it's going in that van potentially with you in the back. It's double bagged and all those sorts of things, but that's not ideal.
Why not?
For the operator.
It's a really good argument.
Additionally, we get a truck or 2 trucks we can plow. So this gives us some redundancy in our plow capability. There obviously is a cost difference between a small van and a pickup truck, but I think the benefits offset that cost. Plus, we just talked about for that loader where we're replacing our loader with a less costly loader. So in the scheme of things, it's almost a wash, but we're getting more capability for the town. 6-wheel dump truck. These are primarily for snow plowing and hauling material. We've had a really good program in the past several years of replacing them because the ones we have are pretty old. And this is just keeping us on track. But you can see in that little box there that we had 14, we're down to 12. Potentially in a couple of years, just based on reconfigurations we're doing over time, we could get down to 10. If it's $300,000 per truck and we reduce by 4, that's a pretty substantial savings, we think, for the town. And it gives us more space in our garage and there's all kinds of other benefits to doing that. This is skid steer. Really small piece of equipment, but does all kinds of things for us. So tonight we'll be in the downtown cleaning out all the snow along the sidewalks, and that piece of equipment right there is what's going to be cleaning off all the sidewalks out there. And it's 16 years old. It's used every day. It needs to be replaced. That's why it's on here. We have a set of admin vehicles. We're replacing hand-me-down vehicles basically with something a little bit newer. That's an electric vehicle, which we've got 2 of now, or actually 3 for the town, 1 for the DPW. And this is a vehicle for our engineering division. Allows them to get out to sites, allows the inspector to get to sites to inspect activities that we have to monitor. It's not a new addition, it's just a necessity to have a reliable vehicle that we can use. So that is all the vehicles. Any questions from anyone on vehicles before we jump into water?
I just want to comment that just really appreciate you bringing this and just really that insight that you and your department bring in terms of what you really need, what the size is. It's not just replacing something to replace it. It's saying, hey, what's the use? What do we need? Can we do something cheaper, do something better, whatever? So just definitely appreciate that.
And that credit should be given to all the employees we have. I mean, we have, just like Chief Minardi was mentioning in terms of the staff, I mean, we have high quality staff. who have critical thinking skills that bring a lot to the table besides just operating equipment, which is fantastic.
I mean, I
So-
do think, to Sean's point too, it's not just the we're making good suggestions for this cycle, it's that in the future, this is where we want to be, right? And that's what I really appreciate. And I think we had that conversation in looking at your capital budget every year, and that it's all sort of spaced out and well planned, not just what do we actually need this year, but where do we want to be in 3 years, 5 years? And I think that's much appreciated.
So highlighting the list of water items, I'll go through each one individually. This first one is for funds to, this isn't to replace a water main, this is to design a water main. So we have a project right now scheduled either for later this year, potentially in the next year, construction season will drive, to do some water main upgrades on Route 9. So that's actual digging in the ground and doing work. This is to look to the next one so we can start the process of planning for the next one. And that picture there, which is deliberately small so you don't read it because it's not exactly, if you see your street on there, that doesn't mean we're doing it exactly then. It's just, but it's a plan we have that we work off of that's being upgraded or updated to drive our water main replacement program. And so the funding we're requesting here is to help us start design on the next main we want to replace.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to formulate it now. I'm good.
This has been a standard request over the past couple of years. This funding supports water meter replacements, which we've been talking about for quite a long time. It's a really important effort we want to undertake to put smart meters in. You probably saw that happen. You got notices from National Grid about how they're doing it, and we're doing the same thing. Finally, this summer, we'll be kicking off some initial effort. It's a pilot program to start this process. So this funding helps us continue that and do some of the background work that needs to be done to set the conditions so we can get these meters replaced. We have 3 water tanks across the town. We want to focus on these 2, one's at Ruggles, off of Ruggles Street, one's off of Route 9. These tanks have to be cleaned on the inside and painted on the outside. The funding we're requesting is just to do some initial analysis of the tanks and tell us which one we should prioritize and how much effort we should put into each one, and then we can come back with a plan for how we want to do that, because it's a lot of money to replace these or to paint these and do that work in the millions of dollars. So we want to have a good plan for doing that, and we need some homework done first before we can ask for that money.
Chris, what is that? How much is requested in that article?
100,000.
Wow, just for the plan. Wow. Interesting.
Chris,
You said we have to clean, without detail, you have to clean the inside of the tank?
Yep.
All right.
Or paint it.
So really, what happens to the water that's in the tank?
Well, we use it and then drain whatever's left and then do the work.
Okay, and so one goes offline effectively during that
Yeah,
time?
and that's part of that 100,000. Like
Yeah,
there's,
like how
it's not just,
Like-
roller out.
Scuba
It's-
diver in
There's
there.
a whole bunch of other things hydraulically to manage the water, to tell us, how we do that without disrupting the water supply.
All right, my question is, if you're gonna paint the tower outside, can you not use black paint because it's too intimidating? Can we make it more colorful?
Smart.
So,
This is our booster station. We have,
Be an orange, Chris, just saying.
okay.
I would be curious, though, just
Ranger Red.
Ranger Red. I would be curious, like, when you say millions of dollars, I mean, I don't even know how much a water tank costs to build. Like, what's the trade-off there? Is it worth it to build a new one as opposed to spending 5 million? I have no idea what the number is, but millions.
When I say millions, for all 3, probably $1.5 million, $2 million, in that range.
Okay.
A new tank, you're talking probably double digits.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
This is our booster station. Last year, the town funded the design work associated with this. So this request will fund the actual rehabilitation of the station. I mentioned this last time we showed this picture, but you're just looking at what looks like a shelter, nothing there because it's underground. But you get the idea. There's something there in the ground. It's on Bowman Street, and it helps us manage the pressure between the two pressure systems that we have in our town. This has been a recurring item for us. So we had all those blue dots on the picture represent valves in the street throughout the town. That red one on the bottom right is an example of a valve, a new valve. And the one in the center is something that comes out of the ground after many years. Those valves have to work. Actually, as I was standing here, we got a text about a water break it was on a private facility, but they can't shut the water off. They need us to come do it. We need to go out there. There's one of those blue dots where this location is, and we have to turn it and shut it off. If it doesn't work, then that's obviously not helpful for anybody to fix the problem. So we have a program to, identify the ones that don't work and replace them as we can. So that was water. Any questions on water? All right, sewer. These are the two items for the sewer. Again, recurring item. These pictures show the insides of a sewer pump station. So our sewer system works off gravity. It all flows to a pump station, and then it's pumped under pressure to kind of the next station until it makes its way to the treatment plant. Some of these stations, we can do some work on our own or hire a contractor ourselves to replace some pumps and make some upgrades. We title those mini rehabs, and those things. Doing that, this money allows us to do that work and basically extend the life of these stations for years. And that box is just an indicator of what we think are the benefits of doing this work. And so call-ins are one expense. Nobody likes to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to go clean out one of these pumps. It still happens, but it doesn't happen as frequently. And we think part of that reason is because of this work that we're doing to maintain these stations. This is the West Main Street pump station. The funding we're requesting here is to actually do a full rehabilitation. So this one is beyond kind of the level of our mini rehab. This is something that requires much more work. So the design associated with this project has already been completed. We're ready to do the rehab. We just need the funding to make that happen, and that's what this request allows us to do.
Chris, to those like that, are you able to do it with that existing building, or is it the building comes down too, or is there's enough room to get equipment in and out and all that? Or
Yep. So we have 2 that are happening this summer, and then this one will be ideally next summer. And the envelope, so the building, if there's minor upgrades like a roof or some gutters, we'll do that, but the focus is on the inside. And there won't be any modifications, like we're not tearing the building down and rebuilding it. It's on the inside. Okay, stormwater, it's the last actually topic we have. So these are locations of 3 culverts we have in town, Chauncey Street, Long Meadow Road, and West Main Street. This funding, $125,000, gets us some preliminary analysis of these culverts and potentially can help fund the design to replace these culverts. We have a study that was completed a couple of years ago that evaluated all of our culverts. We prioritized them all. These are 3 that are near the top that need to be replaced. And so this funding will get us started on that process. I don't know that we're probably not going to be able to do all 3 simultaneously, but we're looking at all 3 so we can kind of find the best option to move forward quickly and get something started. Some of them one of them might be a little more complicated than the other, so we're going to look at all 3 initially and then kind of pick the ones we want to focus on based on costs and timelines.
Chris, where's the West Main Street one? I don't see an intersection there. The others I know.
Like, got a benchmark. I'm trying to think.
Just past Apple
And before, oh, thank you, okay, oh, so way up, okay, way west.
Yeah, Chris, glad to see Chauncey is one of these. If you're not aware, folks, there's another culvert on the other side of Chauncey. So when that culvert on the other side floods, it affects this one. So I guess my question is this: it's great that this is being repaired, but one of the issues is that when the culvert on the other side of Chauncey clogs or has issues, it backs up and it comes back into the wetlands here and floods out the Chauncey Circle and Chauncey Street area. So I didn't know if part of the assessment you're talking about is, because it's on the lake, it's a little different than the other two as an example. It's got a body of water on it, right? So is that part of the assessment too, to understand kind of the bigger picture there?
You're talking about the outlet.
The outlet,
like
correct, yes.
Chauncey at the other end where the
Yes.
gazebo is. Yeah, so, yes, that's part of that's kind of the expensive part, really. I mean, replacing the culvert is just cutting the thing and taking something out, putting something in. It's really the understanding the hydrology and how do we make sure that this thing is coordinated with the other side of Lake Chauncey and everything that's upstream of it as well.
Yeah.
So that, all of that is what happens in part of this analysis.
Okay, terrific, thank you.
The last item is, I just put it here as a reminder, I don't have any slide or pictures.
No pictures.
But there's an Article 19, this revolving fund for electrical vehicle program. So the town, a couple of years ago, installed electrical vehicle charging stations at the country club. And at the time, it just didn't happen at the time, but the intent was to create an account so that the money generated from those charging stations, because you have to pay to use them at the country club, would go into this account, and the account would then pay for the service that is associated with those charging stations. It didn't happen at the time, so now we're proposing that revolving account be created, and that account would then house the money that's generated through those charging stations. And just to maybe eliminate 45 minutes of talking about it, we're talking about a couple of $1,000s a year. We're not talking about like tens of thousands of dollars. This is, we might make $4,000 in a year off those charging stations, and it costs us $2,000 to operate them, pay the service fee, to do all that stuff. So eventually, 10 years from now, we might have some money in there that would fund another charging station if the town chose to do so. But the idea is to just keep it all self-sustaining.
What happened to the money that's being collected but didn't have a place to officially go?
Free cash.
General fund and free cash.
Yeah, general fund. It always has a place to go.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, didn't have a designated pot of its own.
John's got a new car.
So that money is gone as far as this revolving account goes, because we've already accepted it as free cash? Is that the idea? So we're starting from, essentially,
Yes.
when you get permission
Yes.
forward, okay.
Right.
And in essence, the general fund, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've had to pay it out of general fund budgets too, because we still had to pay the bills.
Okay.
This way it self-sustains it by paying it, receiving the money, paying it out of that fund.
So those fees would go out of this fund too then in the future, whereas now they must be coming out of a
Come out of our
line.
budget, yeah.
And electricity too? Or is
I
that part of the fee
I
or
suppose there could be some way we could allocate some portion of electricity to that, but right now it's just
Mostly
lumped,
the fee you
it's
have to
lumped in
pay
the
somewhere.
town's electricity bill for all of our electricity.
So are the electrical vehicle chargers, I mean, you're saying you're not collecting that much money, how much are they being used? About, do you have any guesstimate?
We track it. We have a report that we get every month. I don't know off the top of my head. I just know that I know the money it generates, and it's between 4,000 and 6,000. I don't know what that equates to in terms of hours of use.
I do see cars up there. I see cars during the golf season. I see more plugged in, but I've seen some overnight that are plugged in there as well.
It certainly gets used, definitely in the warmer months. when people are
Is
using
it just one station there?
There's two.
Oh, two.
It's 2 stations, yep, 4 chargers.
Are there any plans to do more, or is it not until this funds and will become self-paying to do more?
I know that there's a proposal out there through the sustainability coordinator that I don't know where we are in the process of talking to committees yet, but there's a study out there that evaluated locations, and now we're at the point where they're going to propose potentially some installation of additional chargers around the town.
So once we get this one, the revolving fund approved, will any new stations be able to just slip into that already existing?
That would be the intent, yes.
Okay.
So the article just establishes the fund, that's all it's asking.
That's right, yep. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Yes. I think the last thing on our agenda was the warrant and overall budget. Anything? You guys have that?
Yeah, that's on the agenda. Want to discuss? Yeah, we have version 3 of the warrant is out right now, and I think as we continue to review and refine budgets, there were a number of things you heard today that aren't final yet. Insurance budget, a handful of other things. We'll continue to work to refine those, and that will be, and obviously keep you apprised as those numbers are revised and bring them to you, and that's what we will ultimately take to town meeting. Is there anything else in the warrant that was specific questions at this point?
No, I think this is just to cover if there's any questions we have. This was kind of the catch-all on the agenda to make sure we could cover it. So I don't know if there's any questions from the select board or the finance committee on the warrant or budgets. Again, we'll all be living and breathing this for.
I think we're going to have other meetings to deal with those.
Exactly. Yeah, and always our town leadership is here for any questions you have at any time on this stuff, so they're knee-deep in it with us, so. John?
Well, while we have John here, I don't know if you want to touch on 12A?
Sure. I assume that's the
Chart
of accounts?
Yes.
Sure. So the chart of accounts that we currently use has grown over 30 years. And essentially, we do fund-based accounting. So unlike regular accounting, you would have a chart that has so many characters. Ours is not consistent with what DESI has, the school department. And so when we provide them their data, they have to then re-enter it into all of their format in order to submit it. As well as the way it's built now, we have to reuse numbers when we get to certain numbers because there's only 5. So we want to get away from that. So the rebuilding of it is a major project, but I think it'll give us more efficiency, more flexibility to work with the school department. It will be bringing in a consultant to help us do that and integrate it and hopefully get it done smoothly without a huge time consumption, which I think is a pipe dream.
Yeah, and this could potentially align with the study that we're doing on the potential efficiencies gained between the school and the town side. Finance is one of those areas that we've talked about. This will, it will improve it and make it more efficient, but there may be additional efficiencies and cost savings if we can get them both on the same chart of accounts.
May save some time within the school department administratively, so do with that what you will.
Don, so
is
this
there
is
a-
for
No, go ahead.
this is for a consultant to design the chart of accounts, or is
No,
it
the
for
chart of
actual system
accounts is
update?
designed. There's a standard. It's really for them to build it, take our chart, create a crosswalk, and then implement it into Munis, our software, so that we can then crosswalk all our data going back as far as it does in Munis and make sure the categories are, are in the right place. So we don't lose any data, so that we can find it and then help roll it out to the departments that say, hey, you can't use those codes anymore. Here are your new codes that are 32 digits long, and that'll go over like a ton of bricks. But
32?
I don't know. I made that number up.
mean,
It's
they're-
probably
they're-
256. No.
They're long.
Yeah,
Okay,
they are
I'm
long.
counting. They're not going to be.
They are long, but they're meaningful. So each category, right, each set has a meaning and a standard to it. And we're going to be more consistent with general practices of fund accounting. The way it developed over time did not change along with standards of fund accounting. It's not that we're not compliant, we're just not consistent. And so we want to reform to maintain that consistency with everyone else.
Yep.
Yes.
So
had one too.
I don't want to put you on a spot, and if you don't know, you can say no, but would that efficiency also mean that our books can be closed quicker, or some more efficient reporting can happen if we ask for the expenditure?
Only if we can keep staff. I will say we're close. We brought in
That's
some we brought in some good people. The loss of Leah was a big loss, in that she did so much. And then we had someone, we were without anyone. I mean, when I took over, we had no accountant or treasurer collector for that matter. We were just using consultants. And sometimes when you use consultants, they don't always serve you as well as they represent they do. And then we brought someone in, Allison Lawrence, and I don't want to say anything ill of Allison. She was here for a year, and she's gone now. And so that left a new transition. I think Jacqueline Bonner, who is here now, is a great hire. She's come in energetic and wants to work, which is, it's a prize in my world. As I've said in the past, doing municipal accounting, you can't take an accountant from the accounting world and just say, here, be our accountant. It's a different animal. And so having someone with experience come in as an accountant is really a plus. Now, she's been in Charlton. Recently, she was out in Warren, which I couldn't point to on a map, small town. She wasn't there very long. She moved back to Hudson, so she's nearby. And I think she's really adjusting quickly. I will say this, in every department, Westborough is hard. Nothing is easy in Westborough, whether it be police, fire, finance. It's complex, right? We have large apartment complexes. We have a wastewater treatment plant. We have an ambulance service. We have Amazon going. There's just a lot of different moving parts that most communities don't have. Certainly most communities our size. And so it's hard to find people who could come in with experience. Wendy Alassi, who's the assessor currently, I've known since high school. She worked in Framingham for 10 years, and then or 17, long time, as the assistant. Framingham, similar issues. She was on one side of that assessing office. She then went to Sherburne as the chief assessor for 10 years. And I don't know if you know Sherburne, but it's nothing like Westborough. So her experience in knowing the process of assessing is excellent. We could not have asked for someone with better experience, but it's going to take her a few years before she knows Westborough and knows how to adjust to the commercial properties and to the 576 unit apartment complexes. And those are the ones that fight the hardest. And so it's complex. And like I said before, no one grows up to be an assessor. And so finding these professionals and keeping them is a challenge. And I think to have that staff that I hope we have now, and now dig ourselves out of the hole that we got ourselves into and continue to dig into 2026 and get there. So hopefully by the time we get to the end of the fiscal year, we don't run into the same issues.
Awesome.
So
Thank you.
yes, it's my goal to not have that. or
I'll
you'll
nudge
be
you less.
looking for a new finance director.
We don't want that.
Thank you.
Just, Kim, I noticed that the third draft is not yet available online, so
I
did-
just downloaded it.
Oh,
It's on-
okay, I just looked and I didn't
It's
see it.
under town meeting warrants.
Okay, can we put it on news, like the front page?
Amanda will do that.
Because people don't, like, they're like, where is that? And then, I also noticed, oh, maybe it's been posted now. No, it's out there. I was gonna say, sometimes the town meeting doesn't get on the calendar, but I see it's there. Thank you.
Is there anything else about the chart of accounts?
Sorry, John.
That's okay. I just,
I thought we were done.
start singing. if you want.
So the article is essentially some funding for moving to the next step.
Correct,
of
moving this forward, yeah. And we'll be working with the schools on that. It's, it's all one chart, so.
Just a quick question. Did we ever get any audit comments from our auditors on,
Which fiscal year?
well, directly related to the chart of accounts?
No.
Okay.
I don't think we have. I haven't gone back, but no, I don't believe that they have.
Okay.
Okay, excellent.
Anything else?
Can we move to adjourn?
You can move yours to adjourn, and then I'll move mine to adjourn, so.
I move to adjourn the AFC.
Second.
All in favor?
The motion to adjourn the select board. Okay, we are adjourned. Westborough TV, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I can't believe we went out.